Some of you don't. What he was referring to is we went through in some of the workshops we've talked about the concept of body snatching and having your astral field being manipulated by forces from the fourth dimensional field or higher. And he had undergone some problems with that. And fortunately, with working with the guardians and with the energy techniques that we are introducing, he was able to get that out of his field, and he's been wonderful ever since. So he wanted to come up and say hi to the people who knew a little bit about that story and why he hasn't been here for the past number of workshops, because he was recuperating home. Okay, well, looks like our sound systems are in order now. I want to thank you all for coming. Are we on film? Can I just do my thing? Okay. Got audio video department over here is Mark Darling, and I'm very grateful for him because he's making it available, all of the presentations available for other people who want them on video and things. So it's worth sometimes waiting to get things set up. Now tonight is kind of I wouldn't call it a lecture, because that's when somebody kind of stands there and talks at you. I wouldn't call it a workshop, because in my definition of workshop, for anybody that's been to mine, that means Mylar's up here and lots of information given to you and kind of crammed at you, kind of like if you were in a college or high school or something. This is neither of those. I haven't found a term yet, lecture, workshop. There's somewhere in between. Possibly an energy clinic might be a good way to describe what I would like to do tonight. Now, the theme of tonight's presentation is learning to use holistic healing applications, not just healing, but the whole holistic perspective. Holism is about becoming more whole, body, mind, spirit. And it's about bringing that perspective into your daily life and into the world through your daily life and your contact with other people. What I'd like to accomplish tonight in exploring the art of relationships, which is really what makes the world go round. And if you look at the world the way it is out there, there are some really poor attitudes and beliefs that are being used as we relate to each other and to society. If we look at the business world, for example, that we're all very dependent on just to function here, we find competition is the main focus. We find step on whoever you have to step on to get where you need to get, or somebody else will step on you. These are belief systems that are right now really at the core of our culture. And it's because of those belief systems that our culture is eroding. And it will continue to erode as long as those belief systems of competition, survival of the fittest, judgment toward others rather than loving others. There's so many sick thoughts in our world that we wonder why our world has sick manifestations. Economies that are unstable, people that are warring with each other. You can live in an apartment building with, say, 400 people. How many of you guys really get along with each other? Most of the time, you just kind of hustle by each other in the halls and, sometimes whisper behind doors about can't stand the one in 6B, that kind of thing. And you don't really know them. You've just seen them and you think you know what they're about. We've been taught through our culture, through being raised in this system, certain ways of using our minds. And in the ways that we've used our minds, we only perpetuate the problem. When we go into holism, we're going into a way of using our minds that's from a higher level of consciousness. And that will change the things that go on out here. Now, for the people that have been here before, that are familiar with my work, we've gone through the science of Quilanta, and we've gone through the interdimensional structure. We've gone through the Ascension teachings as far as the structure of 15-dimensional identity and the DNA and the fire letters and how all of that goes together. Some people haven't been in those workshops. So what I'm going to do is I usually try to do when there's a mixed group. I have to kind of bounce back and forth between levels of knowledge. If some of the stuff you've heard, that's because the other people who weren't here haven't heard it. So I'm kind of going to try to integrate it. But I want to keep it focused, and I want to keep it short and sweet as far as what I talk at you tonight, because I want to get down to energy work. If we're going to heal ourselves, heal our apartment building that we live in, heal our job situation, heal our world, we need to use our minds differently. For the people who don't understand yet the paradigm of 15-dimensional structure that we use, that is very scientific, for the people who need it to be scientific before they'll accept that it's real, we have that. But we're not going to focus on that tonight. That's the intellectual stuff. There's a place for it. We have it. What we're going to focus on tonight is building bridges of light. Now, building bridges of light is something that can be done when we understand interdimensional structure. It's something that can be done when we realize light. What does that mean? Okay, what we perceive as light here, inner light, outer light, is something that has an oscillation rate that's faster than that of our own. When we are closing our eyes and imagining light, we are imagining wave patterns of higher frequency. So when we do visualizations, when we use our minds creatively inside, we are creating literal manifestation patterns by using the core of creation, which are scalar waves. We're directing them with light. So when we do the exercises that we're going to do tonight, and I'm going to focus on doing, because you can read about riding a bike, and you're not going to be able to ride it. You can learn about riding a bike by reading about it, but you have to get on the bike and do it if you expect to be able to ride the bike. Tonight, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about justifying the existence of 15-dimensional structure and explaining exactly which frequency is which. That's what Kathara Healing will do that for you. What we're going to do is energy work. We're going to do a couple of different exercises. And that's why I have my notes here, because I want to see which ones. Now, when I come up here, I feel the energy in the room, and I do it from the heart chakra. If you ever go into a group and you're speaking, feel from here and project energy out from here. Spread it through the room. You'll get a feel for where the consciousness is in the room. I try to direct what I'm speaking about to the consciousness in the room at the time, which makes my program a little more flexible than somebody that just, A, B, C, D, E, whether or not you're ready to hear it or want to hear it. Tonight, I want to introduce energy techniques. What we're going to do in the beginning is learn some basic energy sensing. Now, we've done some of this in other workshops. But what I want to do is first take you into some basic hands-on energy sensing. Then we're going to pair up, and we're going to do this in pairs. And we're going to first learn to sense ourselves in something else. Then we're going to learn to interrelate with each other in a little bit different way. We're used to holding our energy fields in a certain way compared to other people in other cultures. Some people hold their fields way out here, and when you move past them, you get a really strong feeling of who they are and a real emotional feeling. With American culture, and especially in big cities, you find a tightness in the fields. We don't want to interact with what's around us. We've seen enough and been through enough where we tend to go and pull our fields in. We desensitize ourselves that way, and it's a survival mechanism. If we're going to learn the art of a relationship and the art of bringing the holistic view into relationship, first we need to become aware of the fact that we have our auric fields, our chakra systems. Then we have to become aware of personally how we're using them right now. We can do that most easily sometimes by being put in a situation where we need to or have to interact with another person. Usually we interact in kind of like horses that go down the street with those little blinders on so they don't get distracted. We just move around like that. You're not going to experience the person that walks by you. You're going to see them and flash, they're gone. Tonight we're going to start with experiencing some more of ourselves. Then experiencing each other a little bit. First in pairs. We'll find out what it feels like to feel another person. Not somebody who you happen to have a relationship with yet, but somebody just like somebody you might meet on the street. We're going to do some exercises that will take us into a level of emotional soul level intimacy that most people at first are going to kind of go, ooh, like, I don't want to do that. You'll find one of the first reactions to some of the exercises is, especially when you like have to, turn your chairs toward each other and you're knee to knee and you're looking at each other's eyes. First, you kind of get giggly. This, you do. Then you kind of that's a defense mechanism, by the way. That's part of the way the personality says, I'm not going to engage. No, I'm going to be right here and I'm going to hide behind myself and I'm going to give you a giggly little bouncy energy thing, and you can give the same to me. And let's shake hands and leave. This is how most people are taught to react to each other. But you're not going to be able, for one, to become more aware of what needs healing in your world if you desensitize yourself to it all the time. Within this group, anyway, we're in a situation where we're dealing, for one, with teachings and with energies that address the fact that yes, there's negative stuff out there, and yes, there are certain times you do need to protect yourself. We're not telling you, open your heart chakra, open your astral field, and let anything that wants to come in. You know, some people that work with energy, they work with the love concept, and love is important. We do need to love each other. But when they tell you just indiscriminately, open your heart to everybody and everything, your heart chakra happens to be connected to your astral body. It means opening your astral field to anything that wants to walk into it. There are ways that we can learn to do intimacy without bringing harm to ourselves. We can learn to interact and feel each other as beings while still protecting the integrity of our own biofields. One of the first things that you do when you're doing any energy work, and the people who are in Kathara healing know this, is the Maharic Seal technique. There's the long version that's in the Kathara healing program, which is better to use because it makes your the energy that you're creating in your field, it makes it stronger and it makes it last longer. But you can do a real fast version that if you happen to be at a workshop and somebody says, okay, now I want you to feel your neighbor, you know, you don't have to worry about, what might be in my neighbor's field that I don't want to take home with me. Now, most people that have anything to do with this work at all know at least by now that if you walk into a situation like that, just because some workshop leader tells you to open your field to somebody doesn't mean you do it, okay? Unless they tell you first. Here is how you make sure you don't take on anything in the other people's fields or anything from the higher frequencies that may want to mess with you. With the Maharic recoding process that's taught in Kathara Level 1, we get deeply into using a process of 12th dimensional frequency sealing, which creates literally a pillar of scalar waves within the bioenergetic field that will block out anything but your own higher identity structure that tries to get in. Anything that wants to communicate with you or interact with you is going to have to go through your own higher identity structure and get permission, basically. It protects you from astral attack from the fourth dimensional fields. It also protects you from not intended attack, but from picking up other people's goop. We all have goop in our auric field, and once you get your D4 vision on, you'll see it. There's stuff called etheric mucus that looks like long, stringy, icky stuff that hangs in people's fields if they've been sick or if they've had a really rough day at work. You can get all sorts of weird stuff just hanging in your fields without you meaning to have it there. And unless you happen to be somebody who every morning gets up and say, okay, what do my fields look like now? Most of us, even though we know we should, don't get to do that. With the Maharic Seal, you don't have to worry about picking up any of the goop from anybody else's field, so you'll be safe when you do the exercises. The exercises that I would like to teach you tonight, now they're not written down. They're going to be available on the video. They're coming through spontaneously, which I'm doing more and more of these days. There's a reason for that. When I work with my higher parts, my higher dimensional identity, to interact with the group directly, if I preset a pattern of things to do, sometimes I need to do that to keep a structure. But I'm not interacting with the group yet. When I'm here and in your energy, I can feel more of what's appropriate for the energies of the people that are in the group. So these exercises are going to be new to both of us. And when you work with your higher identity, you'll get to a point where you could actually do that. Pick up a microphone and say, here, I'm going to teach you this. What am I teaching you? I don't know yet. We'll find out as we go. Because you will learn to trust the Spirit as it moves through you. You will learn to become, in your moment point, a vessel for the direct expression of the one Spirit that is all of our spirit. The one Spirit that many people call God, some people call Source, some people call it universal consciousness. Doesn't matter what you call it. It's all of those things and way beyond those things. But there is a way of being that you learn a level of trust in yourself where you can simply say, let me be a vessel for thy good works. And you know it will come. That's part of my training as I work with giving workshops, because I was born with a Virgo imprint, and I'm not too much into astrology, but there is some influences and there are some characteristics with the signs that do apply to to people born under those signs. Virgos tend to be extremely analytical and perfectionists and do something over 5 million times until it's perfect, even if they could have got by with not too bad, let's get on to the next thing. So for me, going spontaneous is a real step. But that's what I'm doing tonight. Now, spontaneous for me isn't hard in certain ways because I've been trained for many, many years. In order to open myself, I've had to learn things. And I've been trained by working with my own spiritual guidance with the Guardian Alliance on energy technique and those kind of things. So the things that are going to move through the audience tonight are things that I have been trained in. They were part of my own training at different parts, different times. So I know they work. The first thing I want to do is a short version of the Maharic Seal, which is getting your 12th dimensional frequency pillar up in your field. So any energy work that you do, you will be fine doing. It will clear out anything that's disharmonic. The reason for that is the 12th dimensional frequency bands contain all of the frequency bands of all the dimensions below them. They represent the Christed imprint, the fourth harmonic liquid light pre-matter imprint that everything manifests on down here. That is the part of our beings that has not been distorted through its processes of moving through the lower dimensional scale. When we realign, this is what the Christian teachings were really originally about. When we realign with the Christed imprint, our Maharic shield, our 12th dimensional identity level, and the scalar grid that holds that level of identity, we are recalibrating all of the frequencies that compose our being, our bodies, and everything around us as we go. We are putting them back to their original state of purity. So when you bring down and bring up the 12th dimensional pillar, you are creating a pillar of energy harmonization, that anything comes into your field, it gets recalibrated to what it's supposed to be. So if there's negative stuff that comes in, it gets reversed into harmonic energy. This is what's useful with this pillar. So a couple people here that were in Egypt with us. We use this technique, and it's not hard to use, but you need to know, that it exists. We use this technique to recode some of the sites over in Egypt, literally, to change the energy grid that certain temples and things were built on because they were being used for ill purposes. And we use the 12th dimensional frequencies to reset those grids to what they were originally supposed to be. So you can use it on planetary grid work, but you can also use it on personal grid work. There's a fast version that I'm going to teach, and I'm going to have to get rid of some of this lighting. I don't know if it bothers you, but I find this very, very bright. Maybe it's because it's coming right. Heard of the process before. We use a symbol code, which is a scalar wave guide, that's called the Hierophant symbol. You can visualize the symbol quickly by simply picturing the image of a flat, two-dimensional Star of David, or six-pointed star. We call that the Merkaba star. And we will picture it in the color of pale silver. The color is important, and even if you can't visualize yet, some people don't have the DNA strand activation yet to get clear visuals, just imagining that you're visualizing it is still creating that energy pattern there, even though you're not perceiving it through the sixth chakra yet. So it's a pale silver image of a Star of David. Kathara Healing explains why that's used. So we'll just imagine that symbol. We'll imagine the symbol at the pineal gland in the center of the brain. Just spend a minute, not a whole minute, just a little bit of time getting a clear feeling of the energy of that thought form that you're creating now, the Hierophant symbol. It's the activation code for your 12th dimensional Maharic shield. Visualize the pale silver Star of David, Merkaba star, in the center of your brain, in the pineal gland. Take a few gentle breaths, and then on a final inhale and move your energy up to grab that symbol code, and on the exhale, push it down rapidly, down into the Earth's core. And if you feel like you missed the first time, you only got it halfway down, go up to where you feel like it got stuck, and another inhale, and exhale it down into the Earth's core. Now, you can simply take 3 breaths. On the inhale, you'll draw energy in, and on the exhale, you will push energy out into that symbol code down in the Earth's core. And as you do, you will notice a disk of spinning pale silver light emerges way down in the Earth's core, about halfway through the planet. It's a huge disk that goes all the way through the planet and out to the atmosphere. This is the Earth's Maharic shield. Another inhale, draw in energy, and push the energy into the Maharic shield of the planet. You will notice that the shield begins to spin. Then one more inhale, and an exhale. Down into the Maharic shield of the planet. And this time, you'll begin to feel, sense, a little wobbling of that spin. It's beginning to spin faster. And now you'll just inhale some energy halfway up to a point 12 inches below the feet. It's in the earth, but it's 12 inches below your feet. And right now it'll be down on the ceiling, on this floor below you. So inhale from this time from the Maharic shield of the planet. Inhale energy up. It's right below the feet, and then exhale energy. And right below your feet, you will notice another shield of pale silver energy pops out, another disc. This is your personal Maharic shield. Again, this time you're inhaling energy upward from the center of the earth, upward and into a point 12 inches below the feet. Exhale, and you will notice your own Maharic shield, pale silver shield of light, disc of light below the feet, begins to spin faster. And on this next inhale, exhale, we're going to bring enough energy up with enough force to pop that disc upward into a pillar of pale silver light that runs all the way up through the sun and out to where you don't need to worry about it, and down into the Earth's core. So we're going to inhale energy up from the Earth's center to the Maharic shield of your personal Maharic shield, and push hard. And then visualize the field popping up. It's like a pillar of light that pops up surrounding you. The more you do this, the stronger you will feel this thing pop up. You can get this if you get the synchronization with the breath. And this was only a few breaths. There's more steps to this in the long version of the process. But just by using these steps alone, you have created a temporary 12th dimensional seal on your biofields. You can use this, and I suggest you do anywhere, even if you're going to a rock concert. Just bring it up, do it at home before you go. You can get about 2 hours, hour or two out of this version. You can get about 3 hours using the long version. But the more you do it, the more you will feel this frequency in your field, the more you will feel it run through your body. Right now, when I look into the room from the fourth dimensional perspective, I can see different sizes and shapes of little discs spinning below most people's feet. And I can see varying degrees of a current, a cord of energy that comes up from the Earth's core, that comes up into that shield and is running up through the main vertical current in people. Some are wide, some are small, depending on how much energy they're bringing out. So you have just created something in doing this. It may seem like a silly little, I breathe 3 times and poof, yeah, right. But in truth, once you get to know what you're doing and you realize what you're doing with frequency, and you realize when you're using specific color, you're directing specific wave spectra, because each dimension has a primary wave spectra associated with it, you'll begin to realize the technology you are using. And you know what's funny? Nobody said technology had to be hard. The best and most lasting things in the universe tend to be those that can be as complicated as you want, but also as simple as you need. The Maharic seal that we just did, the quick version, is a beginning point of learning a in your pocket, take it with you anywhere you go, primary energy mechanic that will keep you safe. You can use this if someone is attacking you, if you happen to be walking down the street and a mugger grabs you. If you can keep your focus enough to visualize that stuff, throw it down into the earth core, forget the 3 breaths, just bring it up, pop out your shield and pop your thing up, your pillar up. You can have amazing effects. I had an experience with that when I didn't know how to activate, at the age of 14, did not know how to activate the Maharic shield. I did not know consciously about the seal, but I had one of the guardians do it for me. I was at a movie show, and someone had followed me into the ladies' room and attempted to attack me. And there was nobody else in the ladies' room but me and this man, and he pushed me into the stall and closed the door behind him. And there was nobody around to hear me scream. One of the guardians that I work with popped up the Maharic seal. I didn't know what had happened. All I knew is I could see almost oscillating in the air, this pillar of light around me. And the strangest thing happened. The man stepped back like that as if he'd been smacked with something, looked at me, went into tears and said, "Oh my God, I'm sorry. Please forgive me," turned around and ran. And I just kind of came on going, what just happened? It took me years to understand what happened. What had happened was one of my own higher parts, actually, activated the Maharic seal to protect me because they knew I was going to get hurt. This is what you can do for yourself. You can learn to do this for yourself. So now that we're all safe and protected and tucked nicely into our pillars, and for the people who are just getting used to this technique, when you work with me, I've become kind of like a living transmitter of frequency. All right, when you get to a certain point with your DNA activation and your chakra activations, and you have certain agreements with those of higher dimensional fields to help humanity evolve, you allow, or some people do, some don't, but I do. I allow my biofield to be used as a transmitter of frequency. Now, right now, it's like a subtle 12th dimensional sub-frequency that's going out to help sustain all those pillars that you just brought up. So if you're not real good at it yet and your pillar's not really strong, it gets amplified for the fact that I'm holding through my field a group pillar. The group pillar is called the Shaddai and it means the pillar of first cause light. It's something that one person alone can't do, but it can be done when two or more are gathered. That was in the line, in the Christian line, when two or more are gathered in my name, there I am in the midst of you, be my name, was referring to the Christed imprint. It was referring to the Maharic seal. It was referring to our own Christed levels of identity, as well as those that Christ stood for in coming to bring those teachings to us. So when we're using the Maharic seal alone, we are bringing in our individual pillar of Christed energy. When we are using it in a group, we are creating a part of the pillar of first cause light, which is a planetary Maharic seal. So every time we do it, we help the planet. You are safely tucked into your own little Maharic pillars right now, which means you're not going to pick up any stuff out of my field that you don't want to pick up. This is why I teach you to do that with you first. Because, hey, I'm a transmitter, and if there's anything that you don't want, or your soul doesn't want, or your oversoul doesn't want from me in your fields, you have a right to know how to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why I teach you, seal your own field, make your own pillar first. And whenever you do group work, always keep your own personal seal. You can do group Merkaba work, but not if you let go of your own personal seal and your own personal Merkaba. Some people teach people how to do the group energy work, but they have them open their energy fields to the whole group without retaining the personal pillar. Don't ever do that unless you want to take on God knows what that everybody else in that group is carrying. So you're safely tucked into your pillars, and that is being sustained by the bigger pillar of energy that's being generated through my fields and through the group field. First thing I would like us to do, and maybe we'll spend a lot of time in the dark here. Do you like this? Do you like sitting in the dark? Yeah. Good. I'm finding that much more peaceful. What I'd really like to do at some point is have a place where I can have nice candles and maybe some real peaceful music in the background, but we don't have the ability to get all that together. We're on a mad dash to get to New York on the airplanes and all that, so it's a little hard. So this is good anyway. What I want to do first is an energy sensing thing. We're going to do it in two ways. Now, everybody, I think, has an object with them, some type of object. It can be a pencil, it can be a tape recorder, something you can physically hold in your hand. Doesn't matter what it is, preferably something small that you can put in your palm, but if it's bigger, that's okay too. Just make sure your palm, your left hand, is on it. Put your left palm on the object. And just take a few relaxing breaths. You don't even have to look at the object. First, I want you to feel its shape and its weight in your left palm. Try to get a feel for its weight. Once you start to get a feel for the weight of the thing in your left palm, transfer it over into your right palm. And try to sense the subtle difference that object will feel like from one palm to the other. The weight of that object will feel a little bit different from one palm to the other. See if you can detect which it is. Which is heavier? Because there's an answer to that question that has to do with how your energy fields work. You can try it again. Put it back in the left, feel the weight, and put it over to the right. Feel the weight. Try to get a feel for which hand it feels heavier in. Okay, you can speak that out loud if anybody wants to say, if anybody feels it. Very good. You guys are great. Do you know why? That is your magnetic chakra, as far as the center palm chakras go. It is drawing that energy to you more fully. It is literally making the weight feel heavier because it has your body is pulling in a stronger draw while it's transmitting out this hand, which is pushing away, which will make it seem lighter. That was good. I didn't expect that many people to be able to pick that up. Everybody said left hand. That was excellent. Yeah. Okay. Now what we just did was take a regular object and begin to feel some of its energy qualities.
Does that work the same for left-handed and right-handed people?
Yeah, primarily, unless they have pole reversals. There are, like, I'm left-handed. Okay, that means I have actually a stronger current running through my, pulling in my left hand than I would if I were right-handed. You will get whatever hand is dominant will be a stronger imprint than the other one, but they still basically work. They're both electromagnetic. You have the palm chakra in the left hand draws energy in, and the back of the hand transmits energy out, where it's the reverse on the right hand. The right palm transmits energy out, and the back draws energy in. Okay, so that's the basic structure of the body, whichever hand is the dominant. You just may have a stronger pull on the magnetic current than you do on the push if you're left-handed. That's the case with me. But some people, it depends on the wiring, too. It's not that simple to say just because I'm left-handed, does this mean I'm always, have a stronger drawing current. I think that answers the question, though. Does that answer the question? Okay. All right. Now, we did a little bit of sensing of an object, just the energy, just the weight of the object. If we go back into core principles of creation, we realize that object isn't really there, and neither are we. We're just all energy signatures. We are formations of consciousness. We are all energy. This is what we need to begin learning to experience each other as. Ourselves, each other, and the world around us. Because this is where we start to learn things. And we start to see beyond the illusions. Because bodies and buildings and matter forms are illusions. Nice solid illusions when you're down here. But they do not tell you the truth of a being. They do not tell you the truth of a reality that you walk into. You may walk into a beautiful room with beautifully whitely dressed angels, and they could be devils in disguise. If you can't sense those energy signatures, you're not going to be able to tell the difference between energies that are positive and harmonious and energies that aren't. So we're learning to sense energy signatures. I want you to go back to the object. This time I simply want you to put it in your left hand. Forget its size, shape, and even forget its weight. What I want you to sense for next is a quality of temperature, heat versus cold, that you will feel not so much where the object touches your palm, but in the energy, just a few little, like quarter of an inch around the object's etheric body. We'll give you a temperature read. You can do this with any object or any person. Begin to detect temperature in the energy field. Once you get where you can detect temperature a little bit, the next thing is to move your consciousness into the center of the object. This you can do in a variety of ways. Some people just have a natural flow where, okay, that means put my consciousness here, and they shift. Other people go, how do I do that? How do I move my consciousness into something else that's stuck in my head? If you're one of the people who feel your consciousness is stuck between your eyes and your head, like most of us are trained to have it focused there, visualize your consciousness as a point of white light in the center of your brain and put it wherever you want it. If you want it in the center of that object, create an energy line between the center of your brain and the center of that object. And now a portion of your consciousness, as a form of a little white dot scalar wave, is in the object. Try to get a feeling for what that part of your awareness is experiencing. Try to get a sense of the energy. How fast or slow does the energy inside that object seem to be moving? It will also have a sound to it. There is a tone that goes with it that you may first feel before you hear. You may feel it as a vibration. Try to experience the reality of that object rather than the illusion of its matter cloaking. It's there. Once you begin to feel the reality of the energy signature, you're beginning to experience the object rather than just perceive the object. You are beginning to be able to directly cognate some of what it means to be that object. For that object is composed of units of consciousness, just like you are. By sensing that object, you are sensing another field of consciousness. And if you can do it with an object, you can do it with a person, an animal, a plant, a group of people, a planet, or the universe. Energy sensing, basic energy sensing skills are like basic bicycle riding skills. The more you use them, the more you develop the balance, to the point where you get the balance and you just hop on and go. But little exercises like this take you to a point where you get sensitized enough to do the next step. Now the next step I'd like you to try is put the object aside for a minute. We're going to use it one more time, but it's going to be hard to without a mic stand. I want you to put your palms together, first till they're touching, and feel the heat. Feel one palm against the other. And then move them about 1/8 inch apart. And still try to sense the heat that's there. And then kind of move them in and out just a little bit, back and forth. I'm going to show you this and then pick the mic back up because I can't do it with the mic in my hands. Okay. Now put them up like this. Move them around, a little circular, then in and out. You'll begin to feel fuzzy energy in there. You're feeling your own etheric body. If you don't believe you have an auric field, feel this. You do have one. You just have to focus your attention on finding it. And that's just the beginning of your auric fields. Feel it. And try to build it up. There's going to be a current taking place between the two palm chakras, magnetic and electrical. Electrical will run through magnetic, and you have a closed circuit between the two. You can build the charge by breath. Breathe in, hold it in the heart chakra, throw it down the right hand, transmitter, then inhale it back up this hand. And every time you circle the energy breath that way, you will throw more energy into the circuit in the palm. You can get it to the point where if you close your eyes and breathe and then throw it, you will find your palms actually jump at the surge of energy that ran down. You can play with this at home. You can get to the point where by moving this energy in and out and synchronizing with the breath, you will start to feel what almost feels like a metal rod. It can get so strong in there. It becomes a rod. You could pretend that you were holding a metal tube here, and it moves that way as if you were, and if you go off of it, it'll be like dropping the tube. But you can get to the point where you feel a solid, not physically perceivable, mass of energy. Yeah, it's hard to use. I need the third hand. I guess I'm having a hard time with the mic here because he's not picking up on the thing. Anyway, when you do the thing with your palms and you build that circuit of energy, the more you do this is a great thing to do to play. If you want something to do when you're bored instead of doodling, do this. Nobody knows what you're doing. They don't care. There's a guy over there playing with his hands. Who cares? Yeah. Every time you do this, you strengthen your ability to be sensitized. You strengthen your energy sensing ability in the palms. The palms are important. They're receivers. They're like feelers. We picture aliens and things with like little antennas, guys from Mars and the whole bit. Well, you know what? We're walking antennas. We're walking scalar waves. And they are antennas, and they draw in energy from all over the universe. When we begin to sensitize ourselves to being aware of the energy that we carry, we begin to open up a whole new perceptual level of what reality is about. We begin to be able to see reality and to experience it directly. So play with your hands for a couple of minutes. I'm not going to let it go for 5 minutes here. Just for a couple of minutes till you can build that current. I want you to be able to feel it as if there's a bar of energy, or a bar of metal, let's say, in between there, a circular bar of metal or a tube. And pretend you're holding it first. And then pretend you're moving it a little, and you have to move the palms the right way together, or you drop the bar. If you move this one too fast, you drop it. When you play with this enough, you can get to the point where you feel a solid current built there. And where this hand moves, this one will want to go in its opposite direction. You will find a very active circuit. Once you find that, you can begin to cup the hands in the praying, kind of an exaggerated praying hands position, and begin to make that rod of energy turn into a ball. And with the breath, you simply energize it more by sending energy from the heart chakra down through the right hand. And before you suck it in with the left hand, with the inhale, let it roam around in that ball for a while and strengthen the energy current there. Begin to feel it tingle at the fingertips, where now you're getting your fingertips activated, because you'll be able to feel it. You can play with this enough where you can get it feels like a basketball of warm fuzzy energy in there. And you can use that for a lot of things. Old martial artists used to use it to wipe people out when they were doing their confrontational battles and things, but we're going to use it for love and healing purposes instead. Okay, now what you've just done is sensitize the palms, the neurological structure, the brain. You've opened up new currents of, let's turn these switches on. We're encountering a new set of tunnels, let's say, and there's light switches here. You just turn the lights on in a certain set of nerve endings that you don't usually pay attention to. And when you don't pay attention to them, they go dormant. So now that you have that sensitivity built up, I want you to pick up your object again. Whatever object you were holding before. Put it back in the left hand. And now with the inhale breath, put that little spark of your consciousness in the center of the object, inside of it. The inhale breath. Inhale a replica imprint of that energy up your arm and into your heart chakra. And then exhale it out into the heart chakra. Do you experience any more of a reality of that object than you did the way it was done before? Can you feel a little more, perhaps, temperature variation, a little more strength in whether it vibrates fast or slow, a little more sound, perhaps? Usually, by sensitizing your own system first, you will be able to experience much more of the energy reality of something else that you're trying to understand. Crystals are wonderful for doing this with, because crystals have a consciousness that's very similar to the structure of our original DNA silicate matrix. So crystals and the consciousness they're composed of actually speak to our biologies in a direct cognition sort of way. And they have their own type of consciousness, and there's a sharing that happens. I would have liked to have had a bunch of crystals to give you, but I'm still trying to find ones that I can afford where I could give them to a bunch of people. Now, once we get sensitized to a little object, the next thing that's helpful is to become more sensitized to ourselves. If becoming sensitive to what is really going on around us is a way to assist in enhancing the art of relationship into a higher level, into a holistic view, then it's worth spending the time developing these skills, these little things to do with your energy and your attention and your mind. I want you to be able to go home tonight with an experience of running and paying attention to these energies. So we're going to try to go into ourself for a minute. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Meditation is great. But there's one portion of the self that has been dormant for many, 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 many years, many centuries, many thousands and thousands of years. It's our core imprint. It's a seed. You could call it the seed of the diamond sun. which refers to the DNA matrix that we originally carried, the 12th strand. At the base of the spine, there is the seed of the diamond sun. That was our original connection to our avatar levels of identity in pre-matter, before we entered the matter systems. Just like you moved your consciousness from between your eyes and the middle of your head down into an object, you can do the same thing into different parts of your body. You can do it into anything. Once you learn to move your consciousness into something else, you can experience directly the energy signature of that other thing, because you have become one with it. And you will take on a part of its pattern temporarily, so you can experience cognition of what it is. If we want to find a portion of our original heritage, our original avatar selves, we need to get in touch with the seed of the diamond sun. But before we do that, it helps to get in touch with the body, because most people in our society are holding their fields in a way, their biofields in a way that they desensitize the bodies, because it would be very painful to experience the chaotic vibration that is running around in our cities and in most people's fields. So we just desensitize ourselves to it. If we learn to look at ourselves in a way where we realize that our body is a part of our consciousness, not just a shell we walk around in, this is a beginning in becoming self-sensitized and becoming more aware of who we are as a self. And if you want to become more aware of other people and more aware of how to raise the consciousness of the planet higher, it starts with you. It starts with the self. I remember this exercise. I'm remembering here, so I'm giggling to myself. I remember the first time I tried this, when one of the guardians that I work with had told me to do something that sounded absolutely ridiculous to me. He said, "I want you to talk to your knee." I said, "What?" It sounds the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What are you talking about? And said to me, "Every part of your body is a station of consciousness, and every part of your body holds a piece of cellular memory that belongs to you. You may find your Atlantean lifetime lodged in your Achilles heel. You may find your memories from your third birthday party in this lifetime stuck behind your ear. The body holds parts of your consciousness and parts of your cellular memory. That's why when there's areas of the body that are malfunctioning, it's part of the consciousness that's malfunctioning. There's something disharmonic there. So we need to begin really experiencing ourselves as energy bodies and stop getting brainwashed. It's brainwashing. Our culture brainwashes us into looking at ourselves as, this is me, and I have a consciousness and probably a spirit somewhere. They've got it all wrong. And it's really done in a way to keep us disempowered. No, consciousness is what you are, spirit is what you are, and this is a manifestation of that. This is a part of you, and you have to reclaim it if you want to start healing. The first relationship you heal is the one with yourself. Okay? So we're going to start getting in touch with ourselves for a little bit, and this is an exercise that's best done at home, alone, where there's nobody to bug you. Unplug your phone or whatever and have a nice, peaceful environment. I'd suggest at first not putting on any music or anything. They'll distract you, and turn off the lights. Because we're so used to not hearing our body consciousness speak to us that any kind of distraction can drown us out. So you might not get a lot of effect out of this here, because you still have other bodies next to you, and you still have light in the back. Sensory deprivation is a good place to try this in. As little sound, as little light, as little sensual distraction as possible. It's also best if you lay down, if you can lay horizontally on your back, which I don't think there's room for us all to lay down on the floor, so I won't ask you to do that. But imagine yourself anyway, at home, laying on your bed, totally peaceful, no distractions. First thing, and you can do it while you're sitting here too, is take that little dot of your consciousness that we had you put into the object and expand it into a ball that your body can fit inside of. And put that ball around your body as if you're standing inside of a sphere of light that is your consciousness. Now move that ball of energy, a sphere of energy that's around you. You're sitting in one place. Move that energy through you from front to back and let it go out the back as if that ball just passed through you. That ball of energy that you just sent through you is a part of your consciousness that just picked up a scan, an energy imprint of what it passed through your body. You can scan anything this way. You can use a flat plane of energy and just run it through what you're trying to understand, what object you're trying to sense, what person you're trying to understand. With your body, you can run that ball of awareness through the body. It picks up an imprint. And then bring that back into the center point in the middle of your pineal gland. Condense it back up into a little tiny spark of light. So you just got a sensory read on an object, which is your body, which is a form of consciousness like any other object. Now, with that read, I want you to take the object to the first part of your body that comes to mind. Don't think about it. Just first thing, body, part. What is it? Put that dot there. That's allowing your higher self to take that read that you just took and tell you where you need to put your attention right now. It'll change every time you do it. Find the body part that you get a feel or a voice in your head saying, put it in my knee. Put it there. Station that little dot of your consciousness down there. And now imagine yourself inside the sphere of energy again, but this time you're tiny, 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 tiny. And you're right down there as a little microscopic self. You can picture a little tiny body of you way down inside the sphere of light, inside that body part. Now you're a little you inside your body. Stay down there for a minute till you get the feeling. It's almost like an Alice in Wonderland feeling. You get a sense of, I'm big here and I'm little tiny down here and everything feels big around me. You can feel a size difference when you get into this energy space. From that energy space, once you can start to feel the bigness of your body consciousness and the smallness of this little part of your consciousness that you created, then you're going to request from your body consciousness, please release the memory you hold here. I'm ready to know. Release the memory here. Some people get it in running movies. That's what happened with me. As soon as I started talking to my knee, I was amazed because my sixth chakra just blew right open and I had incarnational, little snapshots of incarnations flashing through really fast. And I could slow them down, mentally command them to slow down, and they would. And I could look at them and I would immediately remember being in that life. Every part of your body holds a part of your record. If you want to find out more of who you are and become sensitized to yourself, take yourself on a vacation and go nowhere and lock yourself in a room where nobody can bother you and spend some quality time with the most important person in your life, which should be you. Everybody else is important too, but without you, you have nothing here. So you should be the most important thing to fix, to heal, to harmonize, to love. First, it's not selfish. For once you can value and cherish you, you will be able to value and cherish the yous in everybody else too. For homework, if you want to really expand your sensory capabilities, which activates more DNA, by the way, the more you do it, the faster your DNA activates, the higher strand content you will get. Go home with that concept of the little you, taking a little dot of energy, running field scan this way through the big ball of energy, condensing it down, putting it back in your head, then putting that in the first body part that comes to mind. And letting it tell its story. Say, release the cellular memory here. I'm ready to know. There'd be a reason why some part of your consciousness directed you to that body part in the first place. Another way you can use this to find out more about you, and this is very practical and healing. If you want to heal yourself, you can say, okay, this hurts, whatever it is. If something hurts, there's a disharmonic pattern there. And it may be something you know, a medical condition that was defined or something. Fine, let the doctor labels be on it. But let's go to find out what it's really about. Because those labels are just things that describe symptoms. They're not the causes. Go to a part that hurts. Put yourself in that little sphere of energy, it's a little tiny microscopic you. Go into the hurt, the part that hurts, which usually is held like this. You'll find the energy. It's as if the energy in that area is really just holding itself very tightly. The body is doing that so it doesn't have to feel that hurt. It's almost like trying to contain it so it doesn't spread. That needs to relax for the hurt to heal. First you have to get through the resistance to healing, which is the body trying to shelter itself from feeling more of the hurt. With your little self, your little spark of energy, put into the hurt area. Simply breathe for a few minutes. Because at first you won't feel anything, because there's that defense mechanism that does not want you to feel that hurt. And it's a defense mechanism you put up there yourself at a different level, on an unconscious level. Breathe in that space and imagine the hurt area as having color. And let the color just come to you. It may come to you in words, this is red, or it may come to you in images of color swirling, or it may come to you in pulses of color that push on you and make you feel uncomfortable. These are energy qualities of the disharmonic energy in the hurt area. Once you can begin to feel that, which will take a little bit of time sometimes to get past that resistance to knowing, you can put yourself in your little sphere of light, and you're still protected in there. The hurt's not going to get you. This is a place where you can observe the hurt, and you can begin to heal it without being consumed by it. And you simply talk to that hurt. You talk to your body as if it were a thing you respected, but not a thing, a person. It is a part of your personhood. It is consciousness. Our bodies are composed of the same thing everything else in the universe is composed of, and that is consciousness. When we begin to realize we're walking around in something that's like our best friend here, a friend that we don't even realize we have, something we abuse and misuse and push and make it work too hard and all these kind of things, this has a whole consciousness all its own, and it will talk to you if you let it. You can go into the hurt area and say, okay, we're a team here. This part of my consciousness and the part of my consciousness that you are working together. And the body will feel sometimes as separate from you as you feel from the body. You may find it having its own little voice and it'll telepathically talk to you like, who are you? Say, I'm the mental part of this machine. Oh, okay. Well, I'm the cellular consciousness. You may get it in word translation if you're wired for that. You can directly talk to your body consciousness. But even if you don't get it in words, you can go in there and say, transmit the feeling, not just say the words, but transmit the feeling. I want to bring harmony back to this area, and I want to understand the core of this. I want to understand what caused this so I can uncause it. If you want to de-manifest the disharmony, you go back to its point of origin, its original cause, and that may be billions of years ago. Doesn't matter. You could spend like 6 lifetimes analyzing the movie films from your last 5. Just find the core of the vibration that created the disharmony using that little self technique. Breathe in there and breathe in the feeling. You'll start to get a knowing. You may get emotional knowing first, or just a sense of energy around this. Breathe more into the energy and expand into the energy. You will begin to get information. And if you learn as you get information to ask the right questions, you will get the answers you need. If you get in that energy space and you're beginning to start to feel the reality of your body consciousness as a real consciousness, start to feel it. Ask the right questions and it will answer you. What is causing this now? Because there will always be a reflection of the original cause happening now that's recreating it in this life. It will give you advice. Your own body consciousness can help you to learn how to heal yourself. It can tell you. It can tell you in direct impression, or even if it tells you nothing when you first connect with it, you may find yourself shifting behaviors like that. Consciousness. When you're using these other sensory abilities that we're taught not to use in our society, you are moving into a realm of power, having more power to do things that you won't get by using the traditional belief systems. Once we begin a little more sensitized to ourselves, we begin to realize, when you hit the body consciousness, you start to realize, wow, this is a whole level of me that I never even acknowledged before. It's a whole level of me that I really just used, abused, and didn't even think about, because I didn't realize it was anything more than a shell. I didn't realize it was a conscious, living, breathing being that's actually a part of my consciousness. You start to establish a rapport with your body, and you can talk to it, and you can say, okay, body, I want to stop desensitizing myself, at least in the appropriate settings. I want to be able to experience more of the wholeness of reality and the wholeness of other people. I want to be able to heal my relationships and to bring higher consciousness into the art of relationship. Your own body consciousness, your evil twin. As a sack of potatoes you can walk all over and then trash at the end of a lifetime and expect to get all the way into ascension, because it won't happen. You have to eventually bring the part of your consciousness that's making the body up. That's made of units of your consciousness. Eventually they have to come up too if you're going to go through ascension. So your body is very important, and you need to make friends with it. And it doesn't matter if it's short, tall, fat, skinny, ugly, beautiful. These are illusions we have been taught to value. We have been taught to put these images, these fake interpretations, these outside illusions up as our saviors, our gods, our important things, to the point where we see only the outside and we forgot the whole inside that was the real part to begin with. If you want to start sensitizing and start getting your relationship with yourself more whole, more full, spend time using your mind in a new way by literally reserving appointments that you'll discipline yourself not to break, just like you wouldn't break an appointment with somebody else. This is a somebody, this body of yours. And if you want to learn things about what you need to do next personally, better than any doctor alone can do, your body has that information. If you will take the time and you have the ability to realize, you can just move your consciousness into it and say, talk to me. Let me know what I need to do. You will get more sensitive to the answers coming the more you do it. If you do it for a week and you still don't get your body giving you any signals that it's really alive in there, you just are very, very desensitized. Eventually, with practice, you will begin to feel that reality, and you will start to open up a whole new level of your consciousness, your body consciousness. You combine the body consciousness with the spiritual consciousness, with the higher parts of self, and you begin to heal the whole being. So that's one little exercise that you can take home, is going to the different body parts, letting them run their movies if it's information you want, or asking them, what do I do next for healing in this area? Every time you do any type of energy work like that, you're increasing your ability to do more. You're sensitizing more and more and more of your neurological structure. So it's worth doing. Okay, now I want to go back into experiential because that's what I want to focus on tonight. People that know me know I can talk like for 8 hours and never shut up. So I'm going to take you into another exercise. This time, we got to know a little bit about how to move our consciousness into our body part and feel around in there. This time, we're going to take the same energy sensing abilities. We used our palms before. We use the ability to simply move our consciousness into something and get a feel for that energy. We're going to use this between two people now. So what I'd like you to do is, preferably with somebody you don't know. Now, if you're here with somebody, choose somebody else. Okay, break up into partners. It's probably easiest if it's the one next to you. And if you can, kind of quickly just turn your chairs where your knees knee to knee. I think there's enough room to do that. And if not, you can like spread out a little because there's some seats in the back still left. Yeah, we'll do the knee-to-knee thing. And learn to think for yourself. You don't need an Anna Hayes tape. You don't need a guru from someplace to tell you what to do. You can move your energy into the space of that child and ask that child's higher consciousness, how can I be of assistance here now? And you can get a direct feel back, but you're not going to get those kind of guidance instructions if you're not sensitized to receiving the answers. So while we're doing the exercises, keep the most part of yourself focused here. But keep the little mentor out here, just observing what is being done. So you get an idea of how these energy mechanics work, where you could get somebody, say if you have a group of people that likes to come over and visit with you, say, let's try this knee thing. I just learned how to do this, right? Sit knee to knee with me, you know, where you can remember enough of this. Get them to start feeling it, too. You know, you can talk until you turn blue trying to convince people about metaphysics. What usually turns people to metaphysics? is they experience something that could not be explained otherwise. So you can help people experience the reality of subtle body energies by just paying attention enough while we're doing these, thinking, gee, who could I do this with at home? Yeah. I want you to be able to do both perspectives. You are learning to just experience right now, but I want you to learn how to create experiences for others by observing enough of what's being done that you can take another person and walk them through something like I'm walking you through. And I'm doing this spontaneous. And tonight there's a reason for that. I want you to learn to trust your spontaneous self. You are a spirit. You are a spirit that has an ascended master level to you. You're just not used to bringing it in. Learn to trust and learn to simply ask the right questions. Okay, I'm in this situation now. All right, master level self and spirit of the other being I'm trying to harmonize with here. What should I do now? And you have to learn to trust the first thing that comes through. You'll get to the point where you can just let it roll. And you know whatever is the right thing for the moment will come through. So in this exercise, we're going to get to know, just like we sense that object in a different way. We used our minds in a way we're not taught to in school. We used our minds to sense the reality or part of the reality of an object in a way that we're not usually tuned to sensing. We consciously made the decision to, instead of looking at this object and saying it's this big, it weighs this much, we turned that off and went into it's this, and experiencing the energy feel of it. The next challenge is to begin doing it just a little bit at first with other people. Because if you do it a lot at first, you get really scared. Because there's a level of personal revelation that comes. Now, if you put your energy into a pencil, the consciousness of the pencil really doesn't feel violated. It doesn't really mind that you're experiencing its pencilness. But people are much more protective because of the way this society is, and everybody runs around judging each other and pointing fingers at each other and condemning each other. We're very defensive by nature right now, and we need to learn to heal that in ourselves if we're going to learn to become a force of healing here on the planet. As long as we're running around with the same disease, we're not going to heal anybody. Healers heal thyself. And life is really an experience of healing. That's what we're all here on this planet for. If we were all perfectly healed beings, we wouldn't be on Earth. We'd be in one of the higher harmonics, in nicer places. We're all here to heal and to help the planet heal and to help each other heal. Now, in this exercise, there's a lot of things you can do once you begin linking the fields. Right now, you have a current of energy that runs on horizontal planes through the in-body chakras when you sit across from each other, particularly if you're knee to knee. If you can, be knee to knee. The knees don't have to touch, but knee to knee is the best because it horizontally aligns the chakras, which allows energy to move more clearly between the two of you. When you were working with someone in this capacity, you might want to remember again that you had a Maharic seal, that pillar of light that you brought up. You might want to breathe a few more puffs of energy into it until you can see it strong or imagine it strongly in your field, because that'll make you feel safer. It's not that the person that you're going to do this with is dangerous. The most part is that there's a part of you that will resist being known. And first you can make it feel safe by letting it know it's strongly wrapped in its own Maharic seal. So there's nothing that's going to come into you that's not good for you to be there, and there's nothing that's going to go out from you that you don't want put out. There are ways with even people that are good at playing astral perception games. There are certain government organizations that actually train people in remote viewing, and they train them in how to put their minds in other people's minds for like mind control and to read their thoughts and stuff. All you do with that is simply put up a screen like a scramble pattern and push it out. So before we do this get to know each other exercise, if there's anything that is just your personal stuff that you don't know this other person too well, so you don't need to share that. That's for later if we ever get to know each other well. Imagine the image that you see sometimes on TV where they block out a face by scrambling just the picture, the part of the picture that the face is on, so it remains anonymous. Well, the portions of yourself that right now you want to remain anonymous, that's too personal, I want you to just put up a scramble pattern wall and move them off to the left and to the back, and just hang them out in your outer field, right about out here. Even put them as far as about a yard out. What you're doing is stationing that information out in the level of your auric field that corresponds to one of your higher identity levels. You're putting it out into like the avatar level of identity out in the outer field. So it's not here to scan anymore. And unless somebody is going to be able to move their field into yours at D13 frequency, they're not going to find it. So you don't have to worry about revealing too much. This may be a new thing for a lot of people, to actually experience a place where you can get to know another person but not have to think about being defensive or how much will I reveal. You're allowing your energy fields right now. You're positioning them in a way to remove that worry and that concern so you can start to get to know the other person. I want you to look into each other's eyes for a minute and just look. Don't think about them. You'll find yourself maybe noticing the shape of them or noticing that right down below the eyes that you can see almost out of the whites of your eyes, you can see their smile. Your eyes do weird things when you actually focus into somebody's eyes. They try to focus somewhere else for a while. Looking into someone else's eyes, especially someone you don't know, can feel very threatening at first. Then it can feel weird, where you find a part of yourself actually feeling like, okay, my face and my eyes are still here, but I actually just stepped back about 3 paces, and I'm sitting behind here watching this happening. Some people go into a state of disassociation because the intimacy is threatening. These are things you need to notice in yourself if you want to be able to experience other people without losing yourself, but experience the goodness in other people. You're going to need to get beyond your own defense patterns and how they posture in your fields. So if you feel, as you're looking into each other's eyes, if you feel a part of you that starts to drift out the back of your head and sits a few paces behind, or moves over to the side, or decides to think about what it's going to have to eat when we go to the restaurant later this evening, these are distraction tactics that one part of yourself is playing with another part of yourself to avoid knowing another being. I emphasize this because I want you to become aware that these are barriers you need to move through if you're going to get to truth. It's okay to look into each other's eyes and simply realize you are gazing into the energy field of another soul. Forget the body in front of you. Just focus on just the eyes, because the eyes transmit the frequencies of the soul. Particularly in a darkened room, if you do this long enough, you'll notice a couple sensations start to happen if you don't drop the focus. Usually first you'll notice the eyes start to burn a little, particularly if you keep them open. If you try to keep them open as long as possible, they'll start to burn a little. They're burning, yes, because they've been exposed to the air too long, but also they're beginning to burn because they're not used to getting that much direct frequency transmitted at them from somebody else's soul. They're beginning to pick up higher frequency, and the cellular structure of the eyes is not used to that frequency. There's a point you can get to if you have enough tenacity to say, I want to see what's beyond this point. If you can keep the eyes open, still receiving that frequency without breaking the current of energy going between the eyes, you will start to get blank spots appearing in the vision. Little blobs of just blackness happen, as if a black hole just came over half the person's face or over their chin or on their shoulder. You will notice blank spots. And what these are you're beginning to perceive higher frequency. You're beginning to perceive the flashing on and off spots, because we are scalar grids. Our bodies are composed of scalar grids. They are composed of units, stationary units of consciousness that flash on and off in different rhythms, like marquees. When you begin to allow your eyes to pull in more frequency from the eyes of another and to transmit at the same time, you will begin to accelerate dormant aspects of the pineal gland, which will allow you to begin to use the vision, physical vision, in a different way. And the first effects you will get will be blank spots, where you're starting to see the black spots between moments. You're seeing faster than time is moving. So you're seeing the blank spots where time isn't filled out yet. But you will also get eye burning. And the reason why it may be worth going through a little bit of the eye burning, not to the point where you damage your eyes, but keeping those eyes open enough. And even if they start to tear, remember when I first was taught how to do this, I had tears running down my face, and so did the other girl. But it was worth it. Because after a certain level of frequency built up, those blank spots got bigger and bigger till the whole face disappeared. And that was neat because it looked like a black hole just ate up their whole face. And first you're thinking, something wrong with my vision. It's actually, I must have my eyes open too long. They're not working. You think it's like a vision problem. It's not. If you get past that eye burning and getting to the point where the black spot kind of expands to swallow the face, the stage after that is beginning to see other faces. You will start to see the incarnational lives flash in and out, in and out. And you will begin to find where you knew each other before. Because no matter how many beings are on this planet right now, we all know each other from somewhere. We were all created out of the same source of consciousness. We are all part of the same one consciousness. So somewhere we all knew each other. If you look through the spaces between moments and start to see faster than time here is moving, you will begin to see in each other other places. And as you see the face flashing of the other self that person was, it will stimulate. It sends a frequency out from that space-time place into your bioenergetic field that will stimulate the activation of the memory of who you were, because you won't see anybody flash in their faces that you didn't know. So if you see a face coming to you, like an overlay or a black spot, flashes, and then you have a face coming out, you're actually seeing someone that someone of you, one of your incarnations, knew before. Or you wouldn't be seeing that face in that person. So by looking at someone else, sometimes you can find things about yourself as well. That's one of the little things you can do. And that's really one of the kind of fun things that distracts the mind enough to forget the fact that it doesn't want to be intimate with anybody. And you can learn a lot about yourself incarnationally about that. But that's not why I had to do this. The reason I want you to do this is because I want you to start experiencing the reality of another person as a soul energy, as an energy field. You can close your eyes now if they're burning. You don't have to stand there and stare at each other to the point where your eyes are falling out. Okay, we picked up some frequency from each other through the eyes, eye transmissions of the soul. Now I want you to close your eyes, and your eyes will be like cheering, saying, yes, thank you. Close your eyes for a couple minutes. And I want you to begin to try to sense the person's energy, just like you sensed the energy of the object. You can do this with each other. It's best if you take turns. And when you're working with people, it is best to ask permission first. You can do it verbally or telepathically. But say to the other person, okay, I would like to experience more of knowing you as a soul, without judgment, without condemnation, without motive, other than to simply know the Godhood that expresses through you. You are a gift to me, I am a gift to you. Let us simply know the reality of the gift that each of us represent. If you go in with that attitude, it is a frequency that you're sending. So you can say words, but if you're going to go get close to somebody else, even if you're standing next to somebody and trying to get them to do something, they know, they sense what's beneath the words. And if the words and the real intention are not congruent, they don't go with each other, it will be the energy signature that they react to, not the words. So you go with the idea and the words. I would like to enter your space and know you in a way that you are comfortable with and intend no violation whatsoever. Just simply to know. And if you come from the heart with that, they will feel the frequency and you will get less field resistance. We're going to play receiver and transmitter. And it doesn't matter which one of you is which. But just take turns. You'll decide amongst yourself who's going to be the first transmitter, because you'll both get to do this. So pick who's going to transmit first. Yeah, it's not a major issue because, in 5 minutes the other one's going to do it, so no big deal. See, one person's going to be moving energy from them toward the other person to get to know the other person. The other person's going to be receiving that energy and saying, okay, I'll let you experience me a little bit. Okay, so transmitter is the person that's going to go on the little voyage into experiencing the other. And the receiver is the one that's going to sit there and allow the voyager to come and experience them. Okay, and we're going to flip roles so nobody, it's fair. We both get to experience both sides.
Are you doing this in the light?
Mm-hmm.
Are you transmitting the light from the pineal? Or?
Not yet. Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking you to...
Intention.
Yeah, for now. It's just intention. That you're going in. You simply... I guess... And sometimes I just kind of do this, and I'm so used to doing it that I don't explain the process that I use. When I'm sending intention, I automatically go into, because I've just done it so long, I go into, it comes out of the heart center, it comes out of the pineal center, it also comes out of the higher chakras, okay, like the 14th chakra, the 11th, the 10th. And I tend to transmit through all of the chakras the intention that, may I enter your field, may I have permission for this, I come... with good intention and simply to know you as a fellow expression of God with no agenda whatsoever towards you. I tend to transmit that through every one of my chakras. And that way, it goes into every one of my body levels, my auric field levels. But it also, those levels, my emotional body talks to your emotional body, my mental body to your mental body, my physical body to your physical body. All right? So if that was a good point. This person brought up the fact, am I transmitting that just as a thought intention or from the pineal or, from a specific place? You can just say, this is my intention and kind of hail the whole field of the other person, which is a fast way to do it. Or you can just, feel that frequency transmitting through each of the chakras to each of the levels of the other person. I transmit to you goodwill and kindness and a simple desire to share. It will be felt. You may, if you really try this, even this, I wasn't going to put this in here, but that's a good thing to do, so I will elaborate on that. Focus for a minute on the chakras. And, if you don't have the placements, as some people that weren't in the workshops may not have them, they're just energy centers on the body that you can look at as little discs, and the people that have been in the workshops know where they are. Just imagine some currents of energy moving between you and the person sitting across from you on a horizontal plane, like currents of energy, just like you had between your palms. Well, now this is between you and the other person, just like you had between your palms. Most people don't, especially with strangers, sit in a position like this because it opens the fields more to each other. But remember, you still have your pillar up, so nothing's getting out there that you don't want out. Now that you've transmitted intention of goodwill and asked for permission, and the other person's still sitting there and letting you do it, which says permission has been granted, I want the receiver person to simply focus their mind on one thought and use it as a mental mantra, because it will help distract you from worrying about, oh my God, they're going to find something out about me. Because this is what your mind is going to do, because it's programmed to do that, and eventually you'll override that. Simply focus, receivers. Simply focus on the thought, I trust God or my higher spirit, whatever you want to call that higher power, higher parts of yourself. I trust and I allow. I trust and I allow. I trust and I allow. Keep saying it mentally over and over and over to yourself. Don't let any other thoughts in. And yes, it's boring. It's supposed to be boring. This is why mantras are given over and over and over and over. It starts to break up the usual thought patterning and how it's used. It gets you into different spaces so your spirit level, your soul level can start to come through. So just use, I will allow. I trust I trust God, I will allow. I trust, I will allow. You can even just use I trust if you don't want to attach any particular power source to that. I trust, I allow. I trust, I allow. I trust, I allow. I trust, I allow. And receivers also, just bring your energy up as if it's not really focused too much in the body. It's just focused in that thought pattern in the center of your brain. I trust and allow. This way, you're not going to be using any of your energy to posture your fields to push the other person's energy away when they try to come at you. So pull yourself just up into your head for a moment. You'll get a chance to feel them and come back down to your heart. But for now, just get yourself out of the way. I trust and allow. I trust and allow. Receivers. Now, transmitters. I want you to first visualize yourself again in the little sphere of energy inside your head, a little spark of energy, a little you sitting in there. You can see yourself sitting in there in a lotus position, if you like, with long white robes, knowing you're just perfectly angelic in intention and you're a perfectly trustable being. So, of course, this person will allow. Imagine yourself as your Christed self, whatever you might visualize that as being, the highest possible manifest version of what you are. See yourself sitting up there, in the middle of your head, in the center of the spark of light. Now breathe in, and on the exhale, move the spark of light down from the pineal down to the center of the heart chakra. The heart chakra, which is right in the breast area, for those who might not know, right about there, that is connected to the fourth dimensional frequencies. It's the fourth chakra. Fourth dimensional frequencies are connected to the astral body and the astral plane. When you center your focus of your consciousness in the fourth chakra, you are focusing it in the astral realm. And when you transmit from there, you will be taking an astral version of yourself, an energy field, moves through your astral level, fourth dimensional level, into the fourth dimensional level of the other person's field. And as long as you have permission, this is not a violation. So simply imagine now that you have your spark of light down at the center of your heart chakra. You're going to inhale, and you're going to use the exhale breath to push that little spark of light, like a little space bubble that you can go on voyages with. You're going to push it out on a horizontal line from the heart chakra to their heart chakra. And meanwhile, the receivers are going to be saying, I trust, I allow, I trust, I allow. So they're not going to put shields all up over their heart chakras. Because in this situation, you can trust and you can allow without bringing harm to yourself. You already have your pillar up. It's not going to let anything in that would hurt you. Transmitters, keep breathing some of your essence in the form of that little spark of light, little bubble with a little you in it. Gently on the exhale, travel it closer to the heart chakra of the other person. Somewhere in that heart chakra, it will look like, of the other person, it will look like a light at the end of the tunnel. There will be a little spark of shiny light there. That's one of the seed seals in the heart chakra. So aim for that with your little spark of light that you're traveling in. And go to the seed seal, the core of their astral identity. And just simply breathe there for a couple of minutes. And then every exhale, gently expand your bubble out a little to get a feel of the energy signature. Try to imagine yourself as your consciousness is stationed in the heart chakra of the other person. And simply begin to experience anything from temperature variation to feelings of weight or fastness or slowness of energy to emotional qualities. Try to experience the reality of the frequencies in the other person's heart chakra. And while the transmitters are trying to experience the reality of being in someone else's astral field, I'd like the receivers to move your attention down now, out of your head a bit, and down into your heart chakra. And try to feel what it feels like to be felt by someone else. Try to feel yourself being felt. And as you feel yourself, receivers being felt, and transmitters are trying to feel you, imagine that the focus of attention, there's a line of energy that represents the one transmitting and the one receiving. Imagine that they come together, forming a tube of energy, just like the one in the palm of your hands. Form a conduit of energy between each other. And simply allow your consciousness to expand. Try to feel the reality of the person sitting across from you, both of you. Every person will have a distinct energy signature. Distinct and different. Every chakra in their body will have a distinct energy signature. And all of those parts go with the whole person. You begin to notice the difference with this. When you switch partners And it's hard with the chairs the way they are in here. There's not much room to switch, so I'm not going to make you do that right now. When you move your consciousness into the other person, you will begin to pick up an energy signature of who that person is, their energy identity. That tells you more about who they are than what you see with your eyes before you. You can learn to really, really tune up your inner radar by doing these kind of exercises more. Do them with animals, do them with plants, do them with rocks, do them with crystals, do them with your knee. The more you get used to putting your consciousness in another focus to experience the reality that's happening from that focus, the more you learn about whatever it is you're trying to learn about, and the more flexible your own receptors become, so it's worth it. Now, you can try reversing what we did as far as the person who was the transmitter. Now, become the receiver and simply distract yourself with I trust, I allow, I trust, I allow. And the person that was the receiver, for a moment, create your little bubble of white energy and see yourself sitting in there, and move it down from the pineal to the heart chakra and out on a horizontal line to the other person's heart chakra. And if you want the short version of it, which you can use once you've built in your own mechanism, the energy circuit. See, when you visualize yourself at the pineal and then in the little white dot going down to the heart and then going out on a vertical line, you're setting a pattern. And if you do that for a while, then you can use the shorthand version, where you simply imagine yourself in that little ball and pop it into somebody's heart chakra. But you never do that without asking permission. And if you're going to do energy work with somebody, unless it's a crisis situation and your own higher guidance has asked you to intervene, you don't do energy work on people without getting approval. And sometimes you must go to their soul to get that approval. Try to feel. The one who was the receiver now try to transmit, and the one who is receiving now that transmitted before, try to feel the difference from what you did when you were moving your energy forward to now you're feeling energy moving forward towards you. Different feeling. These are all the subtleties you need to become aware of observing as you get more talented in using the higher technologies of energy, scalar mechanics. And for a moment, before touching, experience as much as you can the reality of each other as energy. And send a little telepathic from the mind but also from the heart. I salute the God in you. I salute the consciousness of the one that you are created of and that I am created of. Because before we pull out of the pair, of the doing this in pairs, I'd like to get you into a space of rapport between your energy selves, where you can do a visualization. A receiver and transmitter one, again, doesn't matter who's who. But we're going to create something called the inner space, or the inner sanctuary. You're still sitting together. And now pull back your energy into your own fields. Transmitter, stop transmitting and bring yourself back home. And I want both people in the pair to simply relax a little and breathe. Nobody's trying to investigate you now. And nobody's feeling you. You're just you. Now I want you, each of you, to visualize for a moment a very, very sacred space that you feel peaceful and sheltered and protected. It may be a space that exists on the planet. It may be a space that you've seen in a dream. Or it may be a space that you simply imagine. You like beaches? I'll put a beach there. You like trees? I'll put some trees. Create a visualization, each one of you personally, of the most sacred, wonderful, beautiful, perfect space that you could be alone in to experience the wonder of you. A place where there's no distraction, No violation. If you're out in nature, there's no bugs there. Yeah. The perfect, idyllic paradise. Whatever version of that would be yours. And it will be different for everyone. But all the little distracting things that if you were, say, out by a beautiful stream here, if you were out by a beautiful stream in 3D, you would be worrying about what's going to bite you if you're sitting on the grass, because there are things that do that here. This is your little sanctuary. You're a creator, created in the image of creator. So you're going to create a space that is most sacred and holy just how you want it. This is all yours. And some people, when confronted with, wow, I can have it exactly as I want it. Nobody else, I don't have to bargain this. I don't have to say, well, or figure out how much it costs. Or this is, I can just create this space as a perfect expression of me. Will find themselves drawing a blank where I don't know what to create. If you get a point where you don't see anything and you can't find a space that looks like anything, that's okay too, because it doesn't have to be a space that has rivers and streams or parks or beautiful buildings. It can be beautiful buildings or ancient rooms, but it can also be simply a color, a field of color, or a sphere of colored energy, or a texture of energy that doesn't even have any sound or light attached. That's the hardest to find. Usually, you can start finding those energy spaces by using visualizations to get you there. So think of a thing or one place that is most special to you, makes you feel good, and put that as the center of this sanctuary you're creating. And just let the space be from there. If it becomes very cluttered and big and has lots of stuff to it, great. If it's just a sphere of white energy with that one sacred object that makes you feel good in it, that's okay too. What we're going to do is, first of all, get used to being in this space. Wherever you are, you can take this space with you. You are a part of this earth. You exist on this earth. But the way our societies are set up, it's as if some of us aren't welcome here. Like we don't belong here. You don't have money, you don't have this and that, you don't have a house, you don't have a place to put your bottom. And that's not universal law. Universal law means we're all here implies we all belong here. We should be treating each other well. It doesn't matter if you were a homeless person or if you own 20 mansions. Every person here belongs. They fit. They're part of the soul of the earth. In creating your inner space here, what you're creating is the space that you want, that you are claiming as your space within the soul of the earth. And the earth will help you manifest this, by the way. There are manifestation techniques that, in working with love energy, you can more rapidly create the physical expression of those spaces, but you have to start inside. So find this inner space of yours, your sanctuary space. Feel its reality for a minute or two. Just breathe in there. And just try to get lost in it. Feel it emotionally. If you're an outdoor scene, feel the texture of the grass beneath you. Feel it and make it as real as possible. Put most of your consciousness into that space. And disassociate a little bit from your body. Try to feel the emotional reality of, wow, what a great space. Each one of you. Perfect, perfect space. There is a space like this for every one of us, by the way. It just may take us a while to find it. And it may change daily as far as its visuals. It's an energy. Once you're in there, then we're going to begin a communication skill that's going to become vital in the days and years to come. And it's vital already. Learning to communicate on higher dimensional frequencies. Because sometimes personalities with all their stuff and the things they worry about are very hard to communicate with. Sometimes we ourselves are very hard to communicate with. But there's a level of the self of everyone that is willing to establish harmony and to communicate openly. We can learn to find that space. But first you have to find it in yourself. So you find your sanctuary space. Now this is your little castle. You know, you're the king in this space. You decide what stays, what goes, what comes. You decide what temperature it'll be, what you'll look like in that space. And now, as we each have an image of what this space, or at least a feel of what this space may be, we're going to make a decision to let the other person that we're sitting across from visit. But it's going to be done very carefully, because we just created this safe little space that's really wonderful, and now that it's my space, it's mine, and nobody can tell me what to do in my space, so I don't really want to let anybody in here at all, because I like it this way. You'll find that in there. You'll find a resistance to wanting anybody in your space. But you'll also find that when you invite people into your space, into your sacred space, momentarily, you can resolve conflicts like you've never seen before. Now to do this, you find your space first, and you can make it look like it has a reception area. Even if you're not dealing with visualizations, pretend there's a reception area that's beautiful and relaxing and comfortable. And then anybody that wants to come near your space, or come near you, anybody that wants to get near your energy as you, has to come through intake. They have to meet you at the desk out front. So nobody can come through the door without you walking them through. Now I want you again try this as a receiver and transmitter. Transmitter will be the person coming to visit the other person's space. And we're going to do this with visualization. And if you can't visualize clearly yet, just imagine that you are anyway. Draw from memory whatever images you could need. And you don't have to see it behind your eyes to have it work. This is a technique that you can solve many problems with when you learn how to use it well. And you don't need the other person sitting across from you to do it. Now, you're going to receive a guest in your space, receivers. If you're willing. If you're not, that's okay. If you're not willing, you would meet the person out at the front desk and just say to them, I'm not quite ready. And that's okay. And they'll say, that's okay, I understand. Because there's no wrongs here. Nobody, no right, no wrongs, no people having expectations about how another should behave. We're going to use visualizations, though. We're going to visualize you waiting to receive a guest in your space and see yourself as you are right now. Or, since you're in your space, you can be as you'd like yourself to be. Whatever your happiest form of you would be. You can change anything you want. You can pretend you're in a beautiful castle and you have, if you're female, have a long flowing gown on and you're getting ready to receive guests. Use the quality of imagination to make these energy shifts happen in you. So see yourself coming down your stairway of your castle or whatever is your space, out to the front reception area. And now, the transmitters. Imagine yourself, you're going on a journey, a very humble one. You're going with great reverence in your heart for another fellow expression of Creator. You can look like anything you want to, too. You can put on your best apparel or no apparel at all as far as images go. You can travel as simply an energy. Or you can travel with an image, which makes it easier at first. Transmitter, imagine yourself walking across a little bridge of light that goes between the heart chakras, that energy bridge you built before. Transmitter, walk across the heart chakra, and at the same time, receiver, come out. The door would be right at the heart chakra. And try to feel. Don't say anything to each other yet. See if you can get an image at all on what's coming towards you, on the energy coming towards you from the transmitter. And simply meet there and try to feel each other and greet each other. It would be the same thing as a handshake in physical. And if you want to make it more real for yourself, imagine the two of you in physical bodies there doing a handshake. And receivers simply look at the other and say, I will trust you for this moment. Come into one of my inner rooms. It can be one of the outer ones. There's many, many rooms. It's a house of many mansions. Take him into the room you'd like to take him into if it's in a house. Take him into the area of the woods if it's in the woods by the stream. Or just take him into an energy bubble
if that's where you started, into a part of your space you don't mind them being in. In that space, you can both then ask for a little bit of a higher order of things to be brought in. For both of you have higher identities than even the level you're at right there. You have 15 dimensions of identity. So you can ask your Rishi selves, the part of you in dimensions 13, 14, and 15, what is the gift we give to each other in this interaction? For every single interaction between people on this planet is a gift. There is a lesson, there is a gift, and there is an energy exchange. And it is not by accident that it occurs. If you can begin to identify the gift you are in any situation, you and the other, you will begin to diffuse conflict. Because first you realize, conflict, that means we're giving each other gifts here and I'm not seeing the gift. Okay, let me look higher. When you get in the inner space, you're more detached from the outer space, so you don't get caught up in the emotional patterns involved with it. You can learn to train your mind to go into your sacred space, and you can invite remote somebody that you're having a conflict with. If you're having a conflict with Uncle George or Cousin Sue or the neighbor down the street whose name you don't even know, you can call to mind an image of them. Send out a transmission from your heart chakra, which sends it out into the astral level. And also imagine it being sent out from a point of your pillar, your personal pillar, that connects to the sun. You're transmitting on the highest levels to reach their higher identity, not just their astral identity. Transmit the desire to create harmony and healing. You can transmit it remote, and then you can do a visualization, even alone, to come in and bring it back in. Bring them to your space and say to them, I would like to resolve this now. You can begin interacting with the astral level of other people to resolve contracts. You can begin to work with them to find out what your contracts were on the soul level. Because if you're in conflict with each other here, believe it or not, there's a level of you both who kind of chuckle a little up there because you know you set it up. You know you designed this drama down here to teach yourselves, both of you mutually, to teach yourselves some things. And it can seem very heated and real here. So when we begin to learn how to go into each other's space with permission, and when we learn how to allow others to begin touching our sacred space, we are slowly building the ability to relate to others in a sacred manner. It is worth doing. It also gives you very, very powerful tools of transformation. Funny thing is, when people think about masters, people who are, like embodied masters and that come back here to teach things and stuff, do you know that most of the masters that are the biggest masters sit someplace away from everything, hardly ever deal with people, and they simply do everything from the astral or higher levels. They communicate with people there, they teach people from the astral level, they move around, and they make things happen in their own life that they need to sustain themselves from the astral level. They do very, very little. With their physicalness, they don't need to. It's not silly mind games to learn to use the energies in this way. Learn to travel with your consciousness. Learn to make agreements with other people and those levels of their consciousness. If you have a conflict, call in the higher levels of the other person and say, please, I would like to resolve this with this person in a mutual win-win situation, and please, by the way, can you help me see the lesson in it so I don't have to create it again? If you take responsibility for the fact that no matter who's right or wrong, you're both creating the hologram, and there's a reason why both of you are doing it, take responsibility for the fact that somehow I'm creating this to teach myself something, and hail the higher parts. This is going to be crucial if things get unstable with the planetary grids in the next 18 years. They may or they may not, depending on how the energy work goes that's here. But if you learn to communicate on the fourth and fifth dimensional frequencies by using visualization and energy sensing techniques like these, you will be able to go above the chaos and confusion that's out here. You will be able to locate other groups of people that can help each other. What I'd like to do, I'm going to take probably a 10-minute break, and they usually go to 15. That's why I say 10, so maybe by 20 everybody's back here. But what I want to do when we get back is I want to do an energy circle with you. Now, there's quite a few people here. We're going to just like mash the chairs down this way and sit back in the back. We're probably going to break down into a couple of smaller groups, but we're going to do a circle. I want you to know before you leave tonight how to do a circle, an energy circle with a group of people, and how to lead that circle, where you can say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to link our fields here. What I want to do tonight is I want us to give each other a little bit of a gift, a little bit of Psychic 101 of how to begin using your energy in a group, how to do some remote work, how to project group healing energy in a direction to create much more healing result. It works in prayer circles, but it also works for many other applications. You can find missing persons, you can help people in the hospital across the country heal. You can do lots of stuff, and you can also manifest stuff faster. So we're going to do a thing when we get back. We're going to have you think of one conflict you'd like to resolve. Think about this in our break. I'll ask y'all to just know, and you don't have to tell me. Just keep it in your mind. One conflict you'd like to resolve. One thing in your body you'd like to heal. And one thing, physical object, that you'd like to manifest. A thing to manifest. And you're going to be mad at me in about 2 seconds, because I'm going to say, except money. You know why? The old joke goes that, the guy got really good at manifesting, and he kept saying, I want to manifest money, 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 money. He manifested billions and billions of dollars in paper, green cash, and you know what? The government didn't take that kind of money anymore. It's not the money you're looking for, it's the power behind it. If you want a house, focus on the house, not on the money to buy the house. Focus on the true energy signature of what you want. Money is a trap when it's looked at as if that is the power. You're projecting your power onto it. Your power is as a manifester. If you can learn to do this, you can find that money comes to you in ways you might never have thought. and you find yourself able to have the things progressively more and more that you want by manifesting. And they will appear to have come through the transaction of money. But money is just a symbol for your power and how you're relating to it. If you have too much money going out and not enough coming in, like most of us, you're giving out too much energy, you're too electrical, you're not magnetic enough. Comes right back to the biofield. So there's things. When we go on the break, just think of an object aside from money that you'd like, part of your body that you'd like to heal, and one conflict you'd like to resolve. And then when we come back, we're going to do the circle on the floor. If anybody has a real hard time sitting on the floor, I won't keep you there for a long time, but if anybody, like it's really hard for your body or something, you can pull the chair up, but I would prefer us to be on the floor sitting in a circle if we can. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, but it'll probably end up 20. I want to teach you some basic things. One is to be able to link the group energy together, while still retaining your own seal on your fields, of course. Then creating a seal around the group, so nothing can mess with the group energies. So you're protecting individuals and the collective, because once you unite your energies together, you create another living, breathing organism in a higher dimensional form. The group becomes an entity that's composed of the individuation of each of its parts, but it becomes a sentient identity all on its own. And every group of people you're with qualifies as that. But a group that becomes an entity for the purposes of directed energy healing work are a very, very powerful force. If you can learn, at least tonight, simple techniques of getting a group of people together, sitting them down, telling them some basic things to do with their energy fields, and showing them how to focus that energy then into a center point. And I'm not going to have that be me either. It's better if it's an object. Okay, once you can focus it, take the group energy, get it harmonized together, and then bring it into a focal point, you have now at your disposal a pool
a very strong energy, particularly if you have people with their field sealed to the 12th dimensional level, which means they're running at least some subharmonics of D12 frequency, which is one of the highest frequencies that can run through the human body. You bring down the pillar to get that high frequency in. You link it to a group, bringing in the group pillar, which is the Shaddai it's called, the first cause light, pillar of first cause light. That is an extremely powerful force of energy. You're using the energy of the heavens and the higher parts of identity of the collective, the Christos energy from dimensions 12, 11, and 10, and you're combining them with the earth grid energies, letting your system be the bioenergetic circuit that allows those things to run, and then you take that energy and focus it. And whatever you point it at, you're going to have one heck of scalar wave power behind it. All right, so if you want to work on things in your personal lives, it's worthwhile in your community to feel out and find some friends that are interested in energy work. And teach them about sealing their fields. Teach them how to protect themselves first, because if they're working energy work and they're not sealing their fields, who knows what they picked up? You know, it's the energy workers that don't know how to seal their fields that are really picking up some nasty stuff, and they're transmitting it to others because they just don't realize it happened. Teach them how to seal their fields, simple technique, the Maharic seal technique. Then, simply sit them down in a group of them, say, let's play some energy work games. And what we're going to do tonight is a game, but it's a very serious game. I'd asked you before to pick 3 things that you would like to work on. And you don't have to write them down unless you need to for yourself. And I don't want to know them because it's not my business. It's between you and yourself and your higher parts. There's a conflict. Some conflict. It can be at work, at home, with children, with relatives, whatever, that you want to resolve. And make it specific. Not just general world healing. No, I'm tripping over words here. World healing or peace. Not just general. We want it specific here. Like my relationship with Uncle John needs help. Let's heal this conflict. Take them one at a time at first. Then later you get into big things to heal. Healing is harmonizing of vibrational patterns. If you're in conflict with somebody, you are in vibrational disharmonic with them. Your consciousness and theirs are not vibrating in a harmonious pattern. You can change that, particularly when you put group energy behind it. What we're going to do tonight, I want to walk you through so you can walk other groups through, those of you who are inclined to try to perpetuate this work. You will have a benefit that every time you work with a group, so if you decide you're going to assemble a group, it's worth it because you can't do group energy work with the extra kick without a group. So that's the motivation to get a group together to do it, is saying, well, we'll all benefit from this, including me. I know my energy work and I can do it myself, but I'm going to get a lot more power behind it if I'm working with a group. So it's worthwhile teaching some other people how to do this. You're helping them, they're helping you, that kind of thing. But we're going to take tonight simple conflict, a simple part of the body, whatever part you first want fixed. And again, don't just say the whole body. We all like our whole bodies fixed just like that, Just transmute them into gorgeous angel figures while you're at it, if we're going to fix them all like that. It doesn't work that fast. But one body part, one conflict. And one thing, and make it an object, because objects are easier at first than, and like trying to say, I want to manifest money. You'll find yourself with money you can't use. You'll find yourself with money tied up in the States. You'll find yourself with money, but you're still looking at money as the object. You got the object, but can't use it. Because what you're really looking for is the power to do or to have something. Focus on what you want to have. If it's a house you want, focus on a house. Imagine that house. The perfect house for me, whatever that may be. And you can be specific even. A blue house with black shutters or whatever. Take those 3 things. And each person, we're going to unite the field of the group. And then we're going to transmit into a central object. And I have a crystal, I believe, for this purpose. I put my purse in there. Could you get that for me, please?
Does the person have to be alive?
No.
Somebody who's already passed?
Yeah. In fact, you can use, this is one of the applications of group work. This is really awesome. You can use it for many, many things. One thing is to locate missing persons or find information on where they might be. You can put together a group specifically for that. You can put together a group specifically for if there's anybody who has relatives or whatever that passed over, that those relatives might want to communicate, and it's in the best interest of all souls involved that that happens, the group energy can make your own signal strong enough where they can possibly reach you. You can do a literal group where you can make interdimensional contact once you know how to seal your fields. If I repeat myself with that, it's because it needs to be repeated. You need to understand before you go interdimensional, hyperdimensional, you have to seal your fields, or you'll have astral warfare going on and you won't even know what hit you. You know? Okay. So you can use it for a lot of things. Right now, we're going to do just simply basic focusing the group energy and picking those 3 areas to direct it through. We're going to direct it through the heart chakra, which takes it into the astral field, the 4th dimensional energy field. So we're going to transmit patterns to be set into the 4th dimensional field. I'm not finding the crystal I wanted, but it doesn't really matter. It can be a person, or it can be like whatever object you held. And yeah, does anybody have a crystal? Whatever's closest. Yeah, whatever's closest, because it's not that necessary. I have a bunch of them that I didn't bring with me because didn't know we were going a little bit first. And when it's like, breathe and then exhale and inhale and do this, I'll try not to have you hold your breath till you turn blue. We're going to draw energy up from the Earth's Maharic shield, from the Earth core. And once that shield is activated, which we did by activating our own pillar, brings temporarily the planetary 12th dimensional grid into active frequency transmission. We're going to put our consciousness down there, draw energy up in a silver cord, up in through our body. For those who have had Kathara healing, have taken that up into the Kathara grid in the body, but if you don't know where that is, that's okay. Just have it coming up the middle. Have it stretch out through the sun. There's a blue dot. Imagine a blue dot at the center of the sun, which is a symbolism that takes you way beyond the sun as we think of it here. It takes you into what's called the monadic imprint of your own identity, which is a level beyond ascended mastery of expansion into source that you will reach after you ascend through 15 dimensions and 3 levels of the energy matrix. You will go into the monadic, the full monadic imprint. It's like your cosmic family of consciousness. So you're going to link your energy to the earth core, all the way up through you, and all the way up through the blue speck at the center of the sun that symbolizes your cosmic family of consciousness. And some of us have the same one, some of us have a little bit different one, depending on where we originally came out of. But that blue dot in the center of the sun, imagery, will symbolize linking with that. So you're linking your own Maharic seal and your own Maharic shield into that energy. You're making a closed circuit of energy between the divine and grounding it in the earth. Once we do this, we have expanded frequency running through us. What we are going to do then is put our attention at the heart chakra, chakra 4, and we're going to focus some of that energy simply by breathing. We're going to inhale energy up from the earth core, expand it into the heart chakra about 3 times till you build a ball of energy there. And then you're going to find a focus object, which would be placed at the center. Now we have a pool of little crystals and things here. And at this point, I've already, whenever people put crystals and things there, you can put a shield on them, that anything that belongs to them that's in that crystal stays there, and it doesn't get put into the group field. So they have been maharically sealed too, and when you get them back, they'll be no different than when you had them before. We're not clearing them for you. It's not our business to interfere with whatever's in your crystals. But we're just blocking anything from coming out of them to affect it to anybody else. But the crystals are good because they refract energy in a way. They refract scalar waves in a way that amplifies them much more than other substances will. So once we get the energy coming up into the heart chakra, we're going to do a horizontal line coming out again. But it's going to come down from the people sitting. It's going to come down in a diagonal from the people here. It's just going to come out like spokes of a wheel. There's the center of the wheel. And out of each of your heart chakras, you're going to make a spoke of energy that comes out. You're not depleting your energy fields because you already have an open conduit between the earth and your monadic imprint, which is perpetual supply. So as long as you have that opened, you're not taking your own astral energy and draining yourself. Okay? You need to remember little things like that. When you do group work, remember that if you don't want to drain your fields, you need to connect to that blue dot in the center of the sun thing, because that's going to give you open conduit of energy, and you need to ground it in the earth. Little things like that are specific energy dynamics when they translate into what's happening with the energy fields. So they're worth noting. All right, you want open energy conduit so you don't drain your fields. You will use your breath. The breath is the push-pull. That's the thrust and the energy mover. So you will draw energy from both places, up and down, meet them in the center, and begin expanding them. We'll go through this in a minute, but I just want to explain it to you first. Once we expand them, and you can start to feel some energy building around the heart center inside, then inhale and push it out through that spoke, into the center. And it could just be a point on the floor that you all imagine the center of the circle, if you're for lack of an object or something, and you want to do it fast, if you're in rekeying a location. This is a tactic that's also used to recode planetary grids. All right, you can begin to recode planetary grids, house clearings, area clearings, all of this kind of thing. The first thing that needs to be done in any kind of clearing is resetting the 12th dimensional pattern. That's the Christic pattern. That's the frequency of the pre-matter substance that hasn't been distorted yet. So that's what you want to reset. And our Maharic shields are doing that. So just by having your Maharic seal open, you are running those 12 codes to begin the recoding process. So you're going to focus the energy into the center point. There's a lot of things you can do once you do that. You have a pool of energy. You can imagine it like a vessel, that center point, that's collecting energy from the group. And every time you breathe, every time every member of the group breathes, and you'll all breathe at your own rate. We're not going to worry about synchronizing the breaths of the group and the whole bit. You start with tantra, with couples, with that, and then work your way up. It takes a while to do. But simply breathe up and down at the same time, out project. It doesn't have to be labored. Just every breath you take, imagine it being pulling from top and bottom and throwing out the heart chakra on the exhale. The group, simply by breathing, feeds energy into that center point. And there can come a time when whoever's running the group will simply say, okay, it's time to draw now. The group has charged that center point of energy. It's made a sphere of energy. Each group member, because it already has what we call key codes, codes of frequency. You helped create that sphere, so you have access to it. Something that wasn't part of that group, unless it was given the specific frequencies of each member of the group, would not be able to access that energy field. So you're creating a closed circuit of energy reserve to draw energy from for the group to use. You can use it, and it's good to do it physically first. You can later use that as a group remote, where you can draw that energy remote for all sorts of purposes. Once it's time to draw back, each one of you is simply asked to think of the three things that you want resolution on. And you can get very specific with this as you go on, and your own higher self will guide you on how to do that. But turning complicated things into symbols is one of the fastest ways to fix them with energy. You have your conflict, your body area, and the thing you want to manifest. In your mind, put those in a triangle with 3 points. Whatever priority is whichever one's most important, put it at the top, the other 2 under it. Simply imagine it as a triangle and color it green, which is the 4th dimensional capstone color. You're going to access it on D4. Then you're going to simply, as you were before, transmitting energy in. Just take a clearing breath for a minute, and then begin to do the opposite. And send it back out on the exhale. Okay? It's not too hard to remember, and your own self really knows how to do this inside. It's just a matter of remembering. Because once upon a time, this was a natural way. The consciousness in the body just knew how to breathe for manifesting, how to breathe for healing, how to make certain energy run which ways. So if we simply just remember when we first draw the energy in and push it out to the center, and then it's time, we're giving a gift to the group, every member. And when it's time, we each get to draw back from that. And the energy, because it's run through the 12th dimensional pillars, is purified. So any of the stuff that anybody has is recoded, and it just ends up as pure dimensional frequency, where it doesn't have any personal signature on it anymore. So the energy that pools when you use the Maharic seal with this exercise, pools in the center, is just simply purified energy that can be used without worrying about harm of picking stuff up or anything like that. All right, so just hold in mind the symbol of those three problems because they are indigos and because science does not understand that this is a genetic issue. It's not just an orientation of consciousness, it's a genetic issue. They are mistreating them. They are putting them on Ritalin and not using the techniques that would actually help these children. So the indigo children are a neat phenomena that's just beginning to emerge into kind of common slang in the psychological modes. There are people in the psychology areas that are becoming aware that there are these special children that are emerging, that some of them are genius level, some of them are they just stand out. Some of them are very psychic, which is another part of their abilities you don't hear too much about right now in the public forum. Some of them are very telepathic. Some of them astral project by the time they're 4 and remember and come back and tell you. They have advanced psychic abilities. They have potential abilities that make things like the government very nervous, because some of them are literally pyrokinetic, which means if they get angry, they can blow up your house by accident. All right? These children are a phenomena that the more common ones that aren't blowing things up by accident and that kind of stuff, that are just exhibiting advanced characteristics in certain ways or ADD-type symptoms, they're not considered a threat yet. But the ones that are considered a threat, they disappear very quickly. What most people have no idea is going on here. There are organizations set up in a number of countries already that if these children are identified by certain characteristics that you can sometimes see at birth, there's a couple reasons they're called indigos. One is some of them actually come in looking blue, and it's not because they have a heart problem. They come in with a blue tint to their skin that by about 3 months fades into a normal skin coloring. This is genetic again. Blue babies start to come out, they tend to disappear. They tend to get death certificates when they're not dead. Their mothers tend to think they died because there is government intervention going on with these children. It's not on the level of government that most people that work in the government know about. This is more of that beyond top security type stuff. There are things going on in this world that we are just not permitted to have information on. And the indigos, and understanding who they are, is key to understanding what's really going on in the big picture here. With the indigo children, the ones we need to pay attention to most right now are the ones that are bringing themselves into our attention. You're having children going around and shooting children in schoolyards these days. You're having children killing parents. You're having children, more and more and more children, being put on Ritalin because they don't cooperate in the school systems. And there's this whole system set up. Certain behaviors in the classroom, that gets sent to the counselor. The parent is advised to send the child to a psychologist. The psychologist is advised to use Ritalin and those kind of drugs to help the child adjust better. There's a railroading going on with the indigo children that is detrimental to them. But if it's detrimental to them, it's going to be detrimental to society eventually. Because when indigos, the energy in their system backs up, they can become violent. They can lose it completely. They're dealing with levels of energy and levels of consciousness coming into those little bodies that most of us never have to worry about, and psychology knows nothing about unless they understand the multidimensional structure of human identity, which unfortunately isn't the common model that's used in psychology right now. It's a model that indigos will need even to understand themselves. So in this presentation, we're going to get into primarily understanding who the indigo children are. Before we can help them, we need to realize how different they are from the average person, because they are quite different. And then we can start to explore what needs to be done in this society to accommodate these children, because whether or not we like it, they are here. And whether or not we want to admit they are what they are, they still are what they are. Once we can identify what that is, we can assist them with their problems. We can also discover if we might be one. Because indigos didn't just start coming in. They've been coming in little dribs and drabs for about 200 years. It's part of an evolutionary advancement program that we're going to talk about. Some people in this room, possibly many, are actually indigo genetic coded people. And you'll have certain experiences if you were. One of them is probably having a very difficult time being so sensitive as you grew up, because you have an awareness and a frequency in your consciousness that when you walk around in public schools and deal with the world the way it is out there, there's a part of you that just knows what is wrong with this picture? That you don't fit in. You feel there's a part of you that knows better than this. And even though you can't pull it in fully, this is what indigos are dealing with. They want to be a part of things, but things aren't supposed to be this way. They have a supposed to concept. They have something to compare it to because they have at least an intuitive memory of how things were and are in places where they work right, in systems that aren't structured like our psychological, our government systems, our socioeconomic systems. This is not a healthy world. This is a very sick world right now, and it's so sick that we've been living under mind control to believe it's okay, to believe this is a well world. It is not, and it's because of the ideas we use to build this world. We're taught to accept it because this is the way things are, and the way things are, the way the experts tell us, whoever they are, and we teach our children the same thing, and as long as we comply and follow the rules, we have a nice little life that ends in death and pay taxes. That's the only thing you'll really have to worry about. When indigos come in, they know this is not the way the universe works. It's an intuitive sense. They can't put words on it, but there's a rebellion that happens in them, and if that rebellion isn't addressed and respected for the fact that they're right, it can backfire, and they can become a real force to contend with, particularly the pyrokinetics that they have locked up in government facilities because they don't know what to do with them. They don't know what to do with children who can accidentally start fires when you get them upset. And you know what? The children who have that problem don't know what to do with themselves. It's scary for them because they don't have their full awareness yet as who they are, why they came in. They just know they don't fit and they can do some things that other people can't, and what's wrong with me? The indigo's children tend to end up feeling there's something wrong with them because they haven't fully awakened yet to remember who they are, why they came. And society will tell them, you're different. There's something wrong with you. You're not normal. And they try to suppress their qualities to make them normal. And that doesn't work either. So I'm going to flip. We're going to explore a bit. Let's see. Okay, we can go past that one. We're going to explore the gene code, first of all. And to explore the gene code, I'm going to do a quick recap. Okay, you can just move through those kind of fast, until we get to charts and graphs and things. We're going to do a real quick recap on understanding relationships between dimensions, DNA, and consciousness. Because if you don't understand how these things fit together, you will not understand what an indigo is compared to a non-indigo. And you will not understand what indigos need to have done to help them. So do a real quick recap on, now, dimensions. When we talk about dimensions in the paradigm that most of you are from, have been in other workshops, so I don't have to go from kindergarten back up to here, which is good. Saves time. Dimensions, they're interwoven layers of scalar waves. We have a definition for dimensions. Well, if you notice, with science, it's more of a word that's used to describe attributes of something, but it is not considered a something. It's not a noun. In our vocabulary, a dimension is a noun. It's describing a scalar field, a specific thing that has specific characteristics. So we have a model of reality that if you don't understand the interdimensional model, you will not understand who an indigo is and why it's important that they're here. So I want to show you where the dimensional structures and those paradigms fit with the whole indigo issue. Now, we have the dimensions or interwoven layers of scalar waves. This is all in there. It's like a refresher in the book, so anybody that didn't get pieces of it, you see where they all fit. The scalar waves are points of standing waves composed of literally units of consciousness that flash on and off. Particle units, particle, particle, particum. It's a whole science behind this. So I'm not just winging it off the top of my head, talking about vague stuff. I know what I'm talking about when I talk about this dimensional structure, whether science wants to agree with me or not. And right now, I don't have time to prove it to them. If I had 25 years to walk them through step by step and learn their terminology to plug it into mine, they'd be blown away. I don't have time, because right now, we have issues happening that we need to learn how to use energy quickly. And it's only the people who are beyond the point, well, prove it to me, who sense that, okay, teach me something. I'll learn and I'll work on the proof later. They're the people I speak to, because they're the ones that will make a difference here. While the scientists are still scratching their heads trying to figure out why there's solar changes happening that they haven't predicted and don't understand why they're happening. There are things happening here the scientists don't know yet. They don't know why. They're observing symptoms. They're observing indigos. They're observing solar changes. They don't know what is happening. Somebody needs to get a group of people together that has some idea of what's happening so we can make it work in a way that's healthy for our race. All right, when we get into dimensions and scalar waves, I like this because it helps bring it all together. cyclic repeating patterns of flash line sequences form frequency bands. A dimension is one full frequency band. Now, frequency band is a term we've heard of here. Okay? Science talks about frequencies. If we can understand it one step deeper than that a frequency band is a repeating pattern of what's called flash line sequences. Flashing on and off of stationary, fixed, standing wave patterns, scalar waves. This is where frequency comes from. It's not just an observable symptom of something unidentifiable called the universe and its energy mechanics. Frequency is repeating patterns of flash line sequences that happen because of units of consciousness, part K, part Chi, part Cum, firing at certain specific rhythms on and off to each other. They are internal fission and fusion generators. In fusion, particle, antiparticle come together, creates an immediate reciprocal fission or replication. So it's a continual, perpetual motion universe we live in. And science hasn't been able to figure out how to identify this yet. It all comes down to scalar wave technology and understanding what scalar waves are, how they're literally forms of consciousness, and how everything is composed of consciousness. So it's a dimensional model that, give them about 50 years, and the right people, probably indigos, coming in to take the science jargon now and make it grow to where it can fit these concepts. These are our ways to take words like, muons, electrons, photons, and plug it into this model. They fit. But we're starting at the deep level, the morphogenetic level, the template of light, sound, and consciousness that everything else is built on. We'll work up to where all those other pieces that they've identified fit. So it's a model it is the model that's used in the future actively. We are being visited by beings from the future, whether we want to admit it or not, because they understand this model. Why can't we visit them? Because we don't understand this model. If science could open to that concept, they would start to realize, wow, we could learn something here, So I don't have time to argue with people who are saying, yeah, but, prove this, prove that. So, here's the information. Take what you know. You go prove it to yourself. And I can teach you some abilities to open to your higher consciousness, so maybe it can guide you, but they don't want to know about this. So it's like people like this that are willing to say, okay, I'll learn something new. I'm open to learning. I would not doubt that a good percentage of you are indigos, because this is a model that resonates with indigos if they haven't been thoroughly programmed by peer pressure through the school systems. They will feel a sense of, that makes more sense than what I'm being taught. They'll respond to these types of models because they resonate with where they come from, with future time. Okay? Let's see. Morphogenetic structure. This all comes down to what we're doing with dimensions, scalar waves, frequency bands. We're talking about the templates that matter and consciousness are built upon, that give us the experience of space-time, matter, and physicality. That's what it comes down to, the core of what manifestation takes place on. If we can understand there is a model that shows us how these pieces fit together, we can understand a whole bunch of other things. But if you don't understand multidimensionality, you won't understand any of it. You won't understand indigos, you won't understand yourself, you won't understand what religion was trying to teach you all along, you won't understand what science is trying to find. So it's worth absorbing the model, and it'll grow. This model is just the bare bones, the beginning. There's a lot of technical stuff that I don't even want to deal with. Fortunately, it's not my contract, so I don't have to. I'm here to bring in the functional framework and to bring in the information on what needs to be done fast to make positive changes here. So I'm not going to haggle on details and spend a million years teaching you mathematics from the future and that kind of stuff. We'll get there. Somebody else will do that job. Thank goodness. You could flip that. Okay, now, this is the classic structure. And finally, I've got it all where it's nice in typeset form. Other people have seen this 15-dimensional model in some of the chart packs and things. And we went from having literally rough hand-drawn ones to finally I figured out how to do graphics on the computer, so now I could pull them in decent form. This is a basic model of 15-dimensional structure. This is not how the dimensions relate to each other. They really take place all in the same space. All right? But this is opening it up to show you the basic structure that you're working with. So it is a model, it's kind of like doing a painting as opposed to taking a photograph. All right? You're not going to go out there in the universe with a spaceship and somewhere find something like this hanging in the air that, there is your structure of how the universe is built. No, it's an intrinsic relationship that's trying to be shown here with these diagrams. We have basically our 5 harmonic universes. When I see HU there, Hue, we're talking harmonic universe for those who don't know that. Harmonic universe 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're each 3-dimensional systems. This is where we get 3-dimensionality from. It's the relationship between angular rotation of particle spin with a 90-degree shift between each dimensional band that allows consciousness to perceive and project outward the illusion of three-dimensional reality. It is a holographic projection. And for certain reasons that have to do with our gene code, we perceive it as very physical and solid, much more so than it was ever intended to be perceived. And that is because of distortions in our gene code, which tells us that our gene code has something to do with manufacturing the hologram itself, which it does. Our gene code is much more than these little chemicals that science is identifying have something to do with structuring the whole imprint of the body. They're seeing only the surface of DNA. The gene code is much more than observable DNA. In these texts, I talk about DNA, and I talk in ways that scientists kind of look at me and go, what in God's name is she talking about? They think of DNA meaning this, and it's a specific substance. I know DNA as being something that goes much deeper than that. I use their term DNA because they are using DNA, this substance they have identified, as what they're calling the core blueprint of the human gene code. So I'm using their definition. We'll deal with the core blueprint of the human gene code, and I'll use your term DNA, but it means much more than you're using it right now. When I talk about DNA, I'm going down into the morphogenetic structure again, part chi, particum, and their geometrical relationships to each other within the three-dimensional scale. So, again, when I'm using science versus this paradigm, they do meet, but most scientific people don't see that meeting point yet. And they'll try to haggle on, well, DNA means this. You can't use it that way. I can use it any way I want to. First of all, if I want to use that word to show you what you're calling a core blueprint, you're calling that the core blueprint of the human genome. Fine. Let's take that concept and let's take it deeper. You want to know how the core blueprint of the human genome functions? Here it is. It's a 12-strand pattern. And then we lose them because they can't seize 12 strands. They've only identified a little tiny, tiny bit of what DNA, or the core template, really is. At some point, we'll make a distinction between the whole core template and the manifest DNA, because there is a distinction. What they're calling DNA is really a chemical translation of portions of that core template. So the template is something even deeper. It's a Cathara level. That's what we deal with in Cathara healing, the templates. But for now, when I talk about DNA, I'm referring to the expanded version of that definition as being the core template of the genome. It's important to understand how DNA functions. If, first of all, you want to be able to control your own consciousness. If you don't realize your consciousness and your DNA are intimately intertwined, if you don't realize that if your DNA is not activating properly, you can't bring in higher levels of consciousness because it serves as a block to those frequencies coming in. If you realize DNA is a grouping of scalar points that have certain relationships to each other that need to be active in a certain way to bring other scalar waves that carry your consciousness in, you start to understand the relationship between your body, your mind, and your spirit. And this is a relationship that science to this day refuses to acknowledge because they can't figure out how to prove it. They're walking around in bodies. You'd think they'd be able to at least sense it, but they get so indoctrinated into what they're considering high science here because they don't have anything higher to compare it to, that they get caught up in the mumbo-jumbo jargon to the point where they have no idea how their consciousness relates to their mind or their spirit or their body. Spirit is something that doesn't even exist to most people in the scientific paradigms. And our societies are being led by these people. They're the experts now that tell us how everything works. They're the ones that decide the systems that will be built on how those things work. They don't know how things work. We're having systems built and structures of society set up to serve something that they don't know anything about. And they're putting themselves up as the experts. Science has become our God in this culture. And there's a backlash movement where there's a lot of people saying, forget it, I don't want science at all. And they go totally into religion because they have nowhere else to go with it. This is a medium point where you don't have to buy into heavy religious dogma from twisted, distorted documents that were left. There were good documents once upon a time, but boy, have they been messed with. And a lot of it just by men who were trying to control masses of populations. There's an option. It's learning the structure. It's learning the fact that there was never a separation between consciousness, body, and mind. There always and always will be a unit. But you can convince yourself in your hologram that this isn't true by believing a certain set of ideas that tell you these are separate entities and not intimately intertwined. Science will not show you how your spirit plugs into your mind, plugs into your body, because they don't know. They probably would try to show you, or they'd at least try to bottle it and market it and make a profit, if they knew how. Okay? That's what a lot of where science goes now is about. That's a lot of where the paradigms that we're being taught as how things work and what the solutions to problems are, like Ritalin for indigo children. This has more to do with corporations that manufacture that drug and kickbacks going into programs, nonprofit programs that need funding given to them by people who manufacture Ritalin. This was just found. I saw it was funny. I was getting ready to do the indigo workshop. 3 o'clock in the morning one morning, the show comes on. I don't even know who broadcast it. It was on like one of those public service channels. Somebody did a documentary recently tracing the corporation that makes Ritalin and its relationship to the ADD Foundation. ADD Foundation is supposed to be a group of people that are helping children, parents of children, with children who have been diagnosed with attention deficit disorder and attention deficit hyperactive disorder. All right. One of the things that they endorse is the use of Ritalin as part of their protocol. It's a good thing. It will help the children. They have put together videos of parents. I had this child, and I took him in, and they had, identified him as this. Since the child's been on Ritalin, it's been a wonder. He's just been, so much better since he's had treatment. Like now he's controllable. This kind of thing. What the people in this documentary did, and I didn't have time to write all the things down. This was one of those, Spirit kind of sent it my way just so I'd be able to talk a little bit about it. It wasn't something to focus on in the workshop. But what they had discovered, and it was like, when I heard this, I was like, oh my God, they're really doing it. Talk about one world order nonsense happening here. What the people who made the documentary, and I can try to trace it, at least I think I have written down what the TV station was. What they had found was, first of all, and it's not mentioned in any of the literature, the organization, which I believe is national, maybe international at this point, that I think it's the ADD Foundation or whatever. This is the organization that if you have a child having problems, teacher has a problem with your child goes to a psychologist refers you to a support group, okay? You go to a support group for parents who are trying to deal with children that have been diagnosed with ADD. You get to that support group and they give you literature and they pat you on the back and say, oh, we'll help you. And all these poor parents are just trying to find a way to deal with this child that they don't know what is wrong. What they don't say in their literature, and what they had a very hard time tracking it down to the management levels of who is running this stuff anyway, is the fact that about 80% of their funding, nonprofit organizations, support groups, supposedly grassroots run by parents, 80% of their funding is from the corporation that manufactures Ritalin. That's not mentioned anywhere. Talk about possibly bias. All right. When the people who made this movie confronted the individuals that they traced as management, they did one of those song and dances, like kind of dodge the question, look around. Well, we didn't feel it was necessary to put that on there. Like, don't you think that's a little bit deceptive? Don't you think the parents that are being referred to your group as a support group with no bias should have the right to know that 80% of your funding that you depend on to function is coming from the corporation that manufactures the drug that you just so happen to be saying is wonderful to treat this, when in truth, the treatment level, it hasn't been being done long enough to know any long-term effects. The treatment level is not as high as they tell you it is. These children are being railroaded, and so are the parents. And it's actually criminal, the way it's being done, because it's all very quietly done misinformation, or not putting that information in the right places. They went to the corporation that manufactures it. I forget what the name is of it, but there's a corporation that manufactures Ritalin. They wouldn't comment. Other than issue like one of those statements that you don't talk to anybody, they just send you a little form letter that acknowledge that they do support numerous different types of nonprofit organizations for various reasons. Yeah, so you get them to buy, to endorse using your drugs to treat the problems. So the whole ADD movement is being amplified by this. And if this wasn't bad enough, what was even worse, this is where I got really scared. Like, this is beginning to sound like one of those sci-fi novels where, this one world order starts to take over from underneath and you don't even see it coming. There's a video that's put out by the government, by the educational systems in the government that are studying these things, that has this bunch of parents, that just parents that happen to have indigo children, saying how this treatment has worked, and they're endorsing the drug therapy as something that appears to be very good for these children. Okay, they're not saying it's the only treatment, but they're saying it appears to be the way to go with these children. Of course, referring you to support groups, right? What they don't tell you about the video is that I think there were 3 primary parents featured. Each one of them had, at one point in the last 10 years, been one of the heads of the national offices of the ADD Foundation that's taking the funding from the place that manufactures Ritalin. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, I had it all written down someplace, but it wasn't the focus of it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. What is happening to these children, and what is happening to parents of these children? This is frightening stuff. Now we have government videos. And, of course, everybody turns to the government. When you don't know what to do and you're just a citizen and you want help, you go to doctors, you go to school systems, you go to government education programs because they're available. And you're being taught that this is the way this is to be handled. The reason you're being taught that comes down to bucks. It's not because they care about your kid. And it's not because they care about you. It's because they care about padding their own pockets. And they also care about making sure the pharmaceutical industry gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Drug therapy is what they would like to see as the thing of forever. It's profitable. It keeps people controllable. It gives medicine, science, and government, as a group that might want to hold hands someday, the ability to literally put you under mind control because you agree to let them. This is a problem that's happening here, and the indigos are bringing it to the surface. It's starting to... When more and more of these children come out, and more children are being identified as ADD and hyperactive and all of this, there needs to be a point where some of these parents say, and some of them are already saying it, there's something, I just don't feel right about this drug therapy. I just don't feel right about this. I don't care what the experts tell me. And okay, my kid's out of control. I'm trying to figure out what to do with that, but I don't think that's the answer. On this show, interestingly, one more thing I want to say about this show is they had, I believe, 12 children who were on Ritalin, or there was another similar. What was it? No, it wasn't Prozac. Cylert? I believe it's Cylert. That's it, yeah. They interviewed the children. They were from ages maybe 7 through 18. And they asked them, out of every one of those children, they said, I feel like I'm in space. They said, I don't even feel real anymore. I've told my mother I want to be off it. But she said, no. It's like, I can think a little more clearly in certain ways. I can focus better. But I'm not even me. This is how these children were answering these things. The children are having their parents say, oh, we love you, we want to fix you. The kids are saying, I feel like I'm in outer space on this stuff. It's doing something bad to me. Please take me off it. And the parents are saying, no, I can't do that. I'm trying to help you. So it's a catch-22 all the way around. There has to be another solution, but the solution is going to come. Okay, I'll take questions later. Okay, the solutions are going to come by understanding first of all what in the world we're dealing with indigo children, because the experts are not going to figure this one out. If you don't understand multidimensional structure, you're not going to understand one iota what an indigo represents, and you're also not going to understand the level of respect they deserve. Because they deserve a level of respect. They deserve to be accommodated here. They're not here by accident. They're here by design, and by plan, and by invitation. And they need your help to remember, once they come into the gene code, just like all of us, bang, the shades go down. And all of a sudden you're here, you don't remember who you were before you came here, and you begin a finite life experience. They need to awaken if they're going to finish what they came here to do. It's up to us. The parents of indigos, the society around indigos, even if you're not parents. We need to be aware that they're coming, aware that they're here, aware that they need our help to give them the paradigm that they can use to awaken themselves so they can finish doing what they came to do to help us. Because they came here to help us, but not just us. They came here as part of a very large plan that's going on. And this is something that it's probably going to make a lot of psychologists dealing with indigos not want to hear it at all, because it's going to get into another area that there's many people who haven't made these connections yet. We have some interesting groups of people emerging in our society. We have indigos over here with physical evidence of all these kids being stuck on ADD because they have all these weird characteristics that are associated with uncontrollable behavior. They're indigos. We also have this other really weird group of people over here, the fringes of society, called your alien abductees, okay? People are reporting alien abduction phenomena and all of these things. They seem to be like worlds apart, having nothing to do with each other. Well, the big awakening here is going to be realizing both phenomena are real and both are totally interconnected. This is what we're going to explore as we get into, after we find out who they are, we're going to see where that fits and why especially people in psychology need to start to understand, to wake up, to get out of the mind control, cultural programming, and to realize what's going on around them if they really want to help people. Because again, you have another group of people, contactees, abductees, and a lot of people that are even just channeling are stuffed into this category of, weirdos, okay, fringe of society stuff. You take them to a shrink, okay? And I call shrinks in psychology something different. A shrink is one from the old school because they shrink your mind. They will put you on drugs, and they will put you in institutions if you astral project. If you talk about astral projecting, they'll put you on lithium or something else to make it go away. Okay? They are helping you to shrink yourself. So when I refer to shrinks, I'm not being derogatory toward all people in psychology or psychiatry. True psychologists and psychiatrists are helping you to understand and develop your mind, your psyche. Shrinks are helping you to stunt it. And right now, the majority of the people in the psychology movement happen to be shrinks. Why? Because they've been taught to shrink their own minds and perceptions. They've been taught a model. They limit themselves, and they will limit you because they don't know how to do anything different. It needs to be acknowledged, if we want to become functional in dealing with the reality around us, that these fringe groups of people are trying to tell us something. Something is going on here. The abductees are not having sleep apnea problems. They are not having hallucinations. They did not get sexually abused in childhood and transposed it into latent repressed memories of having aliens mess with them. 99% of the cases are not having these problems. You may find one or two that picked up the theme from the TV and said, okay, let's do, transfer it into that. But most people claiming contact with visitors of some sort are having contact with visitors. And this has everything to do with the indigo children. I don't know if mainstream psychology is anywhere near ready to understand who indigos are, because they're not just human children with special characteristics. Indigo children are hybrid children. We are in the middle of a race expansion program. There are, in these universes up here, all right, we're in these three-dimensional systems down here. Let me get over, I'll have to switch sides so both sides can see. Down here in harmonic 1 is where our reality fields take place. We look up in the stars, our galaxies, they're all happening in this space down here, dimensions 1, 2, and 3. We have a 15-dimensional structure that's called the time matrix, the morphogenetic structure of universal construct that we all exist within. Up here you have harmonic 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. They are at higher frequency. There's a different angular rotation and particle spin. They're actually in the same place as here, but it's like shifting them a little different. So we don't see them and they don't see us. They're a level of expansion compared to here. These systems up here, they have their version of Earth, of the Pleiades, of the Sirius systems. Those things are reflected up there too, because what you have here is a progression of matter density. When anything comes into manifestation, it comes in through the 8th dimension, begins with the highest frequencies in harmonic 5 as waveform, moves down into a little slower waveform, which becomes prematter, liquid light. From there, it breaks itself down into a smaller waveform that becomes etheric matter, which is silica-based matter rather than carbon-based. Breaks down from there into a semi-etheric matter of harmonic 2, which is still physical. These are still considered physical matter systems. They have the spatial qualities. You walk around in a body. You have things to step on. It's not all, just floating around as consciousness. And then we have us down here in gross matter systems. This is a progression of matter density. That is the way you become manifest. So the fact that we're down here and have bodies running around down here implies that there's other manifestations all the way up this scale. Because consciousness comes in and breaks itself progressively down. We're even related to those things that live in the higher dimensional fields. All of us start as a matrix of consciousness up in the higher fields and break down into smaller families, smaller groups, until finally we become individuated individuals. We are related to the interstellar families, and they are very, very real. We're going to show the lineage today as we move through this program. This is the first time in about, I think they said since about 200,000 years ago, that the whole basic lineage was shown as far as where did we come from. Because if we want to understand how indigos differ from us, we need to understand what us means. And most of us have no clue because we've been fed false history by a false science that doesn't know anything about the majority of reality. We're down here. All of these systems are more advanced than we are. They have beings in matter bodies running around with incredible intelligence compared to what we have here. The science here is preschool compared to their science. So when we begin to understand that there's these levels of other reality that have always been there, it's just us who went to sleep and forgot they existed and forgot we came through them to get here. If we begin to understand that, when we talk about visitors coming from other worlds, and we look at those poor people out there having their little UFO groups and little meetings because they have to talk to somebody, because it's scary when it starts happening to you. You think you're losing your mind. Why? Because society told you that if you see aliens, you're losing your mind. So the people who are having contact are being told they're nuts. They're terrified because they don't know what to make of contact. There's no rule book for this, you know. They can't turn to psychology, so they turn to each other. This group of people is at least aware something is happening here. You go into mainstream, you go into schools and colleges and psychology departments, and you're going to get a runaround. You're going to get told, oh, it's sleep apnea this week. Next week, they'll have a better excuse. They are looking for reasons why not to acknowledge it. Because to acknowledge it would totally shatter their paradigms. All right? Same thing with multidimensional structure, multidimensional identity. If science right now, psychology acknowledges a soul, what is that concept going to do to their whole interpretation framework? It's going to change it. They can no longer say, well, gee, if somebody is experiencing flying above their body at night in bed, they can no longer say that this is a hallucination problem. They can no longer throw a diagnosis on it as an ism. They have to acknowledge it as a normal function of consciousness. But they don't understand it, so they can't acknowledge it. We need to make these changes. We need to get these paradigms of understanding out there in coherent ways that more people can be touched if we want to retain any kind of control over this society. Because it's getting out of our control rapidly. It's going to get worse in the next 12 years or so. Because the ones that are coming from up here to visit us down here aren't going to stop. They're going to continue to interact with individuals. There's a whole story on agendas that are happening here that involve visitors, including history. I have a history book that starts 560 million years ago, and it's just being touched on in Amenti. Amenti, Voyager Secrets of Amenti, Book 2 of the Voyager series, that is just the little bare bones to show, all right, this is basic where things started. There is a huge amount of history that has directly to do with what's happening today. If we don't understand that all along we have been visited from races up here, we have been hybridized from our original imprint, we have been manipulated, information has been twisted, and some of it taken away from us so we didn't understand who we were, by those visitors who now we are being told that aren't real. If we don't understand this stuff, we're going to be able to be easy to manipulate like we have been for the last 200,000 years. This is our chance as a race, and the Indigos are bringing it to the surface. They're putting behavior in our face that we can't deal with through our paradigms, and they will do more of this. Okay? They're serving a role, even the worst of them, the ones that really lose it and go around shooting up classmates and things. They're out of control. They're showing us that something's out of control here, and we don't have a framework. So we start looking for higher frameworks. This framework will do it. If we understand the 5 harmonics of matter density and realize the existence of this one right here we're walking around and implies the existence of the other 4 above, which is in terms of frequency rather than position in the sky, okay, we will begin to reinterpret everything from our psychological paradigms, our religious paradigms, and our historical paradigms. There is evidence of contact all over the place. We just came back from Egypt, some of us. Look on the walls of these things. They have beings with elongated heads. They're cloister races. That's what the original human line looked like. They had elongated head structure, and they were very tall, many of them. They have Ramas, which are a race from a place called Inner Earth. And no, you don't find it by digging. But yes, it exists. Okay? There are things here that there's evidence if they look for it. They even found skulls of small beings with elongated heads, which are a hybrid form of actually Palladian cloister human, and they're calling them encephalitic children. They're saying they must have had encephalitis and their brains grew and their heads exploded, and that's why they got these big heads. Right? Give me a break already. Their big argument in science is, there's no evidence for contact. Oh, really? Just look at history with your eyes open. It's been there all along. There's heads on Easter Island. Like, what did they do? Grow there? You know, they didn't grow there. Somebody put them there. How might they have dragged them up to those positions? Look at the Great Pyramids themselves. They are aligned with north, south, east, and west in a way so accurate that it's incomprehensible with the knowledge supposedly held by the people of the times. The evidence is here, and there's more and more people bringing it out. Even in the Bible, there are references that can very easily be interpreted as contact from races from higher. What they don't tell you in the Bible is there's 12 books that were taken out. The Bible we're using now, I'm not anti-Christian at all. In fact, I had an incarnation where my half-brother was Jeshua 12, which was the one who brought the true ascension teachings in here. And he was in here at the same time as the other Jeshua, so it was a little confusing. They're not telling you in the Bible anymore about the books of Enoch. The books of Enoch taught about the Nephilim, who came down from the skies and interbred with humans. And they created a race of giants. And they created painful births for females. And they were banned from this planet. This stuff was written down in the ancient texts. The books of Enoch were taken out, along with other books from others who knew. And a lot of that happened through the Inquisitions. There's still information buried in France that was left behind to one day be found that verifies some of this stuff. The history we've been taught is nonsense. The fact that we came out of apes, we didn't. The fact that we grew out of fish, we didn't do that either. Well, closer to that, but if we did, it wasn't here. We started up here as far as our physical manifestation goes. Harmonic 4, etheric matter density. You don't get into physical matter density without starting up here and working your way down. Our lineage goes all the way up the 15-dimensional scale. And the 15-dimensional scale relates directly to DNA, which means there is a race line that goes up through the dimensions that we emerged out of. You're not going to find the origins of humans on this planet. You're not going to find the origins of indigos on this planet. Okay? They're partly from here, but they're partly not. And we're going to get into explaining the genetic codes a little bit, how DNA works in relation to the dimensional scale, so we have a refresher on how that relationship works, because we've done it in other workshops before. Then we're going to start to show the differences between what the standard human DNA is, what the indigo DNA is, and what the DNA is of some of these fictitious characters we hear about in the Bible. Even the Bible mentions Nephilim. They're a race of ETs, okay? Call them fallen angels, call them what you want. But they are, most of them from harmonic 2, some of them are still in harmonic 1, which means they're physical just like we are, that interacted with our race at various times. And we need to acknowledge the fact that these guys are real. If we want to understand anything about indigos, they're not Nephilim, not exactly. They're more than that. That's good, because if they were just Nephilim, we'd be in trouble. We'd want to find another planet to live on, because the last time we had Nephilim here, they took over the human race, and they were literally, the higher ones from up in higher harmonics came in and said, we'll blow up the planet if we have to, but you're not going to do this anymore, because they dominated this race, and they were going to totally wipe out its evolutionary blueprint. They were not our ancient friends, let's say. The Nephilim were a race that was a hybrid race between humans that were here, cloister humans, which have higher DNA than root race humans. We'll talk about that too in a minute. They're hybrid between the humans that were here and a visiting race called the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are a Sirian strain. They are from the Sirius star system in harmonic 2 and harmonic 3. The Anunnaki, just like the human lineage, is actually very, very ancient, but the Anunnaki are older than we are. And they went into a stellar heritage that went up into these harmonics. The Anunnaki, on occasion, interacted here. And when they did, they usually caused a lot of trouble. They messed with the gene code. They interbred. They did genetic manipulation. They have sciences that are so far beyond what our science knows. They don't even need to use a knife to get into your body to fix something. They know how to move the energy and put their hands in. There's a few healers on the planet that are getting good at that too. So these are people, beings with technology far advanced. But unfortunately with the Nephilim, there's certain parts of their DNA missing that blocks out certain parts of their cognition. And it's the cognition level that goes with compassion and the frequencies that allow you to plug in without even realizing the harm that they're doing, of creating real messes and having no feeling, no remorse, because they don't have the ability to identify yet They're stuck in their evolution. They're brilliant as far as intellect received by the one consciousness. One of those experiences is individuation. We're really all one being, but we've gotten into that in other workshops. All right, so when we're dealing with these outer levels of the energy matrix, when we get into identity structure, we have a part of ourselves that exists in each one of these systems that we'll talk about later. These correspond to what's called ultra-terrestrial consciousness. We have extraterrestrial consciousness coming from up in harmonic 2 and harmonic 3. We get into metaterrestrial consciousness and Christed consciousness, where they get into the pre-matter liquid light, where the imprints aren't as messed up as they have become down here. The original patterns of cognition, the original patterns of scalar waves that get you out of density and back into your higher levels of cognition are here. So going in through here, these are considered metaterrestrials. When you get out into here, in the expanded levels, it's called ultra-terrestrial consciousness. And that represents consciousness corresponding to what is called ascended mastery. When you hear about ascended masters, my first question is, when somebody says, I'm an ascended master, from which level? And they kind of look at you, well, ascended master is an ascended master. It is not. Some of them, right now, that are interacting with us through channeling, are actually from up here, harmonic 2, okay? They have maybe fifth dimensional consciousness. And they're saying, we're the ascended masters, follow us. They'll get you to here. Most of them don't even remember the rest of this yet. You're not ascended master until you go up through the whole evolutionary cycle, pull your consciousness back together, 15 dimensions, then pull it back together into 3 levels of the energy matrix. That is an ascended master. Okay? So we have a lot of stuff coming out in the channeling movement that all sorts of things are claiming to be ascended masters. Well, just because you ascended to one harmonic, yeah, all right, you ascended technically speaking, but being ascended and being a master are 2 different things. When we are dealing with indigos, we need to understand this distinction, because they're not just coming from here. And when we get into the gene code, you'll start to understand who they are and why it's so very important that we acknowledge this and we begin to create a movement. And I don't mean just a little movement in New York City. This information has to get out, even if it's not in the overground where you'll have the system trying to stomp on you and shut you up every time you open your mouth. There needs to be created a movement of awareness, especially the spiritual people who understand at least some kind of spiritual stuff, that there are spiritual dimensions. These beings need protection and they need assistance. And they are very, very important to have here. They're important to our survival. And they also deserve our respect. Okay, can we switch to the next one? Okay, I'm just going to show you quick the levels of matter density I was talking about. You have in dimensions 1, 2, 3, carbon-based biology, physical matter density. Harmonic universe 2, dimensions 4, 5, 6, carbon silica-based biology, physical matter 2. This begins a transmutation process. When we talk about ascension, which I talk about in a lot of my workshops, what I'm talking about is DNA doing something different than it's doing right now that allows for the process of the carbon-based biology to progressively transmute into carbon silica, then progressively into silica-based biology. Meanwhile, you're going from physical matter density to semi-etheric to etheric and progressing your way up and out. All right? It is a scientific process. This was called the ancient Merkaba sciences. These were sciences that were understood by the elder races and used. A lot of the reason there's no evidence left, they left. I mean, seriously, there were cloister races here that did this on a regular basis. They came down, had experiences here, sometimes seeded some root races, and then they just transmuted themselves out of here. You don't have to leave a body behind. There were ancient civilizations that knew this. There's other reasons why there's evidence missing too, but the evidence is also there if we reinterpret. So these are the levels, anyway, of the matter density levels that go with the 15-dimensional structure. When I was talking before about units of consciousness forming standing scalar waves, I was talking about these things, part K, part Chi, and part Chem. Part Chi would represent an antimatter unit of consciousness, a fixed point within a scalar grid, a fixed standing wave pattern. When it flashes on, you would see it flash on like a light bulb. It breaks itself down into a particum, which is the base unit of consciousness that will form particles, and at the same time it forms particle, K, which are the base units that form antiparticles. This is where you get your particle and antiparticle systems. It's simply the constant flashing on and off. It's called particle phasing, where they come together in fusion, disappear, demanifest, and turn into antimatter units, and then flash back on, becoming that standing wave. and go into particle and antiparticle base, and everything evolves on that. That's the base structure, the template that all the particle science has identified are building on. So Partakai phasing is the way the world goes round, the way the universe goes round. And when science starts to understand this, they'll start to get functional when it comes to interdimensional scales and those kind of things. Okay, I think we can go on from there. Yeah, thank you. Do we need anything here? All right, DNA. Okay, I talked about how science doesn't know really what they're dealing with DNA. This is a point I want to bring together because we talked about fire letters in one part of one workshop, and then we talked about other aspects of DNA in another. This will bring it together a little bit of how these two things work together. Okay, the scalar wave programs. Now we learn up here that DNA are actually the observable portions, chemical translations, of scalar wave programs that exist in the morphogenetic field. Okay? Scalar wave programs that are held within the DNA imprint, these create the diversity of form. Different programs of scalar waves create different DNA in the manifest levels, which creates different biologies. Okay? These programs, though, the scalar wave part of the DNA, DNA. Okay, I talked about how science doesn't know really what they're dealing with DNA. This is a point I want to bring together because we talked about fire letters in one part of one workshop, and then we talked about other aspects of DNA in another. This will bring it together a little bit of how these two things work together. Okay, the scalar wave programs. Now we learn up here that DNA are actually the observable portions, chemical translations, of scalar wave programs that exist in the morphogenetic field. Okay? Scalar wave programs that are held within the DNA imprint, these create the diversity of form. Different programs of scalar waves create different DNA in the manifest levels, which creates different biologies. Okay? These programs, though, the scalar wave part of the DNA, the part below the part they're seeing, we call them fire letters. That's an ancient term that was used in Enochian teachings. And in the Hebrew teachings, they talked about fire letters. They were talking about the scalar wave patterns that, when activated within the DNA, allowed the body to turn to light. It allowed particle and antiparticle to fuse, to turn into fire, and go to the next octave. They were talking about the secret mechanics, and they were always trying, the Hebrews especially, knew this process existed. Even with all the repression of information our histories have been about, they knew there was a sequence to fire letters, which are represented in the shapes of the Hebrew alphabet, some of them. They knew there was a sequence that held the secret to higher evolution, held the secret to opening the relationship between man and God. They knew there was a secret to ascension, and it was in the fire letters. They were right. They didn't take it as far as fire letters are scalar wave grids that affect other scalar wave grids of your DNA, that if you do it this way, it can, yes, make you turn into light and go up to the next octave. They didn't take it that far. Once upon a time they did. This information was taught before. They didn't use the term DNA. They didn't need it. That was just another chemical thing that happens as a result of the real stuff underneath. So there were terms in other languages that were applied to the core templates. They were applied to the genetic imprint below the DNA. But it helps to understand, if we want to understand this process of evolution, and if we want to understand what indigas are, we need to understand a little bit about how evolution works in general within our bodies, because it works different with them. Okay? We simply need to understand that we can look at our DNA, instead of just identifying it as the chemical components of gene code that science uses now. Look at it as, yes, it's that. But it is also programs of scalar waves that are called fire letters. The DNA is a sequence, several sequences, of scalar wave programs run together. They create flash line sequences that create the templates upon which matter particles are built. Okay? It is a science. Simply expanding our concept of DNA into the concept of sequences of fire letters upon which the chemical translations manifest will begin to help us understand the process of biological transmutation, which was our original imprint. We were not meant to die. If you understand how to activate DNA and you can fix the mess that's been done to our DNA, death was not originally part of the human condition. Transmutation was the way to get out of here. You didn't leave a body behind. You didn't have to. The bodies didn't get sick because you knew the mechanisms by which they stayed healthy. That's all been taken away from us because of the way our history unfolded. The indigos are bringing back our heritage. They're bringing back the knowledge. And I know this, and I know it intimately, because I'm one of them. I'm one of the indigos. There's 3 types we'll talk about later. I'm a type 1. And I'm not the only one. There's 350 like me right now, and there's like 2,500,000 of type 3s. So there's a lot of indigos here already. Okay? When I speak about indigos, I'm not speaking about somebody told me something about indigos and I'm passing on to you. I know what it's like to be raised in the indigo body here. I know what the indigo body means and what the gene code is doing. So I'm speaking from the heart as well as the mind when I talk about this stuff. We need to understand how our DNA functions. If we're going to understand how the DNA of the indigos differs from that of human, why they are considered, even though they birthed through human bodies, why, through human parents, why they are considered literally a hybrid ET race. There is a distinct difference in their gene code, and I've done diagrams in these chart packs to show you that difference, because it becomes really apparent when you have the spatial relationships in the visual diagrams. So we'll see that in a little bit. Now, let's see. Okay, we need to also, if we're going to understand the whole process, our ascension process, to understand indigos, we need to understand our ascension process. We've been through these teachings in parts in other workshops. This is like a quick roundup, and especially if anybody that hasn't been to the other workshops, this is the crash course in DNA ascension mechanics. So you get that by the wayside as you learn about indigos. All right, you have biology and consciousness, which are matter and spirit, are intimately intertwined. They're composed of the same substance. This is what science doesn't get either. Consciousness, our bodies, matter particles, are made of units of consciousness. That is the only substance that really exists in the universe. Consciousness is a substance. It can be quantified. It can be grouped. It can be structured. It is not a byproduct of matter particles interrelating with each other. It is not a byproduct of brain chemicals firing in certain sequences that give you the ability to think you're alive. It starts first. Matter, the experience of matter, is built on a core of consciousness. Consciousness is energy, and at least science acknowledges that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It just changes form. Consciousness cannot be created or destroyed. It just changes form. This is what the whole thing is about. Energy is consciousness, and consciousness is energy. Science knows energy's always existed. They can't figure out where before energy what was there. There was no before energy, or there would be not now. It gets into those really riddle-like questions: which came first, chicken or the egg? Who knows? Because somehow they just always existed and are representations of each other at different phases. So anyway, if we acknowledge that biology and consciousness are composed of the same substance, we begin to realize this is a part of our mind. We begin to realize that the higher parts of ourselves we don't see are part of our body. We have 15-dimensional anatomy that we're not taught about in health class. We need to be taught about this stuff. I mean, we might learn how to brush our teeth and comb our hair and exercise and do all those good things to keep your physical matter body healthy. But it's like knowing you have a thumb and not realizing you have a hand, an arm, and a whole body with a head and a brain to go with it. This is what's happening and what we're taught about our bodies. We have a 15-dimensional identity structure, which is a 15-dimensional biological structure with 5 harmonics of matter density. We need to learn this if we're going to help indigos. Because the awakening process, the process by which a soul who comes in here and then has the ability to awaken, to remember who it was before so it can remember what it came to do, requires a knowledge of the 15-dimensional identity. You come in here, the gene code shuts down. Those levels of consciousness that were in the higher fields block out. The gene code blocks them out. If you don't have the mechanics here available, say, okay, when that happens, here's how you fix it. Here's how you open up the gene code to bring the rest of you back in. You just stay that way. Indigos are going to stay lost. And that will be a real shame if that happens. Because a lot of them are just going to backfire, and they're going to be like firecrackers holding too much energy, and they're just going to explode. Others are just going to fade and just drop the bodies and leave if they can't awaken. A lot of them go into drugs in the teens because it numbs them. They feel things that they can't put words on yet, and they don't have a belief framework to understand themselves yet. They try to think they're normal. After a while, they realize they differ. They realize they pick up on things that their peers are not picking up on. They realize that all these competitive sports in school, indigos tend to go, how archaic. It's like, the old days when they fed people to the lions for fun. Indigos tend to carry a consciousness with them, even if they can't verbalize it. of aversion to a lot of these things. Type 3s can be competitive, but most of them are just beyond that kind of stuff. And they feel different, but they don't have a framework to understand why they're different or what they're supposed to do with that fact. It gets to be very painful, not to mention the fact that they're so sensitive to electromagnetic frequency that standing by like Xerox machines or being in trains that are, electrical trains or any of these things that normal people just don't have a problem with affects them. I used to ride, when I'd ride in a car, the vibration of the motor of the engine would make me physically sick. And it would take me 2 hours of recalibrating my fields and like just curling up in a ball and bringing my energy back in to neutralize what simply the vibration from car engines would do. Imagine what indigos living under high-power wires are experiencing. Their bodies go into mutation. They get cancers more easily from it. These children are sensitive to all sorts of things that average people aren't. We'll cover some of that as we get into understand more of who they are. The most important thing I want to get across first is who they are and how that can be possible. By showing you the frameworks of DNA, of multidimensionality, and reminding you how those pieces fit together. That is saying, what I'm going to say next, this is how it's possible. So before I say what I want to say about the indigos, and you go, oh yeah, right, I've already given you a framework to understand where that can be a very rational choice to believe. So that's why I do it this way. I try to break the information down in a way that your logical mind, that just like everybody's logical mind here has been programmed in a certain way by society, that, well, if this, and this aren't met, then it's not real to me. I won't listen. I want people to listen about the indigos and understand who they are, so I have to give the framework. So you can say, well, I don't know if I believe it yet, but I see how it could be possible. If she's right about dimensional structure and DNA and all that stuff, it really could be happening, couldn't it? So that's the level of opening that I want to make in the consciousness. The people in this room are great because most of the people have been through workshops and they've been already familiar with the paradigm. This is the way, if you want to get across to other people, particularly if you happen to be in the psychology area, in the psychology fields or anything like that, or in medical fields, you need to realize you can't just dump it on people because they're going to say, you're absolutely nuts, and if you happen to be in the professional community and let it slip, you're going to be blacklisted big time. They will harass you. If you push forward with movements about it, they will probably try to suspend your licenses and really mess with you. The government organizations and stuff that control things. This has to be very quietly, an understanding that has to be very quietly and gently moved in to the masses of our race. And it's only going to touch the most intelligent levels of our race who are willing to come out from the old programming and say, maybe it isn't the way we were taught. They're willing to learn something new. But everybody can learn to do this. If you realize, if you explain a little about dimensional structure to somebody, if you're talking to your scientist colleagues or friends like that, say, okay, this is how dimensions work together. Where did you hear that? You know what I mean? Oh, some person's teaching it, but anyway, don't get into me or who I am. It doesn't matter. What matters is, I learned it anyway. Let's get to the point. This is an interesting way of looking at things, don't you think? And I've heard that those children that they're having such problems with, actually, it's about this for them. You're showing them a paradigm in a non-threatening way. You're not saying you have to believe this where they say, you're saying this and I'm saying the opposite. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. That gets nowhere. You have to open up the awareness in people. And the people who are getting this information first are the ones who will be able to go out into the world and begin to say, okay, I know something that they don't know and that they're not going to want to know. So I have to gently filter this information in the right places, the right individual. There's an opening to metaphysics there. Let's take it that way. We need to spread the awareness of indigos if we want things to work out well over the next 20 years, because they're going to get worse and worse and worse. Indigos are here not only to help themselves grow, to help us grow. They're here for the planet, because there's things happening here that if they weren't here, we wouldn't be here by the end of 2017. Okay, we'll get into that later too. Okay, let's see. Let's see what DNA. Okay, I want to say one more thing about the 5-letter sequences that are really the core of the DNA imprint. Remember, 5-letter sequences are scalar patterns. The manifest chemical components of the DNA are the chemical translations of those 5 letters, or at least the ones they're able to perceive with our equipment of identification. There's a whole interdimensional spectrum of DNA chemical translation they're not able to see yet. Anyway, so we have the 5-letter sequences of each DNA strand correspond to each dimensional band. Each dimensional band in that whole structure, morphogenetic structure, 15 dimensions, each dimensional band is a scalar grid, and it has a specific amount of scalar patterns. Each dimension has 12 subfrequency bands, which means it has 12 flash line sequences that we talked about before. Okay? These flash line sequences are really what the DNA is, the scalar patterns of the DNA. The fire letters are the flash line sequences. So not only do our DNA and do we have fire letters that form our morphogenetic structure, the whole universe is composed of these. The whole dimensional structure itself, the progression from consciousness to matter and back again, there are specific structures of scalar waves that are fire letters. Each dimensional band has a certain configuration of flash line sequences, fire letter sequences. When a form is built up to become manifest and to come down in through the matter densities down into here, it will take on, in its pure form, the arrangements or flash line sequences of each level of the dimensions. So there will be a part of you in your individuated flash line pattern that adopts the flash line patterns of D1, of D2, of D3, of D4, all the way up the 15-dimensional scale. This is reflected in your DNA fire letters. Your DNA fire letters are supposed to be, when they're operating properly, a small version replica of the fire letters of each dimensional band. And by progressively bringing them into activation where they begin to flash on and off, you progressively expand your consciousness and de-densify your matter. This was the process as it originally worked until they started pulling things out of the flash line sequences and twisting the fire letters. Distorting your fire letters is distorting your DNA. And that's what happened to our race. Is one of the reasons the indigos are back. Okay, we can go past that one. Okay. Now, the Diamond Sun 12-strand DNA matrix. People who have been in the workshops before understand that I've talked about the original human imprint being a 12, not a 2-strand DNA pattern. This was the original design. There is an original design, which means somebody designed it. The DNA imprint for the human form. What we have right now are 3 active strands. That's all. We get 3-dimensional consciousness because we have 3 strands activated, which allows only 3 dimensions of frequency, scalar wave patterns, to translate through the hologram into manifestation. Originally, we were supposed to have 12 strands. Now, the strands don't look like this. This is a diagram that I use to show relationships of strands to each other. And to show you, there's other diagrams that in other courses on the DNA that I get more into, I show you what's contained, the basic codes contained in each strand. So this is a diagram. This is not how, if you look real close down into your morph structure, it's going to look like that. There are geometrical relationships of these scalar wave grids that have very specific, what they call geomancies, or angles of interrelationship. This is not those. This is simply a way to show you strand content, strand amount, so you can compare what yours was supposed to be when you were originally designed as being a human consciousness, what it is now, what it needs to grow back into being, so you can reclaim your ascension codes, which are your appropriate fire letter sequences that correspond directly to the dimensional bands. This is what our evolution is about here, even without the indigos. This is what we have been trying to accomplish all along down here on planet Earth, was to try to rebuild our original imprint because it was shattered at one point. It's a morphogenetic field that had 12 primary fire letter sequences, flashing on and off sequences. Some of those frequencies were completely pulled out. The flash line sequences just didn't exist anymore, which threw off the whole calibration of how consciousness related to itself. This is DNA mutation. Mutation of fire letters, distortion of fire letters, distortion of scalar wave patterns translates into DNA mutation, translates into perceptual distortion. We have been living for 200,000 years under perceptual distortion caused by DNA mutation. We have been trying to re-evolve back into the 12-strand DNA pattern, which means each one of these strands, each line here represents a strand. That represents a flash line sequence, a fire letter sequence, that corresponds to one dimension, that corresponds to one dimension of your consciousness. 12 strands implied 12 dimensions of consciousness embodied in a human form, which is an avatar identity that's capable of moving its vibrational rate where it wants to, appearing and disappearing at will, and manifesting in 4 harmonics of matter density wherever it chooses. That was our original potential. We have the ability to reverse mutate that, and I've done workshops on that, and that's what our programs are about. I have the Tangible Structure of the Soul program here, which is the beginning. Cathara Healing is the second level. We're learning
to reverse mutate the mess that our DNA is turned into. If we realize our consciousness that we use to, if we think a thought, we are making a waveform. If we hold an image in our mind, we're not just imagining things, as psychology would love to try to get us to believe. We are creators created in the image of the original creator, which simply would think, and thinking, by the process of thinking and cognating, would create many morphogenetic fields within itself. We do this. Every time we think a thought, we're creating a thing in scalar form. We're creating a template that something will manifest upon. If we begin to understand this, and we begin to understand, too, that our DNA is what? It's a scalar pattern. They're the same substance. Waves affect waves. The scalar patterns we put here and direct into the DNA will affect the DNA. You can reverse mutate. You don't need scientists and laboratories and fancy equipment to do this. All you need is to know how to use the equipment you came in with, your mind-body-spirit system. And this is what we teach, how to begin the process of repairing this DNA so we can get our higher levels of consciousness back. So all this stuff they talk about that seems so far out to many people becomes common knowledge, because on your higher dimensional levels of identity, you already know this. You don't need me to teach you there because you already remember. Here we just forgot because the DNA code blocked it. So we're in a process of remembering, not creating something that doesn't exist. We're just remembering what was always ours, which was the 12-strand heritage. It's important to realize this heritage because if we want to understand indigos, we're going to be able to start seeing, with understanding this heritage, how they differ from the basic human imprint in a good way. But it's kind of mind-blowing. If you consider right now, we're working on 3 strands of activation. We're actually, I think, what's the next one there? I want to show the root race chart. That's a ways up, huh? There we go. Okay. Now, we're aiming for, our evolutionary objective is the 12-strand pattern. Okay? We're on 3-strand right now. This is the overall pattern that we have been involved with for many millennia. The 12 tribes and the earth seedings. We're a part of a huge, huge, long-term evolutionary experiment that has been ongoing for many, many thousands of years. This is the 3rd time this race, our race, was seeded on this planet. It got wiped out the other 2 times. And that some of that history is in the Amenti, Voyages Amenti book. Much more of it is coming in the new book, so I ever get time to write them, because more of it, I have been accessing more. But we need to understand something. There's a pattern in a design that's absolutely beautiful to the evolution of a race. Imagine you're a very high being up there beyond matter density. You're going to create a race. You're a creator God. Not the big God, but a smaller God. We're all faces of God. We all have creative ability. So you're going to create a race of beings. This beautifully designed, eloquent plan was created by which we'd have 12 tribes, 7 root races, and 5 cloister races. The root races would be a period of time on the planet where one type of being that had one type of one of the strands, one of the flash line sequences, moving the consciousness through this certain time period would create evolution of one DNA strand. That's what each root race did. And to get here, it implies you have incarnations in the earlier root races, or you wouldn't have 3 strands. The way you got to be a 3-strand being was to have evolved first through the earlier root races, which are Polarians and Hibernians. They are actually an etheric matter race that started on harmonic 3 of Earth, which is called Gaia. The physical root races started to come in down through here with the Lumians. All right. They were evolving strand 2. In our seeding, these already got wiped out. We're back up here. They reseeded them again. These 2 were all right. They reseeded from number 3, root race 3, Lemurians. They were working on evolving strand 2. So everybody in this room and everybody on the planet, to be here in a strand 3 body implies you have Lemurian incarnations in your cellular memory that gave you the flash line sequences and fire letter sequences. Associate it with that time period. Associate it with strand 2. Associate it with the 2nd dimensional frequency bands. Okay? These were here 73,000 years ago. That's when they got seeded here. Now, with each root race, there was a cloister race that came in with the purpose of 2 things. First, the cloister race would come in first and birth through the root race potential. The cloister race was a bigger flashline sequence DNA. It had more strands.
And out of that, smaller versions would come to evolve the particular strands of the lower parts. So each root race had a cloister race affiliation. 75,000 years ago, the first race to come in physical were called the Urantrians. They had in their flashline sequence of birth strand 2 plus 7 through 12. Now notice, with all the cloister races, they have whatever the single strand is that their root race went with, but they also have strands 7 through 12. They held the potential of the 12-strand pattern, anchored it here into the race morph field, so it would be a potential for the races. Because if they just came in with one strand, they would have stayed one strand. You needed to have a race that would hold these higher potentials while the lower potentials were evolved and the strands were built up to meet them. The process and design of our evolution is literally passing through these thousands and thousands of years of root and cloister race cycles to progressively and very slowly rebuild the flashline sequences of our 12-strand DNA pattern. It didn't have to be that slow, but it was an agreement made by stellar races that would be stretched out over many thousands of years. Because the last time we were up there in this race, we got a little full of ourselves and created some real messes. So there are beings in the higher harmonics that don't want to hear anything about giving humans the key to the kingdom again. Not anytime soon. They want to make sure when we evolve down here, we get it this time, and we learn compassion, and we learn to use our power with wisdom, because we almost blew a planet up when our race was in the higher harmonics. That's how we got down here in the first place. So there's a lot of politics going on in the higher harmonics with the beings who reside there as far as how much humans are going to be allowed to know. When it was finally agreed that they'd even let us re-evolve to get our consciousness back out of being stuck down in this harmonic in fragmented form, they agreed to allow the Mente rescue mission to take place. We fragmented from harmonic 2 the consciousness of the race that was the human race there. Fragmented. Literally, its morphogenetic field blew apart, and little fragments of consciousness just blended in with the dimensional frequency bands down here. And they would have stayed as undifferentiated units of consciousness if the original imprint of their morphogenetic template was not re-entered down here so they could start to build back up into it. It was building our consciousness back up in this harmonic to get back to what we were before we blew ourselves apart. It's hard to understand from our scientific perspective that doesn't even like to acknowledge anything above D3. But it was a very grand evolutionary plan of races over long periods of time to give us back our original potential. At this point, we are here. And when I speak about Aryan race, every one of the root races has all of the colors. Okay, so Aryans are not just white. You know, there are black Aryans, there are red-skinned Aryans. They're basically red, white, black, brown, and yellow were the basic skin categorizations, and there's all sorts of combinations of all of those. So each one of the root races had a predominant cloister race that had a predominant one of those colors, but then they would have all of the other colors in each race. So every race color was represented equally in all of the root and cloister races. Now, we've managed to evolve through our Lemurian period. The next one was to evolve strand number 4, or strand number 3, in the 4th root race cycle. That began with the Branoa cloister. Now, I was a member of this. I had an incarnation in that period, a couple of them in that period, so I remember certain things from that period. Last time they were here was 72,000 years ago. Before that, before they got wiped out the first time, they were here 3 million years ago. These are ancient races we're talking about here. Okay? Before that, I believe they came in, no, we didn't get that, yeah, we got that far, 12 million years ago. So when we talk about the Branoa race, which are actually related more closely than any of the other cloisters except the Melchizedeks to the Indigos, we're talking about ancient races of beings here. There's an ancient genetic imprint. So right now, we've managed to get to the point where we're of the Aryan 5th root race cycle. Most of the people on the planet, and probably few of the people in this room, are of the Aryan root race. Evolving strand 4, just coming into opening up 4th dimensional frequencies into your awareness, just beginning to acknowledge the astral level of existence, just beginning to have perceptions associated with 4th dimensional consciousness. That's where most people are at in our present times. Most people in this room are probably more so in through here or here, where you're working on 4th through 5th strand development, because the information that I'm carrying comes in on a minimum of 5th dimensional frequency at this point. People who can't hold 5th dimensional frequency in their consciousness, they don't have the flashline sequence receptors for it, will not be drawn to this information. They can't process it. They won't be able to grasp it. And that's okay. So the people who are drawn here, sitting in these rooms, learning this stuff, it implies that you have a gene code that has some of the higher strand content to some degree, because that's drawing you in to receive information that's coming in on these frequencies. But most of us, most of the people on the planet walking around out there in Sleepersville, are of the Aryan race, just beginning strand 4 activation. When we see that, and then later we're going to see what the indigos are, there's a striking difference here. Okay. All right, these guys, the Aryans, started about 65,000 years ago. They came out of the Haibiru cloister. Now, the Haibiru is not the Hebrew. They're different. They're two different race strains, interrelated, but different. Okay. The Haibirus were working on strand 4 plus 7 through 12. They were here about 68,000 years ago. When we look at our race lines here, and I can go right down to telling you, as far as races that exist on the planet now, where they came out of, what matrix they came out of. I'm not going to do that, because right now the consciousness on this planet would take that information and use it to hate each other more. They would use it to divide themselves and to point fingers, I'm better than you are, and to try to dominate each other. So there's a level where I won't plug in the final plugs to tell you, what this race is, what that race is, what that race is. But I will mention what the Hebrews are, because actually all of our seeding has to do with the Hebrews that came from the race cycles before, when everybody got destroyed. Okay? We've had Hebrew-Egyptian lines. This is where all of these root races and all these cloister races came out of in this third seeding, out of the Urtites 800,000 years ago. That's when this whole third seeding process came into being. Back down here in seed number 2, which was like from 3,700,000 years ago to about 848,800 years ago, that's when we tried this before. So, same root races, same cloister races. Didn't get very far. But some of the individuals from the cloister races here survived. And they were taken to other planetary systems. Some were taken to inner Earth systems. We got the Hebrew strains in through here, right at the end. It was an attempt to save the declining races here, because they were getting into genetic mutation through Anunnaki visiting and messing with the gene code. Is a mixed cloister race. We have the Haibiru, which is the 5th cloister that goes with the Aryan root race. And up above that, we have the Melchizedek races. And you'll see this word in the New Age movement a lot these days. Melchizedek this, Melchizedek this. What in the world is Melchizedek? In its truth, it meant many things, but one of them was it's a literal cloister race of beings. And they are starting to enter here now. They're starting to enter their birthing cycles. But these are even small compared to what the indigos are. The Melchizedeks are very advanced. They come in with strand 5 in their birth imprint, and their life cycle is about activating strand 5. Really, that's a future time. The Muvarian root race would be in the future from where we are. So when we have the Melchizedeks birthing in, they're beginning the next wave of evolution that would normally come through the Muvarians. When we move from strand 4 into 5 activation, probably several 100,000 years in the future. Indigos are even beyond this. You'll love this when you get beyond it. But you need to understand this basic structure to see, okay, who's at what stage of evolution. Each one of these races represent a phase or stage of evolution evolving back up toward the 12-strand pattern and beyond. Okay, so right now we have some Melchizedeks coming in. Many of the people drawn to this material, because it comes in on a D5 frequency, which goes with the 5th strand. They have the 5th strand, which means they have a receptor to pull in 5th dimensional frequency, which means that they can respond to information that comes in on this frequency. So most people that respond to this at all have something to do with Melchizedek gene code in them. You're probably part of a cloister race just to be in this room, this cloister. But if you're indigo, you're even more than that. Okay, I'm a Melchizedek, but I'm an indigo Melchizedek, and we'll get into the differences later. Okay, we'll get into this, too, when we're understanding indigos. The Uniseti cloister that's supposed to go with the one I can't even pronounce, Uinjuki 7th root race that's evolving strand 6. Remember, we're down here right now. Okay, evolving strand 6. They're a future race, and harmonic 2, where Earth there is called Tara. Okay? They're many, many, many thousands of years in the future before our race would naturally evolve into that imprint in its original design. The indigos come in with strand 6 activated. People here come in with strand 3 activated. Most people. They birth in with the third strand activated. They spend the process of this life and many others afterwards, possibly until they're done, activating strand 4. Then they birth into this race, and they do strand 5. Then they come into strand 6 activation. It's a completely different race by then. It's a whole different root race. It's a whole different race cycle. It's a future race cycle. The indigos, one of the special features is that they're born with 6-strand activation. When you go into the dimensional scale, this is why they're called indigos. It's a New Age term that was coined by people who can see auric fields, who notice that they tend to have a real concentration of the blue frequency spectrum in their auric fields, more than average. There's a reason for that. The 6th-dimensional frequencies that go with the 6th strand have what's called a capstone color. Now, every dimension has a capstone color, which is its primary wave spectra. If we remember, the color is a wave spectra, a wave pattern. Every dimension has a capstone, which is the primary wave pattern. Then it has all these little wave patterns inside of it that are the color spectrums within it. Blue, indigo, goes with, we have blue on strand 5, indigo on strand 6, and then goes into violet in strand 7. Dimension 7 goes with violet. Dimension 6 goes with indigo. That's where they get indigo. They didn't even realize this. They were reading the auric fields and saying, I see this color. It wasn't known yet about the design of the DNA evolution, so nobody knew yet to look for what does that mean with the strands. But it's kind of interesting that it translates right into that. Strand 6, the capstone color, is indigo. They're born with strand 6 activated and strand 5 activated. Most Aryans are born with 3 activated and the imprint for strand 4. They don't even have the imprint for strand 5, 6, or 7 through 12. If you happen to be born a cloister, now these are mostly out of here by now. It's like a race cycle that phased out and moved into the next level, into the Aryan root race. Now we're moving into the Melchizedeks coming in. These are very special individuals. They have higher consciousness abilities because they are born with the strand 4 activated most of the time, and the imprint for strand 5, which compared to the Aryans is much advanced. Compared to the Hybiru, it was advanced. So it's a progressive advancement of strand activation and integration of consciousness, which creates genetic evolution of the race while simultaneously creating consciousness evolution of the race. It's called biospiritual evolution. That's the process we're all involved in, whether we realize it or not. When we get into beings up here, they're not even supposed to be here right now. They're beings from future race cycles. The consciousness of those beings has many more flashline sequences in it than ours do, many more scalar grids, which means more awareness. They have access to more of their higher dimensional identity than we do, and they have this from birth. This can be a gift, and it can also be a curse. And the way our society is structured right now, to the indigos, it's a curse. It makes it almost intolerable to be here for some of them. Now, they're even more than that. This is just the beginning, 6-strand activation. It's much more than that. When we get into who are these consciousnesses coming in and where are they coming from, that's when it gets amazing. That's when we learn something that has not been clearly put here for many thousands of years, which is, where did we come from? What is our lineup of consciousness? What races did we come down through the matter densities from? Okay? Obviously, the fact that we're in physical matter implies that once upon a time we were part of some race that had semi-physical matter, semi-etheric matter, and then a race above that had etheric matter. There are races of beings, not just individual parts of yourself, but individual parts of races that went all the way up the dimensional scale. There's a stellar heritage here that has been totally banned from our history books by the Anunnaki primarily, because they wanted to be able to manipulate from behind the scenes like little humans down in a petri dish. We're the little sheep to play with, and just make sure they don't know too much, because they might rebel and decide they don't want to play, your God and we're subservient anymore. The information that we're giving here on the DNA, on who we are, is essential to understanding who indigos are, because you can see where they differ, but it's also a revelation for us. It's our chance to grab this information and run, to get out of the mind control, distorted history nonsense we have been taught for years and centuries and thousands of years, to say, wait a minute, there's a part of me that remembers some of this. I did come from somewhere higher, and this is the way it works. That's when you throw out the history books and say, all right, let me remember how it works. Let me remember how to reclaim this. Let me remember how to do cellular transmutation, for one. That would be really great. I don't have to incarnate down here in the densities anymore. Yes. Yeah, you'll start to remember. We got to realize we're part of a huge evolution program. And the only reason we don't know this is because when we were in our very small, just beginning to evolve down here days, each time we were thrown down here with the lower strands, the ones who were controlling this design, some of them decided they weren't going to let us in on the secret. Others decided they were going to take this original design and do something completely different with it and hijack it. There are beings in Harmonic 2 that have 11th dimensional consciousness. They have the ability to have 11 strands of DNA. Do not want humans to get back to being 12-strand DNA. Why? We'll have a whole other dimension of consciousness beyond their own. We'll have stronger genetic capacity than their own, and we will be more powerful, aware, and intelligent than they are. We will be a force to contend with, because we will realize at that point what they did to the evolutionary cycles of our race here. And they're very nervous that we may be very upset when they find out how, by being so helpful, they mutated this race, where it took many more thousands of years to move through this design than it was supposed to. It was not supposed to take all these millions of years to get the 12-strand pattern back. That happened because continually races that did not want this race to evolve back into what it was made sure they interrupted the evolutionary cycles, or hijacked it, or mutated it, or took it this way, or took it that way, just so it doesn't go back to the 12-strand pattern. Many of our religious teachings were purposely seated there to put us in subservience to some God figure, not teach us the ascension mechanics at all, and to make sure we never realized that we were embodiments of Creator. We didn't need middlemen. We have power in the fact that we are part of Creator, just like those higher beings that like to play God are. They didn't want us to know this. Our race has been mutated repeatedly. This is one of the reasons why the indigos are back. Because at this point, if it doesn't get changed, if some intervention isn't done, our gene code is going to go right down the tubes, and we will completely lose as a race this capacity. It will be mutated out of the potentialities down here, and we'd have to reseed the whole thing all over again. The ones in higher harmonics who have assisted us in getting this far are very tired too. They're tired of it getting to a certain level and collapsing again. It's like trying to build a snow fort, and every time you get to the roof it falls in, and you have to start over. After a while you say, maybe on to another project. You give up. They don't want to give up. The ones who are really our elder races, what we came out of, they don't want to give up on our evolution here. But if they let it get any further down, if it goes any further down, it's going to be a whole other race. This race that we're turning into now, by the mutations we carry and by amplifying those, will completely block out our ability to reclaim the 12-strand pattern. We will become something that was not particularly foreseen or intended, a different type of consciousness that is three-dimensional, stuck in three-dimensional phase lock, will always be finite until it burns itself out and turns back into dust, dust into dust. If we evolve to the 12-strand pattern, we will be able to progressively accrete or bring to ourselves the higher levels of consciousness, move out of incarnation cycles in Harmonic 1, up into Harmonic 2, then up into Harmonic 3, and move our way out of density while retaining our memory and our sentient identity. If you take that potential away and you cut something off at the 3rd strand, what you're doing is making it so they can get up to the 3rd dimension, 3rd-dimensional consciousness. At that point, the body shuts down and dies. The consciousness leaves the body, goes up into the higher bands without a body for a little while, has to find another body, create another body down here, and it reincarnates again, over and over and over, until eventually the amount of consciousness that was held within that original 3-dimensional part of the consciousness gets smaller and smaller and smaller. You're using up energy, and you've cut off the supply, the perpetual supply that comes from direct connection to source through the higher identities. When that happens, gene codes digress. And when that happens, consciousness gets to the point where it can't hold a human pattern. It can't incarnate anymore into a human form. So it goes backward instead of forward into evolution. It goes into de-evolution, back into eventually space dust, or units of consciousness within the lower 3-dimensional fields that will become used to manufacture other constructs of consciousness. You can always be you're always part of God, and you can do it in 2 ways. Being sentient, fully aware of who you were, who you are now, and your whole identity and consciousness are intact, or you can simply not be self-aware at all and exist within God as part of the substance that God creates with. It's up to us whether we want to evolve up into cognition, or simply be space dust to be used for other beings who have cognition that are creating things. We're always part of it. We're always part of the universe. This is always part of it. This has been our plan. This has been what we have been denied for very, very long. I'm going to put one more out before we go. What we got there? All right, we'll just go back to this. I'm getting told I need a break here. Are you guys ready for yeah? All right, am I throwing too much at you?
Really hydrated today.
Yeah, we didn't even find out what indigos really are yet. Yeah. Once you find out what it means as far as identity, it's mind-blowing. It really is. It's. I'm very relieved because it took me till I was 35 to finally understand what the hell I was. Okay, to put it bluntly, I knew I was different. That became very, very obvious. It became extremely obvious when from the age of like 7, I had beings from other dimensions coming in and taking me through portals into inner earth and training me and doing all sorts of things that, forget even trying to explain to a psychologist, they warned me not to. I was told, don't even go there. This is between us. You will understand someday. And progressively, we worked with it. But I am so relieved. I finally understand what I am because I understood the stuff about the DNA and the levels and dimensions. The indigos are coming, and it's a real relief to me because I'm not alone. Yeah, and neither are the people. There may be indigos sitting here right now that you don't know you're an indigo yet either. I didn't know when I first came in. I just knew, boy, was I different. There was something that didn't quite fit here, and I progressively had experiences that took me further and further into paranormal land, extraordinary experience. And I couldn't understand for a long time why. There may be people here that by finding this information, you have a new framework now. You might be saying, do I fit into that? Maybe I do. Gosh, maybe I'm an indigo. And when you start to realize what that means in terms of identity, who you are that's coming in here, you start to have some self-respect and start to get your priorities together. You say, oh, geez, yeah, I'm an indigo. That resonates. Oh, my God, I did come here to do something. I'm starting to remember what I came here to do. I was part of a World Service team. We're here to try to stop pole shift. The indigos are here for huge reasons that our scientists are not even ready to fathom. And we'll talk more about pattern. Now, if you look at each one of those lines, a strand of DNA, which is a primary flash line sequence of scalar waves that hold the consciousness, each one is a frequency of consciousness. Taurinicium, 12-strand humans, could hold 12 dimensions of consciousness in a hominid form and would have full access to transmutational mastery in 4 harmonics, 12 dimensions of consciousness and of dimensional field, which gives them access to, by the way, 12 dimensions worth of time continuum cycles, because time cycles and time continua are all connected to these flash line sequences. We get a linear time progression because of the orientation of the DNA flash line sequences to that of the dimensional bands, and that's a whole other workshop too. So we'll just get into this for a minute. We have what's called the 12-strand diamond sun silicate matrix DNA pattern. That was the Taurinicium design. Before that, there was something called the double diamond sun, 24-strand DNA matrix. What that meant was, you take a Taurinicium and you take its antiparticle double. You take the 12 strands from here and the 12 from there and you put them together and you get something else entirely. It transmutes to a whole different life form that has the ability to hold 24 dimensions of consciousness. It has the ability to hold the memory banks of particle and antiparticle, Earth, Terra, and Gaia. It has the ability to be simultaneously aware of itself in the various time vectors, not just one single vector consciousness like we have here. When we're dealing with indigos, we can begin to start understanding that by looking visually at the difference between a 12-strand and here is a 24-strand. Some of the indigos are born with this genetic configuration, and they're not the ones with the highest genetic configuration either. Okay? So I'm trying to show you relationships of things here, dimensions to levels of consciousness, so you can understand what indigos are when they come in. We can do heritage now, honey. Thank you. Okay. Now, we'll get into our heritage. This is the part I'm excited about being able to bring out, simply because we have been denied this information for over 200,000 years on this planet. Most of us don't even think there was anything before the Sumerians appeared spontaneously out of nowhere, from what I hear in the history books. We have a heritage that goes back billions of years But there is a heritage that goes upward, a vertical heritage, not just a heritage down here in harmonic 1 cycles. But in harmonic 2, there was a race that the harmonic 1s came out of. Our harmonic 2 race was the Turaniciums, and our 12 tribes down here came out of that. Up in harmonic 3, etheric matter density, there was another race that the Turaniciums came out of. This is where we start to understand indigos. Okay? We have to begin understanding the whole process by realizing that any hominid life form, or that having a human-like type form, began in harmonic 4, pre-matter liquid light density. In the Lyran star system, if we look up in Lyra, that's actually a location in our morphogenetic, in the universal morphogenetic field, in that area of the morphogenetic field, but on the 4th harmonic. There, it is a system of liquid light. It's pre-matter before it takes on etheric matter density. It's called the cradle of Lyra. It's also called the Christos. This is where the whole Christ issues come from. It's a level of consciousness, it's a dimensional reality field, a harmonic reality field, that holds the original pattern that the levels of matter density into form were built on. We were all seated through the cradle of Lyra, and all of the races in this time matrix, believe it or not, and this is where the whole concept of coming out of the one begins to make sense, all of the races came through a seed race that took on hominid form. The seed race came out of something before even hominid form, came out of a collective of consciousness, a gestalt of consciousness. And that goes up into the energy matrix levels, the ultra-terrestrial levels of consciousness we talked about that aren't even dimensionalized anymore. Those ascended mastery levels of identity, they're like cosmic families of consciousness that exist in pure scalar wave form. They're not even dimensionalized anymore. They don't experience space-time matter. They're eternal. We're all connected to them. To understand how life forms got into manifestation in the first place, you need to understand they came out of there. Then they dimensionalized into the dimensional structures, broke themselves down, and created shifting in the flash line sequences to create particle bases and the experience of perceivable matter, which is a hologram anyway. In the cradle of Lyra, in our time matrix system, our 15-dimensional system, life was seated there. And it was seated primarily, the hominid forms came out of a cosmic family of consciousness that if you take its vibrational rhythm and translate it into sound in the English language, it comes out to the word Melchizedek. There's things about language we don't understand either. That it's all about vibrational rhythms. And those vibrational rhythms are flashline sequences. And those flashline sequences directly interact with our DNA. Okay? I don't know if I can. I said that so fast, I don't know if I can repeat that one more time. Yeah, can I repeat that? What? What? I'm sorry. Oh, Melchizedek. Okay, that part of it, yes. I can slow that one down and repeat it again. Okay. Okay, Melchizedek is actually a translation of the vibrational pattern of the collective of consciousness, the cosmic family of consciousness that seeded the hominid forms. The flashline sequences, the scalar arrangements, have a sound translation when they're brought down the dimensional scale into light, sound, scalar waves. And when you translate those flashline sequences through the English language flashline sequences, you come out with the sound tones of Melchizedek. And in the Bible, they got as far as identifying King Melchizedek, who came in and did certain things in the biblical history. It goes way beyond that. You know, Melchizedek is a tonal resonance signature for certain aspects of consciousness that link all hominid forms within this 15-dimensional matrix. It's not just a big guy in the sky. It's not a god sitting on the throne that you bow down to. It's completely different than that. Some people interpret Melchizedek as that, Lord Melchizedek. There's certain groups in the New Age movement that call to Lord Melchizedek to assist them. What a Lord Melchizedek is, it's a level of the ascended mastery consciousness of the hominid race that exists beyond dimensionalization. It's a collective of cosmic consciousness that we're all connected to. You can call it Lord if you want to. I don't like the term personally because for our history it has implied subservience and servitude and really getting the not great end of the stick, okay? You don't have to call anything Lord and Master. All you have to do is recognize you're directly connected to your own inner master, which is your own level of higher dimensional identity, all the way up through the dimensional scale. Now, to understand how we got to where we are, and to where the indigos fit, where the Turanicium fit, there is a vertical lineage happening here, a vertical progression of flashline sequences, which is a vertical progression of fire letter sequences, which is a vertical progression of DNA code manifestation through the densities down into this one. This is what we need to understand, to begin remembering the truth of our heritage. And in the truth of our heritage, we will begin to understand where the indigos fit into the picture and why they're so important. Okay, now, we have the Melchizedek tonal signature, cosmic gestalt of identity for the hominid forms in this time matrix, sending portions of itself into the dimensions to create individuation, a form of race, to experience dimensionalized creation and space-time matter and those things that that experience creates. Coming down through harmonic 5, okay, is dimensions 15, 14, and 13. Harmonic 5 we call the Rishi level of identity. If you were to perceive a Rishi, first it'd be flattened because the frequency it transmitted would fry you instantly. It looks like a sun. Their spherical identity. It's beyond the form, that any etheric matter form, any pre-matter form. It is a scalar wave spectra that has the frequencies of a full sphere of energy. Or actually, Rishi has half a sphere, you put two together and you get a whole sphere, 360 degree energy, 360 fire letter sequences. It's all connected. Okay, if we understand the harmonic 5, each of us as individuals has a Rishi collective we're out of, but so does every race. So does every race strain. So does every planet. Everything that comes into matter has this progression of scalar wave patterns that progressively breaks itself down into smaller pieces, and to get back out of here, you have to progressively reassemble those pieces in the order that they were broken down in. That's why so many of us are stuck here in the time matrix. The fire letter sequences, the flash line sequences, the DNA patterns are no longer the same patterns that we came in with, and you have to recalibrate and put together the patterns you came in with to get back out. It's as simple as that. Okay, now, in the cradle of Lyra, the Melchizedek family created several groups of beings. The two primary ones involved with our race were called the Elohai, and that's not the same thing as Elohim. That's different. We'll get to that later. The Elohai and the Seraphai. They were both out of the Melchizedek collective, and they were both the first manifestation of individuation of the Melchizedek Rishi into harmonic 4, pre-matter, liquid light Christos. They were avatar collectives, and they created a liquid light form. We all have a level of this form that we can find, too, by the way. The Elohai and the Seraphai, and the family lines they created in the lower densities, were the core of the whole polarity drama we have been involved with for billions of years before the human imprint was created. The stellar races who came out of those families went into issues of polarity imbalance, which creates conflict between beings. Polarity imbalance is basically a physics thing that comes down to balancing electrical and magnetic polarity frequencies. But when it translates into bodily consciousness and scalar wave beings, it turns into conflicts between DNA patterns, flash line sequences. And if you don't have compatibility in flash line sequences, you don't understand each other. This creates conflict in consciousness. And when you have conflict in consciousness, you tend to have things like wars. People down here in harmonic 1 think that if they think about angels and things up there in the higher harmonics, they think, oh, up in the heavens everything is sweet and hunky-dory and peaceful. Well, I hate to tell you, it doesn't get peaceful until you hit dimension 12. There have been interstellar wars for billions and billions of years trying to work out the polarity imbalances between the descendants of these two primary family avatar collectives, the Elohai and the Seraphai. And we are still in the middle of that major cosmic drama. We are products of that cosmic drama because the Turnisium lineage, human lineage, was created to try to help resolve it and get the flash line sequences back together, because then the harmonious consciousness would come back. We would start to understand each other again. Even when they talk about the races were all given different tongues, and then they had to figure out how to reassemble and be able to communicate with each other again. What they're talking about is not just languages. Those languages, again, just like the Melchizedek word, are tonal resonance signatures, which are flash line sequences. They were saying right there, even in the Bible, that we were broken down into separate groups of flash line sequences, and to understand each other and become whole again as a race, we had to put them back together into the original whole out of which all of those pieces came. Okay, now we have Elohai and Seraphai up in harmonic 4. This dimensions 12, 11, and 10. There are other families of consciousness that were involved with seeding other life forms. But the one we need to understand first is the hominid life form, because that's what our consciousness, manifested through. Okay? When the avatars of the Elohai and Seraphai began, and they're like creator gods, they knew they had creative power to manifest life forms, and they did. And some of them did, and they mixed this one with that one and that one with this one, and they found that when you mix flash line sequences in the wrong ways, it creates messes in the flash line sequences, which creates messes in the gene codes, which creates a distortion in the codes of ascension, and those beings become trapped in time. And they also go into polarity imbalance and conflict and the whole bit. Many of the Elohai and Seraphai families became what was called fallen, as we hear stories of their fallen angels and all of that. Fallen meant they could no longer expand themselves up and out of matter density because they lost some portion of their original flash line sequences of their design that would allow them to pull their fire letters together and expand back out of the time matrix. The fallen ones also had a fall in consciousness because the codes that were originally part of their makeup that would allow them to pull in the full cognition of the 15-dimensional spectrum in which the law of one is understood, where we understood the whole process that we all came out of one and we're really all one, they lost cognition of that. And they began to see each other as separate and something to fight with. They forgot. They were part of each other. And they took different stances. These wars of the heavens came way before the wars on earth, and they still are ongoing. Now, out of those two families, the Melchizedek cloister, all right, which is like the highest level of the Melchizedek signature that retains the full codes of ascension all the way up through the 3 levels of the energy matrix, beyond the 15-dimensional scale, those 3 other levels, the triadic, polaric, and echadic levels. There are other sets of fire letter sequences. They're part of the Melchizedek cloister, collective that holds that sequence as the potential so everything can get back out of time eventually, is called the cloister, the Melchizedek cloister. The Melchizedek cloister cosmic identity collective, knowing it had all these pieces of itself fragmented into the time matrix, holds those codes so they can give those codes back so the pieces of themselves stuck in the time matrix can re-evolve back into expansion, into being part of that cosmic family of consciousness. Now, the Elohai families of these two families were commissioned by the Melchizedek cloister collective to be in the time matrix, to be the one race line that would hold the original codes of ascension, the original full fire letter sequences out of which all of the races came out of. There was one original Lyran Christed pattern, one avatar pattern hominid form that had all of the flash line sequences that then were broken down into make different race strains. The Elohai family were appointed as the ones who would retain within their manifestations the coding that would allow all of the others to plug in and get their codes back so they could get out of time. The group of the Elohai family that was commissioned to do this was called the Emerald Order of the Azurite Council. This is where we get Azurite Temple. Okay? The Emerald Order is an ancient group of beings. So far ancient it loses its meaning in our context of time. But they were basically a group of the Elohai family avatars that agreed to stay in the time matrix, even though they could have expanded back out into ascension. They agreed to stay here to assist all of the stellar races back into evolving into the ascension codes as they are held within the Melchizedek cloister, which means it gave the potential, or kept the potential, of every being down in here being able to become an ascended master again. We all started as ascended masters. Before we started as Turanicium, way up there, that's where we all started as. It's not a potential we have to get, it's a potential we have to remember how to expand back into, because it's always been there. Okay, so the Emerald Order of the Azurite Council was a group of beings out of the Elohai family. They were avatar collectives in harmonic 4, pre-matter, liquid, light. Okay. The Emerald Order seeded down in the next harmonic a version of itself, and they kept doing this all the way down. So those codes would be represented in all of the harmonics, making them available to the gene pools in all of the race strains going down. Now the Emerald Order Elohai seeded in harmonic 3 etheric matter a race called the Anahazi. Not Anunnaki. Anahazi, okay? The Anahazi races, also known as Syrian whites, because that's what they look like if you see them. They look like white beings with the big slanted eyes and that kind of thing. They are an etheric race, etheric matter density, which looks kind of ghost-like to us if we see them. The Anahazi were commissioned by the Emerald Order above them to become representatives of the Emerald Order in that level of etheric matter density. The Anahazi represents the first etheric matter hominid imprint that all hominids in the whole 15-dimensional scale from harmonic 3 and below fit into. To re-evolve back out of time, every being will have to re-evolve back through that imprint to go back into liquid light Christos, and then back into Rishi, and then back into expansion into ascended mastery. There is one pattern, one hominid pattern, that all hominids emerged out of. There's much diversity after that point. But the Anahazi in harmonic 3 were appointed the guardians of holding the codes of that pattern together so it would always remain as a potential for any race, no matter how far digressed, because that's what they look like if you see them. They look like white beings with the big slanted eyes and that kind of thing. They are an etheric race, etheric matter density, which looks kind of ghost-like to us if we see them. The Anahazi were commissioned by the Emerald Order above them to become representatives of the Emerald Order in that level of etheric matter density. The Anahazi represents the first etheric matter hominid imprint that all hominids in the whole 15-dimensional scale from harmonic 3 and below fit into. To re-evolve back out of time, every being will have to re-evolve back through that imprint to go back into liquid light Christos, and then back into Rishi, and then back into expansion into ascended mastery. There is one pattern, one hominid pattern, that all hominids emerged out of. There's much diversity after that point. But the Anahazi in harmonic 3 were appointed the guardians of holding the codes of that pattern together so it would always remain as a potential for any race, no matter how far digressed it got and how far the codes and flashline sequences got messed up. So you have the Anahazi in harmonic 3. In harmonic 4, we have the Emerald Order of the Azurite Council. Now, the Azurite Council part comes from the ultra-terrestrial collective. You have the Melchizedek cloister, and that has numerous families within the non-dimensionalized levels of the energy matrix, ultra-terrestrial families. The Azurite Council is the primary head family in the Melchizedek cloister organization. They kind of direct what happens in the time matrix here. So the Azurite Council is, they're ascended masters, ultra-terrestrial collectives of cosmic consciousness, if you want to look at it that way. So we have, up in ascended mastery levels, Melchizedek cloister. Then we have the Azurite Council, which creates the Emerald Order of the Elohai, which creates the Anahazi. The Anahazi were originally seeded into what we look up in the sky and see as the Lyran system, but in harmonic 3, etheric matter density. Because the other groups of the Elohai families and Seraphi families that were also creating things in the lower harmonics began to create things that were at war with the things that held the light codes and were trying to destroy them. There were battles that happened in the harmonic 3 etheric matter density of the Lyran system. And the original planet that was supposed to be the planet that went with Earth, Gaia, Terra, Earth, all of that lineup, was actually destroyed. The morphogenetic template for this planetary system was blown apart, and this planetary system was plugged into something else, but it wasn't its original flashline pattern, its original scalar pattern. The Anahazi race from Lyra and harmonic 3 had originally been inhabitants of that etheric planet. Now we have Gaia as etheric Earth. Gaia became something different because of what happened one harmonic above with the avatars. We had a pattern. Our Maharic shield of the planet was called Aramatana. Okay? The Anahazi and the Emerald Order were the guardians of Aramatana, the planetary flashline sequences, not just the hominid flashline sequences. In harmonic 4, that pattern was literally blown up. What that translated down to in harmonic 3 was the races of Lyra, the Anahazi races, fled. There was a group of them that kept the Emerald Order coding that was moved to a different part of the morphogenetic structure of the harmonic 3 universe, which corresponds to our Sirius star system. So they began as Lyran, and then they became Sirian. So the Anahazi, which is the original race imprint for all the hominids, that carries the full ascension codes for not just us, but everything else in this time matrix in hominid form, are considered Lyran, Sirian, Anahazi. The Sirian whites they seeded the Azurite races, which some people who are doing contact, ET contact and stuff, they know this, the blues. There's a blue race. It's shown in the mythologies of Hindu literature. It's shown in Egyptian literature. Blue people. Yes, there were blue people. They were created in the next harmonic down by the Anahazi. We had Anahazi in harmonic 3, right? Harmonic 2 in the Sirius star system. The Anahazi created the Azurite race, the Syrian blues. This is our lineage. This is our stellar lineage before we became human. The patterns we had to pass through just to get into a human imprint. Okay, so we will all, in our higher levels, have what at this point is future time incarnations that are in each of these race streams. Okay, now I have to take this piece by piece because I can really confuse you if I don't try. Okay, the Lyran Syrian, Emerald Order, Anahazi, and Azurite genetic imprint. That chain of identity that I just explained coming down, race identity, was the seed into which 12 other intergalactic mutated families were spliced into to form the Turanicium imprint that was the original human form. It was the seed coming down from Emerald Order or Melchizedek, down through Azurite Cancel, through Emerald Order Elohai, into Anahazi, into Azurite Syrian Blue race, finally into the Turanicium race, and then the Turanicium race into the 12 tribes that became the human race. This is our stellar heritage. These are the genetic, the scalar wave, the flash line sequences we need to reaccrete into our DNA in order to get ourselves into full expansion out of the time matrix. Right now we just got to worry about getting the gene code started enough to get through the changes that are going to be happening in the next 12 years. Okay? But that is the progression. And it's the first time this has not been convoluted, because for thousands of years some of the races from Harmonic 2 would come in and make themselves look like creator gods, like the Elohim, which are different than the Elohai. Okay, you want to put up the next one? We'll get into this because this is causing lots of confusion these days. There are Elohim communicating with channels from here across the oceans into England and all other countries. They're starting to talk to their family down here. They're starting to talk to the humans, and what many of the Elohim are saying is, we created you. Just listen to us and we'll teach you how to be good humans. They're not teaching you ascension. They're not teaching you about flashline sequences, DNA, and how to get your codes back. They're teaching you, we're your parents. Listen to us. You have to ask yourself, why? Why? If they know, and if they're up there, they already know this stuff, why are they not teaching what the Azurites are teaching, which is the mechanics of how it works, so you can put it together and become independent and grow up to be just like them, because they don't want you to grow up to be just like them. They're parents that are a little nervous that the kids might grow up and be more than they are, and they don't trust us totally. The Elohim, here's where they came from. We had, entering in Harmonic 4, we'll start with, the Elohai Emerald Order families, okay? They had a 30 to 48 strand, what's called an Emerald Sun DNA configuration. Remember the 12 strand was a Diamond Sun configuration? Well, this is called the Emerald Sun DNA configuration. 30 to 48 strands, 30 to 48 flashline sequences that would allow not only the 15 dimensions of consciousness here to be assimilated, not only that plus its other 15 on the other side, giving you the 30 from the antiparticle universe, but also the 18 codes and their reverse from the 3 levels of the energy matrix. The Elohai Emerald Order carried the ability to embody what's called, or to have access while embodiment, to what is called the Eckhart identity level, which is Ascended Master Level 3. Okay? Understanding this is important as we get talking more about who indigos are. All right, now, here's where Elohim pop up. When we had the Elohai races in Harmonic 4, remember I said how some of the races of the Elohai family and the Seraphai families digressed and created race lines that had their flashline sequences off, that they were stuck in time because they didn't have the connections anymore that would allow them to plug in all those frequencies to expand. Now, the fallen Elohim, they were Elohai once in Harmonic 4. They severed certain connections and reduced themselves to only 11 flashline sequences in order to get out from under the control of their Rishi identities in Harmonic 5. It was like a rebellion. we don't want to listen to you anymore. We don't want to do the law of one. We're having too much fun convoluting ourselves to the point where we don't make any sense to ourselves anymore. They decided that they were going to be creator gods without God, without that whole collective of consciousness. That any being that really reaches ascended mastery knows you can't divide it up in parts and expect that to work for very long. You have to recognize we are all one and all individual at the same time. And with the code convolution, or getting distorted flashline sequences in their consciousness and twists in their consciousness and the way they looked at things, the part of the Elohai family that decided to rebel against working with the higher councils, they became the Elohim. Some of them have evolved since then and rejoined the Elohai families. Now, these beings are awesome. If you see these beings, you get your D4 vision turned on and they come down to visit you, they are gorgeous. They are these white, you can't even describe them. They're like living light energy forms with sort of not quite human features and large eyes when they want to show you that much detail. They carry a presence with them that is awesome, and it just makes your heartstrings sing. You just feel, mama, you know. Your body, whether you're dealing with an Elohai or an Elohim, when that comes into your frequency, one of those consciousness, your body cells cry out, mama, because it feels the flashline sequence identification, even if it's not complete. So humans here can be so seduced by Elohim, who don't have their act together completely either, simply because of that biological identification of consciousness. And that's what's happening here. There are lots of Elohim channels at this point. Those people don't know if they're dealing with Elohim that are trying to help them re-evolve, or that are trying to trap them into another loop of evolution like we've been in for the last 22,000 years, actually. There's been things that happened because of the Elohim family lines that mutated our race down here worse than it ever had to be. We need to make the distinction between Elohai and Elohim. And over here, in the Seraphai families, some people are bringing out information that, you know, the Seraphim are all the bad guys. Then it kind of gets put over into the Seraphai family lines. Not all Seraphai family lines are negatively oriented. Only some of them are. Just like with the Elohai family lines, we had the Seraphai. Now, they were able to hold, they had something called the gold sun matrix, DNA matrix. It could hold 24 to 30 strands, flashline sequences, levels of consciousness. They were seeded primarily into the Arcturus and Andromeda galaxies in harmonic 4. And they created their own race lines, which became involved with ours later. Then there was a group of them, and this is ones we're having big problems with these days. Okay, they're back. All right, the Seraphim, that again, just like the Elohim over there, decided we're going to run our own universe, don't want to cooperate with the higher guys anymore, created their own race strains. They unplugged their flashline sequences to get out from under the impulsing coming from their higher parts and reduced themselves to a 10-strand pattern, but at least they could rule in 10 dimensions of reality. When a being or a group of beings cuts off part of their flashline sequences, there's a little catch-22. They become finite unless they feed off other things. If you have your flashline sequences hooked up through the 15 dimensions and into the energy matrix, you have a perpetual supply of energy and consciousness moving through you. You are an eternal being. It's just continually recycling, changing form. You don't go away or disintegrate or reduce yourself into space dust for something else to use as creative fuel. When you sever the strands, you become a finite being that has to take energy from something else in order to self-sustain. That's what this group of Seraphim did. Now, these are in harmonic 4. These are avatars. They're liquid light, dark avatars. They created race strains down the harmonics, just like the good Seraphim, or Seraphai did, just like the convoluted Elohim did. And these guys aren't quite as messed up as these guys. Okay, the Seraphim are the ones that created the real big nasties, as we call them. The Elohim are like in between the two. And the Elohai are the ones who still retain the codes of ascension for the races. What the Seraphim created in the next harmonic first was one of the major things that have given us problems here. They were in the Orion star system, etheric matter density, and they were winged Dracon. They look like dragons with wings and tails. Like a lot of our devil mythology comes from a cellular imprint of understanding that race, because once upon a time they interacted here and they forcefully crossbred with humans to create a hybrid strain called the Dracos, which is actually focused in Nibiru right now and is starting to mess with this race again. They're back, and it's serious business. They have 10-strand, what's called the black sun DNA matrix. It's called the black sun because in order to have that independence that they created, they not only unplugged everything above 10 strands, they reversed the order of the 5-letter sequences in the rest. They completely turn the consciousness inside out. They do not have the ability to plug into the rest of the dimensional scale, which gives them a consciousness that cannot cognate anything but itself and its own needs. If you ever looked in a shark's eyes, like on pictures and on TV, there's this blank stare there. These guys are eating machines, okay? You can go up to a shark and say, you know, I'm a really special being, and it's really not a good idea to eat me. Do you think it's going to care? It has no cognition level to have compassion or to think about you in that form. You are just fuel that it is biologically driven to consume. This is the level of consciousness, but amplified by 11 or 10 dimensions that you're dealing with the draconian matrix. It's an avatar matrix of liquid light beings that are majorly screwed up, okay? I'll put it in very loose slang down here. Very twisted consciousness. They need more help than anybody in the time matrix. They are so stuck here that they have had to turn themselves into the epitome of evil just to self-sustain, where they will suck energy off anything they can get their claws into or their flashline sequences hooked into, just to self-sustain themselves. At some point when we evolve, and the ones that are in higher evolution are trying to help these guys to get their coding back, because if they get their flashline sequences back, they start to get more and more of that energy supply coming from source. But they're still in such a twisted frame of consciousness that they're afraid of the higher light. They're afraid of connecting with their rishi. And in their fear, just to survive, they have to consume. So it's like a very ancient drama that's still going on today. When we get down into what they created a reptilian version of Anunnaki. But they didn't create the first Anunnaki. This is where you get over here. Back over to the Elohai families. Remember, the Elohai families in the next harmonic, down harmonic 3, created various things. The first things in the hominid forms they created was the Lyran Syrian Anahazi. They were the ones that held the codes of ascension. I'll just refer to those flashline sequences, the right DNA patterns that get you all the way up as the codes of ascension, because that's what it's all about here. Evolution is about restructuring the codes of ascension so you get full mastery over manifesting and demanifesting wherever you want in the 15-dimensional time matrix and the energy matrix beyond it. Okay, so we have the Anahazi in harmonic 3. At the same time, down in harmonic 3, the digressive Elohim family, who didn't have any more than 11 flashline sequences anymore, created a version of itself in harmonic 3 called the Anu. This is where we get the stories that are popping up these days in the ancient histories about the Anu races. And there's a lot of mythology from the Syrian star system primarily involved with Anu. And Anu was a god and all these kind of things. Anu was a race of beings created by fallen Elohim. It's like, let's get it straight already. Before these guys that are channeling stuff, telling us that Anu were the ancient gods, bow down to these guys, don't do this. These are Elohim families. Elohim, we can love Elohim, but we can say, excuse me, there is something higher. And if you aren't teaching me about ascension directly, you're withholding something from me that you know about, and that means you have an agenda here. What is your agenda? We need to start interacting intelligently with what's happening here, because we're having contact. Now, here's where we'll get to understand where indigos come in. Okay, not so much over here right now. We have the Anu in harmonic 3 out of the Elohim. We have in the good guy Saras families, the Seraphite families, the Saras and the Saras, which later crossed with the Syrian blues and got involved with our Egyptian lines to recalibrate the gene code in our race to some degree. They're trying to help us. Now here, there are several race strains created in different reality systems. Like when we have Palladians talking to us through channels and that kind of stuff now, they're not just Palladians. It's like Earthians. There's a lot of different people here, you know? When you're talking to Palladians, are you talking to the good ones? Are you talking to the draconian ones? Which ones are you talking to? We need to be able to ask these questions. Okay. When the harmonic 3 Anahazi came down and created their versions of races down here, they created the Azarites, the blue race. We ended up with this family line here through the Hibernians creating Anunnaki. We took Hibernians, we combined them with some of the draconian matrices over there. And we ended up with the Dracos Anunnaki here. We ended up with, there's actually an Anunnaki strain that came in with these, which was a little different than the basic Anu pattern. But when you deal with Anu instead of Anahazi, Anus are the ones that became the Anunnaki lines. They became very twisted up with the dark sun, the black sun matrices. And it's not that one group of consciousness is good, one is bad. It's that one has its ascension codes and its ability to cognate the law of one and to therefore act humanely and lovingly, and the other has lost the ability to do that. And you don't lay yourself down before them and say, well, because you're higher evolution, go ahead, lead me. Because remember sharks. Sharks don't think about their food. They just eat it. Okay? We are energy systems down here. And the ones from higher evolution that are messed up perceive us like sharks perceive food. That's all. They don't realize we have something else besides that to offer. They don't care. We need to understand these things, what's going on, because it's affecting the indigo drama right now. It's also affected our ancient stellar history forever and ever. When we come down in Harmonic 2, our race strain goes into the Sirian and Palladians. They were seated in both the Harmonic 2 Sirian and Palladian race, planetary systems. The Azurites, which were the blue hominid that came out of the Anahazi, white, Sirian whites. Okay, then there was various race strains that came down here. Out of there, when we get down to about here, this was the Emerald Order. They're called Orifeme. This is where the experiment was done to try to take the coding, the primary coding of all the other interstellar races, put it into the basic Emerald Order imprint to create a new hominid line that the consciousness that was stuck in the other forms could build up codes enough to evolve into. So it could evolve out of the time matrix through what would become the human pattern. The first level of the human pattern started in Harmonic 2 with the Emerald Order Orifeme. And Or refers to light. These were good guys. They had 30 to 48 strand capacity, that Emerald Sun matrix. Then they created a little smaller version of themselves in Harmonic 2 still, plain old Orifeme. Okay? They had 24 to 30 strand capacity. Yeah, reduced it a little bit. Into the Orifeme were seated the Turanicium, which were the 12 imprints from the other stellar races, and it created the full Turanicium 1 race. That's where it became Turanicium. Orifeme became Turanicium and human by adding the other patterns of the 12 races that needed help in their evolution. So we have the Turaniciums created now. Out of those came two primary divisions, and this is the story is told in the Secrets of Amenti book a bit, where again the Anunnaki ones from over here and from over there, the middle guys and the really bad guys, interbred with some of the Turanicium, interbred with some of the Orifeme, which means you create some really high-coded, nasty beings. Yeah, there's a lot of heavy artillery created in the negative side by combining some of these very high-coded races with the distorted races. Like the Azrael, they were actually avian, getting the wing things from the Seraphi lines. They were blue, and they became with the dark angels in our history. They were the real negative dark angels that have messed with us for a very long time. So I showed some extra stuff that I don't have to cover here today on these charts, just so you see where some of the pieces fit. So if you hear somebody channeling Palladians, put up your Maharic seal, that pillar of light, before you go in, just in case they're transmitting frequencies that you don't want in your flashline sequences. Okay, now we get down here again. Orifeme came from Emerald Order, Orifeme, Turanicium. Turaniciums got messed up with the Anunnaki coding and became two races. They split into one that went into a reptilian type of human called the Bellicudium, and another that was a purified version, bringing the codes back to what the Orifeme were supposed to be, which is called the Adami Kudman. That was the pattern used, the Adami races. This is where stories of Adam come from. The Adami races were created. They were restructuring the imprint again and seeding it in 12 small pieces down here in Harmonic 1. So the imprint could re-evolve down here, then we'd evolve back into the Adami Kudman, then we'd evolve into the Turanicium, then into the Orifeme, Emerald Order Orifeme. We progress all the way up to get our ascension codes back. When we understand this progression here, we can begin to understand where indigo children fit. Okay. We have indigo children here. These are a hybrid experiment that's taking place once again. Because we have the higher ones of higher evolution realizing that right now we have some of these guys and those guys coming in here trying to hijack evolution. They're doing hybridization programs. Some of the UFO abduction stuff are by the negative groups. And they are trying to create hybrid versions of themselves to take over this place. Because they have the ability to do that if they want to. If there was no intervention, the human race on this planet would be hijacked again, completely out of its 12-strand capacity, forget its higher strand capacity. So there are arrangements being made where some of the negative sides are deciding they don't want to be so negative after all, and they're asking for help from some of the lighter sides. So there's negotiations being made all up and down the interdimensional scale. This is when the angels choose what side they're on, you know? And it's coming down to hybridization programs running by each agenda here. We have the Elohim running their particular agenda, which is more interested in helping the Anunnaki races, since they were their Anu races, than helping the human race by itself. They don't want to hurt the human race. They're just willing to take the human and combine it with Anunnaki, realizing that the Anunnaki code is so strong that it will override the 12-strand. The Anunnaki will pick up the missing 12-strand and get its code, but it will unravel the human gene code back to a 10. It's not an evolutionary experiment that's in our best interest. It's in the Anunnaki best interest, but at our expense. That's why it's not endorsed by the Azurite Council or the Emerald Order. Because it's supposed to be win-win for everybody. In the law of one, there are win-win solutions that everybody can get what they need from. This matrix is not cooperating with that. Some of them are going to be coming over on this side the more weird things get between now and 2012 when it all comes to a head. Over there, they just want to take over the planet because they want the stargates that are at the center of this planet. They don't care what they have to do to the race here. They want one world order control. They're trying to do mind control here. And they're trying to hybridize a version of themselves here that can take over the planet. That's their only concern of the human lineage. It has codes that are compatible with the atmospheric conditions on Earth. They're trying to get that higher coding to bring in their higher levels of consciousness into form here so they can become the dominant force of this planet. Then we have these guys, the good guys over here saying, you know, these guys don't stand a chance if we don't intervene. And they have intervened. That intervention is the indigo children. The indigo children are hybridized gene code that that involve the full coding that goes up. They're not just Adami imprint humans. They're not just Turinicium with the 12th strand. Some of them are Orifeme with 24 to 30 strand capacity. Some of them are Emerald Order. The indigos returning. The indigos coming into this race cycle where they normally would not belong, and the only reason they're being put here is because we're in big trouble if they don't come. This race will never again be able to reach its 12th strand if this evolutionary experiment isn't done now to give us back a real jump start in the gene code. You're not dealing with Turinicium souls incarnating here. You're dealing with Orifeme and Emerald Order souls incarnating here. What they are Elohai from Harmonic 4. These are avatars that are connected directly to their ascended master levels of consciousness. Some of them are Ekars. There are 3 types that we'll get into later after we come back from lunch. But these are not even what's considered human consciousness anymore. They're way back up the scale. They're incarnating avatars. It is the return of the Emerald Order that we are seeing in the indigo children. And there is one group of them that are having the hardest time of all. And these are the ones that are getting a lot of problems with the ADD and all sorts of behavioral issues. And they can be living demons sometimes. And this is why. Type 3, which we'll talk about later a little bit more with the other types. Type 3 indigo child is a very unique one. It's not just an Orifeme incarnating or an Emerald Order with the higher codes. It is an Orifeme avatar that has made an agreement with one of the races over here called the Nephilim. Okay, Nephilim pop up. Actually, they're running through these lines. They're also running through these lines. Nephilim were part human and part Anunnaki from the second seeding of our race down here. They were the giants that we talked about earlier. The giants came. There were books of the Bible written on this that were destroyed. They came down, they interbred here, and they created physical beings here that were giants, and a whole bunch of them were kicked off the planet because they were going to totally erode the gene code here, and they were going to totally take dominion over the planet. That was not the plan. It was not supposed to be an Anunnaki planet. They have their own. Stay off ours, So, anyway, the Nephilim have been stuck in their own evolution. They have an 11-strand capacity, which is better than the dark matrix, but they're still not plugged into their avatar, full avatar level of consciousness, their Christos. And they cannot finish transmuting beyond that point. So they're a bunch of D11 avatars stuck. Where are they going to go? They can either join with these guys and continue sucking energy from other life forms and planetary systems, or they can start to realize they got a problem. And yes, you may be some of the most intelligent intellectual beings in the universe, but you don't know how to feel anymore because you don't have the frequencies because you're missing the DNA. If you want to evolve, you need help. There are agreements being made all up and down here. Hybridization programs that will allow the ones who want to cross over from either the very dark or the middle dark back into the ascension codes. Type 3 indigo is a hybrid consciousness, not just gene code. It is 2 avatar identities in one body. They are literally 2 different families of consciousness. It's not just having, like, let's say with a walk-in, they're both out of the same family of consciousness, where you have one come in and raise the body for a little while, and that one ascend, and then you have the other one come in. They're all related. They have the same flash line coding. You're having 2 diametrically opposite flash line sequence coded beings coming into one manifest incarnation. It can create an extreme polarity problem, an extreme from one side to the other. You may be lucky and come out with an indigo that is absolutely angelic when it's a kid. It may turn into a person that has one of those diseases where they become raving lunatics when they're 60 years old because they get one of these diseases where they start to bark and all sorts of wild other stuff. The negative side will come out if these things aren't harmonized. The purpose for these type 3 indigos is to allow a new opportunity, a new race line of evolution for the Nephilim avatars who want to cross back over into the light, to have a new race line they can evolve through. And at the same time, it's helping us because from all of our history that has been hidden for the last 200,000 years, where the Anunnaki came down and messed with the gene pool here, most of us have Anunnaki coding in us now, whether we want it or not. If we're going to evolve, some of us have so much Anunnaki coding that to get the 12th strand back, we need that intervention race too. By helping the Nephilim evolve, the indigos are giving a place where the Nephilim and the human strains contaminated by Anunnaki can incarnate next into that form and start to clear out their codes and work out their polarity balances so they can then go into the Taurinaceum imprint. What it will give the Nephilim is the ability to pick up that one extra strand. They have 11 strands. They'll be able to pick up the one extra strand. But their 11 strands are reversed. That fire letter sequence is turned around backwards. What this will do is turn it back around forward and give them the extra strand so they can finally ascend, hook up with the Rishi, and they're out of here. It will also help the humans whose gene code has been contaminated by the Anunnaki coding to do the same, piece by piece, lifetime by lifetime. But they come in with a huge burden of trying to balance the polarities of the universe within themselves. The Orifeme imprint is dominant, and that's the only way these avatars from the negative side get to come over. They have to agree to be in subservience to the little bit higher coded avatar coming in with the Orifeme. Now the Orifeme have much higher coding. They go from 24 up to 48 coding. That's the only level coding that would not get reversed itself by combining it with an 11-strand Nephilim. So you couldn't do it with a Taurinaceum, a regular human. You had to go to the level above. Type 3 indigos, which are the predominant ones now. There's about 2,500,000 of them on planet right now. These are the ones that are having real problems with the energies, the chemical imbalances, the issues. They're here to resolve the polarity balances of the races. They have within them some of the highest avatar, and they have within them some of the most screwed up avatar. But they are avatars that are trying to balance that within themselves. Most of them will never become conscious of who they are on that level. They need help balancing the polarities. And we'll talk more about the other 2 types, which is much less scary. I wasn't too thrilled to find out about type 3s. Like, oh no. I've dealt with Nephilim before in other lifetimes in their pure form, and it was like, oh no, they're not quite as bad as draconian shark type consciousness, but they don't feel. They can kill you and observe that as a scientific analysis. Oh, interesting. It responded this way. They just don't feel what they did. And some humans carry this too. They said, when I was asking, the Guardian matrices, they said that Jeffrey Dahmer was a type 3 indigo. He didn't do things to hurt people on purpose. He just had these urges that he had to fulfill, and it did something for him.
he just couldn't get the concept of remorse because he couldn't get the concept of what he had done. That is a very characteristic sign of Nephilim consciousness. They came in here and mutated the heck out of our race and didn't even realize what the higher councils were mad at them. They didn't get it. They're intelligent, but they don't feel the reality. You have this in an indigo body that's a type 3. And I'm going to be putting together a book on how to deal with the 3 different types of indigos. The other 2 are much more positive, and they're not as extreme. They don't have the negative, positive problems as much as these guys. But they have their own issues to deal with. We'll talk more about them, by the way, as you can imagine. But the important part of knowing about these things is without that framework, you're not going to understand indigo children. And without understanding indigo children, you're not going to understand what's happening here on the planet right now that affects everybody on this planet. We're going to be part of a very small group of people who actually get it, who actually have a clue as to what is going down here. And it's going to get stranger and stranger in the next couple of years because we're going through dimensional blend. More contact is going to be made. There's actually a possibility that as soon as by next year, the end of next year, you may have the Elohim crew with their ETs visiting. Staging a landing is possible. It's not decided yet. We have some pretty good spy matrices up there, so as far as finding out what they're going to do and when they're going to do it, we tend to be pretty current on the information. It's still an agenda that's possibly going to be done. It could get as weird as that, as early as next year. Imagine what that would look like. Imagine if all of a sudden you have the new president on TV saying, interrupt this broadcast. Events of an incredible nature. The only thing I can compare it to is the incredible filmage they had from when the Hindenburg went down in history. You had that live broadcast of the guy in tears watching this thing explode in the sky. Well, it'll be kind of that level of intensity. The ships are landing. We are not alone. I can see the newscaster with the melodrama, and everybody glued to their TV sets. Oh my God, we're not alone. The scary part is, if that drama unfolds, it's not the Guardians that are doing it. It's the middle ones that are coming out of the Elohim matrix that want to take human evolution away from 12-strand into the Anunnaki lines in order to quickly up-level the Anunnaki lines, even though it's at the expense of the humans. They're not trying to wipe us out. They're just inadvertently going to damage us more than they already did. What that scenario would look like if it unfolds is you would probably see simply one craft. And it would probably be done live on TV for effect, so everybody'd get it. And then there would be announcements as very human-looking visitors came off. They may be tall, taller than the average human. And they may be very blonde and very Nordic-looking. And if it happens to be those guys, they're from Nibiru. They're part of the Elohim Nephilim crew from Nibiru that messed with us all through our history and took out the books of the Bible, the other 12 that were supposed to be in there that told us how to ascend. Yeah. And they will have names like Moses, Abraham, Jesus. And they will pretend, just like they did everywhere since 200,000 years ago, back again in 22,000 BC, they did it again. They will pretend they are our parents. You know that Bible you had? Well, we wrote it. You're our children. This is the line of BS they're planning to run here. If their agendas work well enough, if the planetary grid mechanics that we are working with aren't effective enough, quickly enough, where they still have the opening to get away with it, this is what they're trying to do. Do you know what they're already doing? They are manifesting images of religious figures floating down out of the sky. People have pictures of these. I think they're from Argentina or Brazil. I forget. Yes. And the people that are involved with this, I know a couple of these people, and I like them. I didn't have the heart to tell them that I'm sorry, it's not Jesus, really. It happens to be a Palladian Nibiruan that's coming down as part of a holographic insert program. They're not our enemies per se, but they're certainly not working in the best interest of us. They're like overprotective parents that decided they don't trust us enough to grow up, so they're not going to let us. That is not fair. That's why they are no longer members of the Guardian agendas. They're no longer members of the Guardian Alliance.
So the whole indigo issue is attached to the whole UFO visitation issue, is attached to what is going to go down here in the next 10-year period. Are we going to see it live on TV? And most of everybody else is going to be sitting around going, oh, neat. Jesus is back, just like the Bible said. You know, it's like, if it were that simple, I'd be thrilled. But it's not that simple. These are plans of deception. What it all comes down to is we have a 12-strand potential as the general populations here. This is an opportunity to get that back, get back the awareness and the history that goes with it, and get back the mechanics to put our DNA back together. In the meantime, if we have too much skepticism and don't move quickly enough and say, well, I'm too busy, I have these things I have to do, I'll get to DNA later, I'll get to my evolution, maybe in 6 years or so, you just may find yourself as part of a mass program where all of a sudden there's human-looking beings claiming to be our forefathers interacting with society, particularly on the government levels, and you see this unity consciousness emerging, which unity consciousness in its true sense is fine. That's what we're aiming for. But you will see a pseudo-unity consciousness emerging, where if you don't buy the program, you become enemy of the state. If you don't buy the history that's going to involve a planet called Maldak, that's going to involve a twist on history they did in the Sumerian times, that changes real history the way it went down, makes them look like they came in and created us and took us from being apes and made us into humans. It's a whole false history that's coming out of the Nibiru Matrix. This is what they did before. It's coming through channeling. You'll find it in channeling books. You'll find it on websites. There are certain, I won't name them right now, but there is a certain very large contact movement happening with a Syrian strain. They claim to be guardians and ascended masters and a few other things. They are very sweet, love, light oriented. They are these guys. But they're not identifying themselves as the same Nibiru ones. They're working several angles with several different groups of contactees. But it's all the same primary agenda behind it, which is kind of mutate us into more Anunnaki cloister lineages, up the Anunnaki lineage, and keep us under mind control for however long it takes to get the Anunnaki where they want them. That's not the original agenda here. This DNA here is called the Templar Sun DNA. When I was talking about the Nephilim from before, this is the configuration they have, that 11 strand, but it's reversed where the fire letters are reversed, so they no longer plug into each other. So they can't undergo cellular transmutation. They're blocked because your fire letters have to be in right sequence in order for one strand to plug into the next, antiparticle and particle diffuse progressively up the thing to de-densify your matter. They're stuck in time. When we're doing the hybridization with them, these are the ones that agreed from that middle matrix that said, okay. Long time ago when we made the decision to do these mutations down here, we see now it was a bad idea. Whoops. Help. They are asking for help. They're starting to at least to realize that what they did here, for one, was totally unfair to us, but it also inadvertently caused them a lot of problems too. They want to fix it. So they were given amnesty to the point where they're not under judgment, but they have to agree to work under the direction of one of the higher level Elohai families, the Orphim primarily. This is the matrix the Nephilim are coming in with. So when you have an indigo level 3, which was literally 2 avatars coming into one body, you will have the 24-strand matrix of the Orphim mixed with that, the 11-strand reverse matrix. Progressively, the 24 strands will begin to reverse the polarity on the fire letters there. They'll match up because they have a lot of similar coding, and it will turn the negatives back into positives. But this whole process of the Indigo 3 lifetime is going to be about balancing polarities, because they're literally manifesting through the gene code, and that will manifest through the consciousness and the biochemical nature of the brain. Because what science doesn't realize yet is they look at DNA, they look at chemical imbalances, they look at the chemicals in the body. They don't realize these are the translations, chemical translations and manifestations of that deeper imprint. That's what they are. When they see DNA, it's simply a chemical translation of the morphogenetic imprint that's held in the scalar sequences. So they're not going to be able to figure out at all what is happening with any of the indigo children, because there's a DNA thing happening here that's so far beyond what science is ready to deal with. They're going to be relatively useless in helping indigos. They're going to be totally useless in helping what's going to happen if those guys actually do have the audacity to land. They're already doing that. There's been landings little private ones with little groups. Some happen out in Colorado, some happen in Arizona. Little isolated events that don't make it on the news, but you hear about them in the tabloids sometimes. Group in Arizona, makes breeding contracts with, ETs. Half of the stuff is nonsense. The other half isn't. That's what's scary. We're in a situation now in our society where we're being taught that what is reality is actually fiction, and we're being taught to live fiction. The reality of ET contact has been part of our history for 70 years. 70 years ago, there were contracts made. It wasn't Roswell, it was before that, with the Zeta races, who are coming out of the Draconian Matrix. Were made with the U.S. government and several other governments. These are literal contracts signed. The MJ-12 groups evolved out of that. You don't find this in our history books for some reason. Oh, by the way, when the Zetas came down and decided they wanted to hybridize, and the government gave permission for that, so they let them abduct people as long as they erased their memory so they wouldn't remember it, so they could get the gene code. That's what's been going on here. These poor people that have been having contact and being abducted and being terrified by thinking they're crazy and going to psychologists, and the psychologists are telling them they're crazy. These people aren't crazy. They're being messed with. All right? But at least they're not the only ones messing. There's also people who are contactees that are indigos, or they're going to be parents of indigos. Indigos come in by something called a Palladorian birthing contract. If you have an indigo child, you had a soul agreement, actually a Rishi-level agreement, to serve the role of parenting an indigo child here, which meant you would have to have certain accelerations in your own gene code, which means you would have at least, from the time you were a child, on the astral D4 level, direct contact with some of the guardian groups who would have been progressively through the astral body been activating portions of your DNA. So if you have indigo children, you have had contact. You just don't have the memory opened yet. So there's a lot to this story. If we can begin understanding it, we can begin positioning ourselves in a position of power to direct it in the best interest of everyone. Because we're not against Nephilim, we're not against Draconians, but allowing them to come in, take over, and deny the evolutionary potential that belongs to humanity doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help them either, as the Nephilim are now finding all of these centuries and centuries later. They're finding that because they mutated us, they're stuck too. They could have got that 12 strand back. They could have had the ability to interact with us and create a race strain within a win-win situation that they would have evolved long ago already too. So they're realizing the error of the ways. The Draconians are very far from realizing that. Now, I want to get into that's the matrix of the Nephilim that's being combined. What do we have next here? Okay. This is another, wow. When we get into the Palladian Nibiruans, it's called the Axios Sun matrix. It's another DNA configuration. This one belongs to a lot of the ones that would be involved with that stage landing. Okay? They're connected to the other guys, but these guys have an extra problem. It's called the Templar seal. And it was put on them for messes they created before, where they just were not allowed to go higher until they went back down and reincarnated over and over and over until they clean up the messes they made. And this is coming out of they're Nephilim, but they're the ones particularly associated with the Palladian Nibiruans. And if you look through things, this might be a good time to start checking out, like, what's on the websites, all right, ET contactees, who's talking to what out there. You'll start to have an idea of when you see who's talking to what that what is, and what agenda is behind what it's saying. Okay? These would be the guys that are most likely to make first contact and to pretend there are ancient, Noahs and people like that. So if we understand, this is about DNA. This is about race evolutionary agendas. This is not some fluff-headed New Age picture. This has been going on all along. We need to realize it. Put the next one in, please. All right. These really small ones, they're just making indication of the seals in the DNA, which are distortions that were put in on purpose to change the way it was supposed to work, to block certain things, to control how consciousness would evolve. Our DNA came in with a lot of different types of seals. Some of them are described in Voyager's Amente book, and it gets really confusing. I mean, there's a lot of things, and this changed this, and the consciousness did this instead of this because you changed that. It's like, it's a science. We tried to touch on some of it. This is called the Belil Sun matrix. It's a 10-strand matrix, and there's a whole big movement going on now. Usually the people that are working with the Tree of Life that has 10 Sephiroth. The tree of life, as anybody doing Kathara healing knows, is about the DNA and about the Kathara grid within the body and about how that evolves into ascension. The people that are working to help people with this DNA configuration, humans here with this DNA configuration, are working with the 10 tree. We're working in Kathara with the 12 tree because we're working to regenerate the 12-strand pattern. These guys with the 10 tree of life are working with this DNA matrix because there's a huge amount of humans on the planet right now who have this DNA matrix because of interactions with the Anunnaki races throughout our history from Sumerian times and before Sumerian times. So the Balil Sun matrix has a 10-strand capacity. Now there are ways through the Melchizedek ordinations that anybody can get transmission of the 12-strand pattern. And they will at least have it when they didn't have it at birth. It's a morphogenetic field transmission. This is what we do the ordinations for. They're not about church. They're about DNA and ascension. Okay? But the matrices involved with this are not being taught that that's an option, which again, Council feels is not fair. They should at least be able to be taught it's an option. It is felt with the matrices of Elohim that are connected to these guys too, that the consciousness isn't mature enough to handle itself. So they'll help them evolve, but this way, so they can still keep a rein on them. Now, if you look at some people on planet Earth and how absolutely wacky they can be and how cruel they can be, would you really want them running around in 3 harmonics of the universe? It's bad enough they're in 1 on 1 planet. So it's not a negative agenda, the ones that are working to, with the 10 tree. It's an agenda meant for a level of consciousness and a certain DNA matrix that will help them evolve to the point where they could handle themselves with the power that a 12-strand matrix will give them. They're the Balil Sons. They have a lot to do with going back in time to some of the Jeshua lines. In the Voyagers book, we talk about the Christ story in a very unique way. We talk about the 3 Christs, the guy who was crucified, who wasn't even a Christ, he was a decoy, and the 2 who ascended. One was a 12th level avatar, one was a 9th level avatar. The 12th level avatar was out of the Elohai families, and the 9th level was out of the Elohim families. Yeah. Okay, we talk a lot about that. There's Jeshua 9s and Jeshua 12s, we call them, and they're family lines that came down because each of them left progeny, and each of them, there are Christian lines here, 2 of them. The Jeshua 9s tend to have this. These are the guys that are going to get kind of suckered in by the story of the Palladian Nibiruans because they were directly involved with creating this mutation in the first place. So there's so many agendas here that are happening simultaneously with the DNA. If you're aware of them, you can at least have a choice in which one you're going to buy into. You can at least say, well, if our potential is 12-strand, well, I think we should have the ability to have that potential back. That's why I'm here. That's why the Orifim are here. That's why the Indigo children are here, to fulfill a promise that was made 550 million years ago with the Amenti rescue mission. That was called the Covenant of Peleador, and the Ark of the Covenant referred to that, to seeding the races. About 248,000 years ago, during a period that was called the Temple Wars period, that again you won't find in your history books yet, there was another covenant made after a whole bunch of messes, and 2 seedings went down the tubes, and again the same forces were fighting, and that's why the 2 seedings went down the tubes before. There was an agreement made called the Emerald Covenant, where a group of the interstellar races from all the harmonics who decided they would help humanity, reaffirm their position on helping humanity to get the 12-strand back. They made a promise. And the Emerald Order were the ones who, ran the whole thing from the higher harmonics, the Elohai families. And there's huge groups of interstellar races involved with each agenda, including the Emerald Covenant. Once upon a time, the Elohim Matrix was a part of the Emerald Covenant. Once upon a time, the Jeshua 9s were a part of the Emerald Covenant. But they decided to take it more into the Anunnaki evolution, and they broke the Emerald Covenant. So they're no longer considered a guardian group in the terms of guarding your right to have your heritage back. All right, so if you understand a little bit about how DNA applies to the agendas that are going down now, you get this bigger picture of reality that's going on. You also start to realize that humans have ET gene lines in them now because there's been hybridization going on periodically. So we all have something called a DNA substrand matrix pattern. We're connected to one of these, or some of these, or a couple of these. We'll all have some of this stellar coding in us, and we will be most susceptible to the information broadcast coming through the matrices that have the coding we have in our DNA. That's why the fact that you guys are in this room would probably imply you have the Elohai coding, because this is an Elohai transmission pattern, and you were drawn in and guided to be here by that frequency. There are people, and there's a huge amount of them, they're going to be drawn into the Elohim matrix that have the Anunnaki distortions in the DNA. They're not being told about the other option available to them, and that's what's not fair. And guardian races are not going to intervene and wage war over it. It'll just destroy the planet if they did that. But they are trying to make the option known, where if you do happen to have, from the J9 strains, if you happen to have Nephilim in your gene code, this is okay. It means the ascension process happens a little differently, and there's things that have to be done, but you can fix this. You don't have to go through another 2,000, 2 million years of evolution under somebody else's control to do it. So it's really just being aware. How much do you want to know? We feel that you throw it out there, and who wants to know will come. So we're doing that. All right, can we flip? Thanks. Do I need that one? All right, and the final one I was talking about, the draconian DNA matrix, it's called the Black Sun 10-strand reverse. They have 10-strand capacity, can pull in 10 dimensions of consciousness, cannot transmute form from one harmonic to another. But some of them, because they've crossed with some of the higher strains of the Elohai in various periods, can shapeshift to some degree. So you have dragons running around in human form. If you start seeing this is a phenomenon. I've had a number of people independently from all over different parts of the United States tell this one researcher who I know, who's like a researcher of UFO phenomena, I think I'm losing my mind, because this person that I've known all my life, I was looking at them one time, they turned around and they turned into a lizard. They literally stood there and they were not a person anymore. They were a lizard, and then they turned back again, and I think they're going crazy. They're not going crazy. Not all human bodies have humans in them right now. And that's going to be a rude awakening. That doesn't mean you hate some people and love others. That means you got to realize we have a really multifaceted problem here. If you start to see weird stuff, like reptile faces popping out, even in etheric vision, where you just start to see reptiles inside certain people, you're identifying, your inner senses are picking up on this DNA matrix, the reptilian DNA matrix. They're most susceptible to being manipulated by the higher levels of the dark avatars. They can be fixed too, but their matrix doesn't tell them that. They're just they're given belief programs of blind subservience. Just follow this doctrine. They don't teach them anything about their energy fields. They keep them dumb, so they can use them here. But they're still human. Everybody here on this planet, this is the redeeming factor, came out of the Adami imprint originally, which was the Turanicium, which was the Orifim, which was the Emerald Order. Okay, we all still have a seed of that left, even if you have a Black Sun matrix. It may take a while to reverse something like this, but it can be done. If you know the option exists. Those people that have, human beings right now walking around with us, who have some portion of this or even all of this, there are literal race lines among us that have this DNA configuration. They don't know it. And it's a good thing it's not common knowledge, because everybody would be really trying to kill each other, pointing fingers at each other. You have a Black Sun matrix. It's not about that. Black Sun matrices, Belial matrices, all these DNA matrices can be fixed and restored. All it comes down to is understanding fire letter sequences and what fire letter sequences need to be repaired and reordered. When you're working with the Elohai councils, they know the mechanics of that. They have the programs, the original ones. And that's what they're bringing back here. That's what the indigos coming here are about. They're resetting in the grids, in the earth grids, in the race morphogenetic field, the original pattern of that first seed race in harmonic 4, and then in harmonic 3, the Anahazi, that everything else came out of. They're resetting that pattern here. So no matter what mess you have in the gene code at this point, you can plug in to the ascension codes and start getting your coding back, your flashline sequences back. That's the highest agenda working on the planet. Okay, we can go past that. All right, I think we showed that one before, yeah. That is the imprint, the 24 strand, and it's like 24 to 30 strand capacity of the Orifim. That's not the Emerald Order Orifim, that's the Orifim. That would represent the matrix of indigo number 2. Type 2 indigos are incarnating ancient souls. They're not incarnating from here. Usually when you die here, you go up to about D4 frequency, reincarnate back down from D4. These guys are incarnating from the 24th to the 30th frequencies of consciousness. And they have to go through a whole interesting process to do that, to downstep into a body pattern down here. So type 2 indigos will have this DNA matrix. They are here on world service missions, and they are also here to help reset and hit critical mass of the right flash line sequences within the race morphogenetic field for the DNA. Because if there's enough of them, and there's a strong enough concentration of the right sequence patterns, it will flip over a lot of the mutations in the race morphogenetic field for the DNA. We're all connected through our morphogenetic fields, the scalar patterns. We're all part of the Earth's morph field, and we're all a part of the universal morph field. But when we bring it down to us as an individual, is connected to a collective, a family, is connected to a race, is connected to the planet. So they're coming in. Indigo 2s are coming in to give back the 12-strand pattern here by having double that. So every one counts as 2, as if there were 2 to reset that pattern. They're trying to hit critical mass. So the potential 12-strand is given back to this race before the other guys get a chance to hijack it again. All right, and then we'll get to level 3s now. All right. That is the Emerald Sun, 48-strand DNA matrix. And they're really beautiful. Like, like when you start to realize these are frequencies of consciousness, it's like filling out the frequencies. And when you see little scrawny suns, you realize you have limited consciousness. And when you have something that looks like that, you have 48 levels of consciousness, focused and aware. These beings have the potential to be awesome, but they can't come in with all of that activated, or they'd totally blow up a fetal pattern. It's a process getting into a fetal body. With the Emerald Order Oraphim, which are the ones that were the original Elohai, they're literal incarnations of the Elohai, not just avatars, but ascended masters levels. They come in from their non-manifest states in the ultra-terrestrial level, come down into the meta-terrestrial level, and progressively work their way down into where they can incarnate here in pieces, because you can't fit it all in a human body, it would blow it up. This is the potential they have. Now, the human imprint down here can't hold more than 12 dimensions of consciousness. With a matrix like this, or even the 24 pattern, they can open up to the avatar level, full 12-strand activation, and then they can access the rest of their consciousness. They can't fully embody it and focus it here, but they can move their consciousness up and pull information. They can read the whole 15-dimensional matrix and up to the Katic level. So they can pull very pure information. Now, these are the level 1 indigos. They come in, usually, not even so much just to help critical mass in the DNA for the 12-strand. They're coming in on planetary grid work projects. And very often their whole life is just about that. They just kind of disassociate from other things. They're not as sociable as the type 2s. And the type 1 and 2 are not as rambunctious as type 3s, that have the polarity issues to deal with more. When they come in, they have the ability to awaken to be ascended masters. That doesn't mean they will. If the gene code doesn't activate properly within the right time frames, they won't be able to fully actualize their potential. That's where we come in. If we're aware of what's going on here and we start to create situations in our culture that will give them the framework they need to awaken quickly, they will be fine. They're here to make sure this planet doesn't go into pole shift between now and 2017. And they won't even be grown up by then. They're just here as an energy field. Because right now we have stargates opening, whether or not we believe in them yet. They're real. They're at the planetary core, and they're called the Halls of Amentet. They haven't opened in 200,000 years, 210,000, 216 years. They are opening now. They will open in 2012, between 2012 and 2017 for a brief period of time. If that opening does not go properly, if the flashline sequences in the planetary grid are off, it will create pole tilt. And this is why the type 1s are coming in fleet. They can rebalance the planetary grids because they can hold the literal flashline sequences all the way up to the Akatic level if they're activated. They can reset that into the planetary grids to correct any planetary grid blockages that would create pole shift. When we do our trips to Egypt and Peru and these kind of things, this is what it's about. Unfortunately, I'm not going on vacation. I would love to. We're going there to run the frequency of these codes back into the planetary grid to make sure that as the vortice is open, which they are doing now, the 7 seals that they talked about in the Bible, seal 4 opens on 5/5/2000. May 5th. That's at Giza. We just recoded that manually because if we didn't, that would have begun the pole shift. There's a lot of channel groups that are talking about, yes, in 2003 the pole shift starts. That's when it would have started. All right. Correction. We recoded that one. Next is Peru. So what we're doing is the mission of the Emerald Order. It's very intense information. It's not baby level at all. We weren't supposed to have this information here for another 2,000 years. But the planet wasn't going to make it to that point. So this was the crash course, tell them as much as they can handle to get this grid work done. And they'll be okay. And that's what's being done. That's why I'm out here giving information. There's going to be more people like me talking about this as they start their awakening cycles. Okay, so when we're dealing with type 1s, we're dealing with this, the 48-strand Emerald Sun DNA matrix. And what's interesting about this matrix is to have that level of consciousness incarnate into a fetal pattern, it has to be done in two pieces. It has to be done through a walk-in process. And this is another thing that you go to a psychologist and again they think you're a split personality or you're nuts or whatever. You're not. A walk-in is a literal process where one soul starts the fetal pattern, does fetal integration, raises the body to a certain level, and then they have soul agreements that, okay, I'm done with what I needed to learn here, and this one didn't want to have to go into a body or couldn't go into a body until a certain age. They switch. They literally switch. One goes into ascension, pulls its fire letter sequences out, while the other puts theirs in, and it recodes the body. It's very precise. It's very tight wiring issues, and it's orchestrated from higher levels. All of the type 1s have to do the walk-in process, or they cannot activate to be the avatars and then the ascended masters that they are. If they don't undergo the walk-in process, they will be stunted into no more than a 12-strand activation level. And again, there's timing factors. Certain things have to happen by like age 12, certain things by age 22, certain by 33, and if they don't fulfill their potential. These are a group of children here that are here, and a group of adults too, that to finish what they intended by coming, they're going to have a whole different school system. They're going to have classes that teach them about their biofield, teach them about find who you are. You're somebody else, find it. You know, you're not just you when you look in the mirror. There's more to you. Find you. They need this assistance so they don't get in the brainwashing program that we're taught in public schools here. Or they will never be able to reach this potential, which means they won't get the grid work done. Which means this race may not have to worry about it after 2017. It's not baby games anymore. It's not a fear thing either. As long as we can accommodate what the indigos are here to do, it'll work out fine. We're scheduled to win this round. 200,000 years ago, the last time the stargates opened, we lost. It went into pole tilt then. And when things balanced again, the negative sides took over. Well, the negative ones and the middle grounds. And they've been fighting here ever since. And every time some of the Elo High families tried to come in, they would wipe out their information, bringing the Ascension teachings, and they would wipe out their populations whenever possible, too. We're in a unique position in history. And the Indigos are leading the way. And if we help them, they'll lead us back to the victory of our own heritage. That's what it's about. And that's the level we need to understand. This is not small stuff. We need to build places where these indigo children and the parents that are going to be carrying them can go for safety, for shelter, for new understanding of what's happening here. So they can begin to activate, so they don't go into having to have Ritalin to control their behavior because their biofields are short-circuiting. Because even the ones with the high-strand coding can have that problem too. Many of the type 3s are the autistic children. About 99% they said of autistic children are type 3s, where the negative one tried to take over the body and the Orifeme shut it down. And it just won't. So it freezes the whole ability to communicate, and the outside personality just goes into terror. There's this war going on inside, and it can't even fathom what's happening to itself on a conscious level. So there are diseases. SIDS is another one, sudden infant death syndrome. This is mostly indigos, of all the types, where they get to a certain point in the fetal body and they realize they're not going to be able to activate the gene code the way they had intended. They're not going to be able to do what they came to do, so they leave, and they look for another body as quickly as possible. This is the thing science doesn't understand yet. I mean, they look at this, what's causing this horrible problem? Well, sometimes the horrible problem happens to be a choice by the soul that's trying to incarnate in there. And parents need to understand this, too. I'll save time for questions later, though. I just want to... Okay.
What I want to tell you is that they are also using the indigo order to be hosts for indigos without them coming out into the world as human beings.
Right.
Yes.
You mean they're using him in overshadow?
You know, like a human being like me, for
Yeah.
instance, I can be used as a host to have the indigo inside of me.
Yeah.
And it functions that way without coming out into the world.
Yeah, some of them will do overshadow. That's called overshadowing, and what that is, I've done this before in my incarnations. I haven't been in a full physical incarnation since Miriam's period back in the biblical days, but I have had numerous experience of overshadowing one of the other souls in my soul matrix that incarnated. And she would go into fetal integration and get into the gene code, and I would come down into the astral field and make the link between the astral field and the higher levels of consciousness. So she had her interior guidance system open, So I practiced for this life by doing that for a while. This time, I came in through this. I haven't activated all that yet. That's my potential, and if I keep wiping myself out with overwork like this, I'm never going to get it activated. It's not about ego. It's not about who's got a better gene code, It's about what did you as a high being, because we all are ascended masters. We all started there. What do we come to do here? We all came to do something. Now, with this gene code, the issues for children, it's an issue because walk-in can be a challenging experience. You'll also have bleed-through from a very early age between the experiences here and in the anti-particle universe because they have the coding open between them. So they get two sets of memories running concurrently. They may also be birthing in with much of their incarnational memory running before their eyes before they can even talk. They know they came from somewhere else, but they don't know what that means, and they get out here, try to understand, and they're hit with frameworks of reference that cannot explain them to themselves. That stunts their awakening process. It makes it very, very hard for the indigos to awaken. That's why many of you in this room may be indigos. You may be the type 1 indigos. You just never got to the point where you could understand what that meant or how to find it. Knowing this information may begin that opening for you, where you could start to feel it. Okay, I think I'm an indigo. Might I be 1, 2, or 3? I'm going to do a book, not a 2-year publishing job book, but one of the spiral-bound ones specifically. I'm very detailed how to spot these characteristics. If I try to do it in a short form and stick some little dinky things in the chart pack, there's some references there, but there are a lot of characteristics to look for with each of these types. I'm going to do a book. It's probably going to be for mail order for anybody who wants it within the next couple of months, that specifically how to handle the indigo situation. If you think you are one, if you know one, what to do for indigos in general, what the kids that are spotted with different disorders. There are certain physical disorders that are very characteristic. Like these kind come in, often asthma. They come in with asthma as a baby. Oftentimes they come in as jaundiced infants with the yellowing of the skin, the liver's not functioning properly. Often they have spleen problems. There's all sorts of different things. The body's here, or the body patterns here that they get, that fetal imprint from the parents' imprint, is not quite ready to handle that level of frequency. So there are adjustment issues that come in with all of them. I'm going to do a detailed rather than just try to throw it at you, this, and this, and you can spot one. It's not that easy. But once you see how the characteristics fall, you will be able to start walking around and you'll see these children. And that's when you're empowered to help them. They're all good. The ones even with the Nephilim. They have the real challenge because they don't get to activate all of their strand capacity. They're just here to have the capacity to reverse the negative Nephilim matrix. So they don't get the glory of being able to turn into 12th level avatars and go through portals. They're not going to reach that this life, and they're not supposed to, and that's okay. Some of them may die early. Some of them may get into drug abuse to numb themselves from the internal conflict. They need a lot of help and support, love, and nurturing is what they need. It's not even going to help them to understand this stuff. It's way over their heads. They're going to be too trapped in the surface conflicts. So you'd handle them one way. Then there's the other two who need to wake up as fast as possible because they came here to be avatars and ascended masters. Not to say, I'm an ascended master and walk around with their nose in the air. They came here to say, excuse me, I got to go do planetary grid work. Sorry, can't go to the football game right now. You know what I mean? We really need to create an awareness where we can accommodate these children. There's 155,000 of them coming in between now and 2017. They're just the infants. There's a bunch of them here already. And they're not awakening yet because they don't have a framework to awaken in. So if we can begin to create those frameworks for them, they will begin to awaken, which will help them do the grid work they need to do as far as these guys go. So hopefully we won't be like a handful of people trying to make sure the planetary grids don't go into reversal. Yeah, there's strength in numbers. The more people that are working with setting the patterns of the grid right, the more chance of shifting out of the potential pole tilt we have. We don't have to see pole tilt if we're ready to wake up. All right. Now, okay, a couple quick points I want to make with the incarnational heritage is, we're in, most of the people on the planet, I will say instead of we in this room, are of the Aryan root race cycle. They have the 3rd and 4th DNA strand activation job. Okay? The indigos come in from much higher levels than the astral plane, where most of the Aryan souls come in from. They come in from, as I was saying, the Rishi level and the Ascended Master level. All right, so here, first of all, they're completely different levels of consciousness. They're not astral awareness at all. They have astral awareness, but they are just beings they can be, if they activate, beings of a magnitude that is awesome. And there's no ego involved with that. Ego is a lower, kind of neophyte characteristic. We find out, oh boy, I have a big gene code, I'm somebody important. That just means you didn't realize you were somebody important, which means you didn't have your gene code activated enough to know everybody's important. So if you're still stuck in a thing of some people are better than others just because they have higher levels of development, that's still an ego issue. That means you don't get that we're all equal in value from the smallest to the largest. You don't get the law of one yet. And that means if you're an Ascended Master claiming that and you're still having those value judgments, you're showing that you're not. And there's a lot of that going around these days. Okay. Let's see. Okay, for the parents of indigos, this is where ET contact comes in. But ET contact on the D4 level, through the dream state usually first, sometimes from childhood. Parents will be involved with Oversoul and Rishi contracts to have the indigos, and they will be prepared for that through at least astral level out-of-body type of experiences through childhood. Some will have, many of the ET people, the contactees, are really experiencing the fulfillment of their Palladorian birthing contracts. They're getting their gene codes amped up, but they don't understand it yet. They don't understand what it means or why this seems like a dream, but it's not a dream, and how did they take me through that wall? I'm physically solid, and so is the wall. They don't have the framework yet to understand that if you change the oscillation rate of the body, you can literally make it walk through walls down here. It's all vibrational relationships, and the ETs know how to do this. And I don't even like the term ET, because it makes you think of little green Martians. And I don't particularly like the term angel, because it makes you think of big things with wings that are much more important than you are, that you have to bow down in subservience to. Both of those terms are misleading. Both of those terms set you up for manipulation. If you look at them both as visitors from other worlds and higher levels of evolution, frequency-wise, it brings them all down into perspective. Forget the spaceships, laser guns, and feathery wings. Let's get down to who are these people. Okay? We need to stop looking at ourselves as little, lowly, sinful humans and these big, wonderful angels, half of whom are on the dark side. The other half are okay. There are winged beings out there. But they're winged because they're of an extraterrestrial strain that happens to have wings. Like nobody ever seems to make the connection between angels' wings. Why do angels have wings? Because God gave them wings. Well, yeah. How? Genetically. How? Through a race of beings that has wings as their genetic imprint. They are not of this planet, therefore they are ET. They're interchangeable terms. And we need to reinterpret how we look at things with this angel ET thing. Angelic consciousness is really between D6 and D9. Angels aren't that high up on the totem pole. You have the ability to bring in D6, D9 consciousness if you activate your gene code. If you get the 12 the pattern, transmit it back into your field, and progressively work to activate it in the Kundalini, you can be angels embodied because you all have a level of angelic consciousness. So we're learning to reperceive the whole structure. Forget bound down to things with wings just because they have wings and they claim to be from God. We're from God too, So let's equalize it a little. Respect where it's due, but not to the point of blindness where we can be easily blindsided. Now, let's see if I want to cover anything else on here. Powder and birthing contracts. Yeah, we covered most of that. Okay. All right, this is the visual difference between the contemporary human DNA and the small Orifeme, 24-strand indigo, type 2 DNA. That's not even the type 1s that have the 48-strand capacity. Here we have the potential of having, if we get the transmission to receive the morphogenetic imprint for the cloister race strands, this would be the 12-strand diamond sun matrix. Right now, most humans on the planet have 1, 2, 3 strands activated, and they're just beginning to activate strand 4, which they had the birth imprint on. These strands, they didn't even have the birth imprint on, unless they happen to be of a cloister race strain. The Melchizedeks are coming in now, too, which are a cloister race that goes with the next root race that's not here yet. They have strand 5 on the birth imprint, but they don't have strand 6. None of them have strand 6 right now, even the Melchizedeks, unless they get a full induction of the 12-strand pattern, which is a process of ordination that takes place when you're dealing with the higher Elohai councils and that kind of thing in the Melchizedek priesthoods. You come down here, the level 2 indigos come in with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strands activated. At birth, they're coming in with that. But strand 4 is not plugged in yet. So their process, they have the full strand in 1, 2, 3 active, and strand 5 and 6 active. Part of strand 4, the higher part, their first years of life are the process of activating strand 4. By the time they hit 12, 4 finishes, 5 and 6 plugged in. You have a fully integrated soul by age 12. Usually, if the human imprint was working the right way with the 12-strand pattern, a normal 12-strand being would begin soul integration, 4th, 5th, and 6th strand activation at age 12 and finish it at 22. These guys begin it at birth and finish it at age 12. By 22, they can be embodied oversouls. By 33, they can be embodied avatars. This is what their potential is if we help them. And it's worth helping them because they will teach us so many things. The information I'm bringing in now is nothing compared to what some of these guys are going to be able to reach if they are able to get their coding straight. So, okay, we can move past that one. Okay, this many of you may have seen. It's the level of it. In fact, I don't even need that. I only have the graph up. It's easier to just describe it on the graph. This is in the charts too, just to remind us here of something we've had in some of the other workshops, where understanding the levels of personal identity that go with the 15-dimensional structure. Some people that haven't been here before haven't seen this, so I'll really quickly go over it. We have, again, the 15-dimensional structure here, and then the 3 levels of non-dimensionalized energy matrix. In Harmonic Universe 1, D1, 2, 3, we have the incarnate identity. This is our identity structure, and this is what the indigos need to know. They need to be raised with a model that shows them where their parts fit so they can begin to very aggressively activate their parts. And as long as they know the parts are there, they don't get lost in confusion. So in Harmonic 1, we have our incarnate self. In Harmonic 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, we have our soul, or our soul matrix. There's a tangible structure to the soul, which is the name of the tape program I have back there that begins Kundalini activation. It is made out of scalar waves, just like everything else. And there's no difference between the stuff your leg is made out of and the stuff your soul is made out of. This is your identity that they forgot to tell you about in health class, okay? This will help you to become who you were supposed to be, who you wanted to be when you came here. And this is a model that will help the indigos become who they intended to be by awakening. This is the awakening model. It will teach you, if you work with it, and the mechanics that go with it, how to activate your DNA, go into soul integration, which is bringing this level of identity into your incarnate body. Then there's the oversoul in Harmonic 3, D7, 8, and 9. After you integrate this, then you would bring in this level of identity. And remember, these are frequencies of consciousness, scalar waves, flash line sequences. You're bringing them into the body, into the DNA. You're expanding your consciousness into those levels. You have the avatar level in Harmonic 4. This is where you finish your 12-strand pattern. This is the capacity right here of Harmonic 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 12-strand Diamond Sun DNA matrix. You come out here to the Rishi identity, which takes you back out of pre-matter liquid light and really into just wave form. You're back to pure scalar form. It's not as dimensionalized as the stuff down here. There's still dimensions, but they're changing that form already, where you're not even in pre-matter. This is the capacity of the double Diamond Sun 24-strand of the Orifeme, Indigo 2. They would be able to, when fully activated, embody all of this like the 12-strand can do, embody all of this of the antiparticle double as well, which the 12-strand embodies some of it. There's like, this would get into levels of analysis of the morphogenetic field of universal structure that I don't have time to do right now, where you have sets of 15-dimensional matrices and parts of consciousness stationed in each of them. I won't even go there right now. But this is the capacity to become a rishi, of integrating all of that to become an avatar, all of the double version of that avatar to become a rishi, which would look like a sun. It's a glowing ball of light when perceived from lower dimensions. I won't even go there as far as when we look up in the sky, what do we see? We see glowing balls of light. What might that mean? If all things are consciousness. That's a couple of the questions I'm still trying to put into a perspective that can be understood. But when we get to rishi level consciousness, we are a spherical identity. We have integrated all of the frequencies via letter patterns. This is the capacity of indigo 2. And out here, integrating those 3 levels of ascendant mastery is the capacity, if activated, of the indigo number 1, the emerald sun, 48-strand DNA matrix. Why these guys are important on the planet now? Most of them won't even do education programs like I'm involved with right now. Most of them will be probably quite reclusive and just go do the thing they came to do. They are able, because of the coding, to pull frequency literally from the Akkadic matrix, which is this final level before you expand into source. Pull direct current all the way through, like a beam of light, all the way through all the dimensional fields down and ground it into the earth field. That will reset the grids for the whole planet, not just for the people on it. So that's their mission. That's why they're here. And it may manifest in some strange ways. They may not know about it. And if they don't go through this awakening process, they're not going to know about it in time. But their higher parts still know about it. Even if they haven't integrated them, they will begin to beam the frequency through them anyway, even if they're not consciously aware that, oh, gee, I came in with an indigo contract. If they can't get that far, they will beam as much of that really high frequency in to recode the planetary grids, to make sure we go through this Stargate cycle peacefully, without any major messes happening on the surface. Okay. Okay, over here I can read this better. Let's see what points I want to point out here. Okay, this is where I was explaining the age differences as far as we see those identity levels. We realize basically DNA activation is the process of progressively doing first soul integration, then over soul integration, then avatar integration, then as a 12-strand you're out of here and you can go into rishi integration on the higher levels and full ascension. So this is the basic process of our evolution that for some reason we've forgotten with a lot of help. If we understand that, then we can start to realize there are levels that were normal levels when this was supposed to happen, when the 12-strand pattern was activating the right way. Could you put the next graph on it? Okay. Contemporary humanity, right now, the soul integration process, they're born with strand 3 active. The 4th is blocked at age 12 because of the mutations in strand 4 through 6. It's blocked. It doesn't happen. And what happens? We remain 3-dimensional consciousness. We remain trapped, phase-locked into 3D. And what this does is back up the metabolic rate, it backs up the biochemical hormones and all of that, and turns the body into something it wasn't meant to be, and it starts to self-consume. It starts to degenerate itself at the age of 12. It sets in motion the death hormones that begin the process of eroding the cellular structure. That was not how the original pattern was intended to work. What normally was supposed to happen was between age 12 and 22. You'd come in with strand 3 activated. Between age 12 and 22, you would begin to activate strand 4 through 6. And by age 22, you wouldn't go through these weird emotional changes and stuff that happen in adolescence here. They happen because all the chemicals back up, and they can't do what they're supposed to do, which is complete integration of the 4th through 6th dimensional aspects of consciousness. That's how we're supposed to be working here. So by 22, we're supposed to be able to be fully embodied souls, have 6-dimensional instead of 3-dimensional consciousness. By the age of 33, between 23 and 33, we work on oversoul integration, which is 7th through 9th dimensional consciousness. And if we were working the right way, between age 33 and 44, we would finish integrating our avatar identity. The body would not die. It would transmute. to the next harmonic. You would be able to get mastery over the matter density process. That was our heritage. That's what we're trying here with the Emerald Covenant to give back to humanity. And that's what the other ones are trying to not get you back. Because if you get back to that point and you realize, wow, look what happened here. Look what they did to this race. We might not be real happy about it. And that's some of the reason why some of the ones that are still trying to repress us here, they don't want to contend with what they might unleash. If we get this back and realize how badly we were treated. Because they think in terms of abuse, they're afraid that if we get the power, we may treat them as badly as they treated us. And they know enough about the law of reciprocity to realize that there's probably a good chance for that to happen with some of us. They don't want it to happen. Now, with indigo human hybrids, which they are hybrids, they will have soul integration, the strand 5 and 6 activation at birth, and then 4 activates from birth to age 12. So full soul integration happens by age 12 unless there's genetic blockages. Now, when a soul of any kind integrates into the fetus, that fetal pattern is created by the flashline sequences of mom and dad put together. If there are distortions in those patterns, that fetal pattern has distortion. So the incoming soul, no matter how high it is, will pick up those distorted flashline patterns. This is what's a problem for all of the indigos right now. Even if they have their coding fine, as soon as they hit that fetal pattern for integration, they have distortions occurring. One of the first things they need to do, and this is why, the biggest reason why Cathara healing is being introduced, they need the Maharic recoding process by which the 12th dimensional pattern is reactivated here through the Maharic shield, which is a scalar grid that opens below the feet once you know how to work the Kundalini systems. That will reset and clear out very rapidly any of the distorted flashline patterns, aka DNA mutations, that have been set from the parents. So they can get that out of the way and then get on with their soul integration process. So by age 12, they can hold 6 dimensions of consciousness. Between 12 and 22, they do over soul integration. By age 33, they can ascend. They are masters. They're 12-strand avatars. If they're given the opportunity to understand this structure. Right now, you send these indigo children into contemporary society, peer pressure alone is enough to get them to not want to know. Because once you're teaching this stuff, do you think you can send them to public school? Good luck. If they don't get beat up constantly by the consciousness around them because they're so obviously different, they'll be harassed by the teachers. Plus, they don't handle the authority of the teachers well at all. They know more. They sense that they know more. Don't you tell me. This is not right. The authority is an issue for indigos because they have a higher authority, their own connection to source. And they feel it even if they're not awakened to what it means yet. And if you try to violate that, or if you're in a system that violates that, they're going to push back. They'll act out. They'll avoid. They'll go through a whole set of reaction patterns. Because more than an average human who only has 3 dimensions of consciousness that really doesn't feel the difference. These guys feel the difference. They know in other reality systems it doesn't work this way here. They know when something's out of line. And they will react to that much more than a child who is not an indigo. So literally, there are school systems that are going to be needed to be set up for these children that teach a whole new paradigm. And unfortunately, because right now there's a lot of messy things happening with the Illuminati underground in our governments, just watch what happens to any overt movement to try to create schools for indigos and see how fast regulations and repression happens to anybody who tries to. And it's about teaching people how to activate that and actively begin using the earth energy, connecting with the earth energy, opening the 12th chakra, pulling it up, activating that shield in the planetary grid, then drawing energy up, 12th dimensional frequency, to recode the whole Cathara level of the body, which is the core template, which will recode the chakra system and the auric field and eventually the matter pattern and the DNA. This is the fastest process for recoding DNA. That's why it's being given. It's not just another healing system. It's more than another healing system. This is a system of ascension. But it's also a system that is going to be needed when working with indigos. If you understand the Maharic recoding process, you will know how to help indigo children, how to help indigo infants. You can do this on pregnant mothers before they even come out to help the indigo children harmonize. You can do it on yourselves to begin and activate your own process of protection. Because it will, when you do this and that you create this activation in the shield, it turns into a pillar of 12th dimensional frequency that runs all the way up between your avatar identity through you and down into Earth's core, which means you can't be messed with on the intermediate frequency levels. All those little mind control programs they're trying to run, you'll block them out. You'll be aligned with your higher identity. That's why this level is being given here. There's too much at stake. So for the people who can grab it and run, the knowledge is indigos. We have indigo recessive. That is the type 3 that has 2 avatars in one body, the Nephilim and the Orphim. That's type 3. That's the most common type, okay, at least presently. Most of the ones coming in the next, between now and 2017 are going to be type 2 and type 1. And there'll be more type 1 coming in toward 2012. Because right now the planet can't hold too much of that frequency, because they bring that, even though it's not plugged into the DNA, they bring in their morph field huge amounts of frequency that if you put too many on the planet, when the planet's at this rate of growth itself, you can actually blow the grids. So these are all contracted. If 3 billion of these Emerald Order wanted to come in all at once, they're not allowed to, because they'd fry the system and blow the planet up. Energy is energy, whether it's in a body or in a planet body. And it's all about energy relationships. So the type 3s are the most common right now because they're the ones that have the lowest frequency of the bunch of them because they're counterbalanced. If you take the 24-strand capacity of the Orphim and combine it with a -11 capacity of the Nephilim, it basically comes out to a positive 12. They have the capacity to activate 12 strands. Most of them won't in this life. So they're not pulling in as much frequency as the other 2 types. They're doing their own little help the evolution program. Is important what they're doing, but they don't have to worry about running as much frequency as the other 2 do. Next type is a type 2. It's the indigo dominant. It's the next most common type. Again, it has more frequency running through it than the type 3, but not as much as the type 1. Okay? They've been coming in for 75 to 100 years in little dribs and drabs here, mostly since the 1950s when it was realized that things were going to get really weird here. All right. There are about 500,000 indigo dominants right now, and another 130,000 between 1999 and 2005. So these guys are coming in soon. These are little babies. Some of them may turn out blue. Some of them may be accidentally pyrokinetic. Those kind of things. Like if you happen to have, a grandchild or something, and you see it laying in its crib, and all of a sudden the teddy bear from across the room levitates and ends up in the crib. No, you're not watching Samantha and Tabitha on Bewitched. You're watching what an indigo can do by accident. It just wished it and it happened. Most of them, because the 4th strand is not plugged in at birth, will not have that happening. But once in a while, one slips through where there's more 4th strand activation, so that means more of the 5th and 6th are plugging in, which starts to give them some really odd abilities, like that accidentally starting the composites. These are indigo composites. They're composites because they have to come in through a walk-in experience. When you have one of these, it can be very interesting, because usually if the codes are going right, by about age 12, you're not dealing with the same child anymore. Same overall being. It'll come in from its own oversoul level, but it's not from the same soul matrix. So literally, the souls change places. Same oversoul, but not the same soul. Different personality. You may find subtle changes, or you may find abrupt. Used to be an artist, now it's a mathematician. Used to love horses, now can't stand them. You may notice subtle or extreme shifts with these children, and it's okay. It's part of the walk-in process. It can be very confusing for them because there's still that part of the personality, the ego. The focus is out here going, I don't feel like me anymore. Something happened. Walking in is a whole experience unto itself. I could do a whole workshop on what that is and how to make it less troublesome than it can be. These are some of the skills that we're going to need to help these children to get to their potential. And they'll help us too. Because the more you work with indigos, the more frequency starts coming through their energy fields. And they become walking transmitters. And their codes will stimulate your DNA codes. So you will grow more rapidly and clear more quickly by working and being close proximity to indigos. It's you give to them, they'll give to you without even thinking about it consciously. It's an energy thing that happens. Okay? And the most important thing, really, that we've got to realize, this whole UFO movement, contactees, abductees, that they make a very, very strong campaign through the media and the press and the psychology movement and everything else, that this is just hallucinations of, fringe people. Yeah, fringe of the mind control program. Fortunately for them, These are directly involved with the indigo birthing contracts. You have indigos coming in as hybrid souls. They're also hybrid gene codes because most of the indigos, particularly types 1 and types 2, the mothers have to have alterations to the fetal pattern done. They will be abductees. They may not remember it yet. That memory will be in there someplace in one of their DNA strands in cellular memory. If it would be too traumatic, that memory will be blocked. Your own soul blocks it. Only when you're ready will you know if you've been a contactee. And if you were, it started in childhood, which means you had that contract. Well, you were a child. It was already decided. For this time frame, it knew that it was a potential that these things would, evolve. Most of the contactee people are involved with indigo birthing contracts. The other group are involved with, not because they want to be, but with the negative side. When we activate strand 6, we're also working with the 6th chakra, the 6th dimension. We're working with a part of ourselves, part of our substrand DNA coding that goes with the Azurite race from harmonic 2. That was part of that lineage when we had the Elohai down to the Anahazi down to the Azurites. Well, the Azurites were in harmonic 2, and they were blue-skinned, and it's considered the Syrian imprint, where the Anahazi imprint is considered the Lyran imprint. We're going to start a little meditation, just go on a journey to find our Syrian selves, the beginning of our indigo selves, our 6th strand selves, our 6th dimensional awareness. We're going to find our blue selves, our Syrian blue within. To find that self, we're going to have to go backward in time and forward in time. Just close your eyes for a minute and relax. Try to share a memory with me for a moment. Once upon a time, long, long ago, there was a place where there were 2 suns. A place that looked like Earth, but it had 2 suns instead of 1 in the skies. And in the evenings, which happened once about every 6 or 7 days at our scale, there were beautiful purple sunsets. Try to remember or visualize beautiful purple sunsets and 2 suns. Somewhere, each of you have been there. To get here, you've had to pass through. It is the domain of your Syrian self, your Azurite self, your indigo self, that resided within the systems of harmonic 2. That self of you exists in a different space-time coordinate, but time is simultaneous. It all happens at once. It just appears to be separated. Right now, there's a part of you that exists right now in harmonic 2. A part of you that is an Azurite, a part of you that is a blue Syrian being of great beauty, awareness, love, compassion, and magnitude. You can begin to sense that part of yourself by imagining someone standing behind you. And by the way, we've already done a group Maharic pillar, so if you want to pull up your pillars now because we're doing energy work, you can from last night. If not, your fields are sealed to D12. You don't have to worry about anything you don't want touching your fields. But imagine something standing behind you right now and try to feel a presence of energy that's a bit taller than you are. And if you're sitting, feel it standing as if it has its gentle hands on your shoulders. Let this image stand for the part of your consciousness that's stationed in the 6th dimension. It contains within it the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensional energies of your consciousness. It connects you to a different place in space-time that you passed through once and you will pass through again. If you ascend the slow way and don't go so fast you just turn into light and can't see any of the scenery.
Feel your Sirian self behind you. Feel for a moment and visualize this two-dimensional energy field, like a cutout of energy standing behind you, as a beautiful blue color. It's blue with purple swirling through it like a blue-violet color. And it has some flickers of a lighter blue and a little bit of green, but mostly it has the blue-violet, the signature of the indigo energy field. The way the indigos are born at birth, they come in with this. Try to feel the presence now of your indigo self, your Sirian self, your D6 consciousness. Feel it embracing you, gently putting its arms around you from behind. And try to feel its energy running across your chest as if it were arms across your chest coming from behind. And telepathically say to your D6 consciousness, I would like to integrate now and become more whole. You are me and I am you, and the images are just illusions. In giving this command, you are not integrating with something that is not you. You are integrating with a part of yourself you had to leave an incarnation in harmonic 2 to get to harmonic 1. For you see, the stellar beings are us on higher harmonics. We're not separate, even though our biologies are different. We're just different manifestations of the same consciousness, stepping down through matter density. The Sirian self, the Sirian blue in all of us, can begin awakening sixth-dimensional consciousness and expedite soul integration very quickly. For a moment now, imagine that your indigo self has let go, has walked around in front of you. And keep your eyes closed, but try to feel its presence standing in front of you as you sit on your chair. Breathe in for a moment, and then gently exhale your energy and your awareness toward the indigo self standing before you. And try to spread your consciousness out within it. It's you, it's a part of you. Try to feel its presence and its wisdom. Next, imagine that the indigo self in front of you turns around facing the same direction as you are. And then it sits down and sits with you in your body. And it is only you and nothing else. Nothing else we will permit it to enter your fields. Only what is you. Try to feel the reality of your sixth-dimensional consciousness awake in your body. Imagine the vibration and color of blue-violet running like a little electric burst of energy through all of your cells. Little bursts of energy that may feel like little tiny shocks inside the cells that feel good. Try to feel the sensation of this part of yourself. For just as on the fourth dimension you have your astral body level, and you have on the fifth dimension your archetype identity level, on the sixth dimension, part of your anatomy is your Sirian blue level of consciousness, is part of your own anatomy. Now imagine for a moment that your attention is stationed at the center of the pineal gland in the middle of the brain, and you and your indigo self are still sitting together inside the body. And imagine a large indigo flame of blue-violet light emerges at the pineal. Try to feel the ripples of its wave spectra, its frequency, running through the cells down the body. visualize the cells in the body beginning to take on the blue-violet hue. Now we're going to inhale, and on the exhale we're going to push the blue-violet flame outward around us as if we're sitting in it. Imagine now a large blue-violet flame is all around your body, and your pillar of light extends all the way up through the universe, through it, and down into the earth's core. Feel the energy of the blue-violet flame around you. And begin to breathe its frequency in. On each inhale, pull energy from the flame into your heart chakra. And on each exhale, expand that energy that you pulled in from the flame all through the body. What you are doing is bringing in the sixth dimensional frequency into your bioenergetic field at the fourth dimensional level. You are expediting activation of strand 4, 5, 6. You are bringing in more of the consciousness of your Sirian blue indigo self. Every breath you take while you stay stationed within the blue-violet flame and expand into the heart chakra and through the body will further bring those frequencies into the astral body, and that will filter down into the mental body at D3, the emotional body at D2, and into the physical body structure at D1 through the DNA. You can use this simple technique of joining with your Sirian self, bringing in the sixth dimensional consciousness by sitting in the blue-violet flame and breathing it into your heart chakra and expanding it into your body to more and more and more bring in those frequencies. And you may find tears come as great releases happen, for there is much pain stored between your three-dimensional consciousness and your sixth-dimensional consciousness. And as you bring in the healing frequencies of the sixth dimension, you will begin to shake loose those disharmonic patterns and set them back to the patterns of joy, which are the natural heritage of DNA that works properly and flashline sequences that are in order. Your Christed imprint begins with integrating the soul, and as you merge and regain your oneness with your Sirian self, your Sirian substrand DNA imprint, you will begin the completion of the soul integration process. And once that's done, your Lyran self will be next. But first, find your Sirian self, your indigo child within. Remember that you have one, for it is that part of you, more than anything else, that will help you to understand how to handle indigo children here and what you can do for them. You will find sixth-dimensional consciousness opening in you, and you will be the ones that can understand precious children born with sixth-dimensional consciousness available to them. If you take home with you the memory that you have a sixth-dimensional self, and take home and practice every morning before you wake up, before you open your eyes, simply breathe a little bit in from the blue-violet flame around you and just energize your body with it. It doesn't take long. It is best before you open your eyes and make that transition. It'll help you remember your dreams better too. And then at night before you retire, put yourself back into the blue-violet flame. Like a sleeping bag, tuck yourself into it. And every breath you take as you go into sleep will pull energy from the blue-violet flame into your cells to help you complete the soul integration process, activating strands 4, 5, and 6 more rapidly. Take this with you, and after 6 months, you may be amazed what you've learned and how you've grown. So we suggest keeping a notebook, tracking some of the things that come to you. Write it down. It's worth remembering. It's worth looking back on and saying, wow, look how my consciousness has grown. Then you will start to understand what the indigo children need. The processes that you will learn that will take you to those spaces are the processes that will awaken them in their highest light. And they will give great rewards in return in their presence here, in all that they will bring and teach. You can keep your Syrian self with you right now if you'd like. Or you can simply release it and see it go upward as a spark of light and out of the body back to its own station. But if you want it as company, let it stay with you for a while. You can separate it and put it out in your astral field and talk to it as if it's somebody separate, because it's a part of you forgot you had. So you might as well treat it as a new acquaintance. It remembers you more than you remember it. Or you can keep it inside and get the warm fuzzy feeling some more. Or you can say, I've had enough, I'll talk to you later. Or never talk to you again if you feel that way. Just come back into the room with your consciousness and realize the power of the tool of using the blue-violet flame and integrating your 6 dimensions of consciousness. It is your heritage, and it is just the beginning of your heritage. Reclaim it while the opportunity is here to do so it may be there for many, many generations to come. For if you don't reclaim it, it will be lost for many, many millennia. Imagine, as we come out of this meditation, a pillar of blue-violet light extending from way down into the earth's core, spiraling up, 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 upward into the universe, through harmonic 1 and into harmonic 2. And there it connects through Tara, Earth's counterpart there, into a planet called Sirius B from here. This is a portal passage that only indigos and higher can go through. It is the third eye of Horus. And whether you stay here for many years in a body and walk through a stargate, or whether you go through the normal path of dropping the body in death and going as a consciousness, you can ascend this time. And it is the Sirius B, indigo, blue-violet, pillar of light that you will take from here upward into the 6-dimensional fields. Remember these images and play with them, and they'll call to you because they are your home. That is how you came, and it's how you will return. So play with the exercises. Find yourselves. Remember. It is remembering. There's no overwhelm here at the 6-dimensional state of consciousness. Feel the peace now in the room. No overwhelm. No, oh, look at all that information. Your Syrian self understands about the indigos, about the history. It knows all that stuff already. So it doesn't have to react to overkill of knowing too much too fast. If you feel overwhelmed in these days and weeks and years to come, bring your Syrian self into your body, because it will harmonize that, and you'll go into, oh, of course, I understand, and you'll relax the emotional body. I'd like to thank you for coming, and I hope that you'll come back, those who are interested in strategies that need to be taken for the indigos. I hope you'll come back this evening for the workshop. What time is it? 6:30, we begin the next one. It's about 5 now. What time are we supposed to end this one? 5? I'm on time for once. I actually ended a workshop on time for once. I usually go an hour over. Thank you.